Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues. On behalf of Financial Intelligence Unit of Latvia, welcome to the 7th Annual Sanctions Conference that we organize, and this year it is called Guarding the Gate, Sanctions, Export Controls, and Business Responsibilities. My name is Paulius Ilyankovs. I'm Deputy Head of Latvian FIU, in charge of sanctions-related matters, and I will be guiding you throughout this day. It is my honor. Today we will discuss many important topics, the latest developments in sanctions policy and what we can look forward to, and macroeconomic impacts of sanctions, very importantly. We will look at the role of courts and the related case law, both in the United Kingdom and in the European Union. And, of course, we will look at implementation, from the role of compliance officers in the financial sector and other businesses to the role of customs officers and other competent authorities. We have gathered some of the most respected experts from Europe, North America, and beyond. Before we begin, a few technical notes. Number one, we're live streaming this conference, so please be aware that everything on stage is broadcast globally, and the recording will also be available. You can ask your questions via Slido app. The QR code will be displayed, and our moderators will select and address the questions. Number three, the conference will end at 5 p.m., and there will be short breaks in between. I will announce them. And the main language of our conference is English, but simultaneous interpretation in Latvian is also available on-site and online. And now, to officially open our conference, I'm really honored to introduce a leading voice for tougher sanctions and robust enforcement against Russia's evasion networks, Latvia's Foreign Minister and former NATO Assistant Secretary General, Her Excellency Baiba Braže. Please.
Labrit, good morning and welcome to Riga and welcome to this conference, the 7th annual conference. And indeed, I think sanctions have not been a trendier topic than it is now, and that's on both coasts of the Atlantic, in Indo-Pacific, everywhere I have traveled in my time as a minister, we discuss sanctions. Either the imposition of sanctions, evasion of sanctions, and what can we do to make sure that they work. And it's also a topic of geopolitics, of foreign policy, of statecraft, and also it's a topic of jokes. And one very good joke was told to me by David O'Sullivan, EU Sanctions Envoy, who was here just a couple of weeks ago. He said that at the Higher School of Economics in Moscow, there is now a special master's program in sanctions circumvention. And for those interested in applying, annual tuition is around $6,000. Unfortunately, the poor soul teaching this course has been included in the last EU sanctions list. So he didn't do a too good a job, I guess. Or maybe he can take his own course. And first, also let me thank the Financial Investigation Service of Latvia. Toms, Pauls, we work very closely with you, and thanks for your work. And from what I saw, it's a very impressive group of experts, both in various fields, but also in terms of geographic representation. And for us, the purpose of this is very clear. In Latvian foreign policy, security policy, we work on the basis of three main directions. One is to make ourselves stronger, so investing in our defense and security, making NATO and the EU stronger, strengthening Ukraine's self-defense capabilities and making sure Ukraine maintains a viable democracy, democratic institutions, and the future as a European Union future member state and NATO future member state. Yesterday and today we have Ukraine's defense minister in town, so we have discussed quite extensively last night various issues, both on cooperation, what we are doing and how everything works. And three, the big direction is weakening Russia's ability to fight the war. Our task is not the regime change, even though we do believe that while this butcher in Kremlin is there, the war will go on. But our objective is to really go after Russia's warfighting capabilities. And here, both the politics, but also the sanctions implementation, the efficiency, the constant adoption of the sanctions, and the regimes across the world is very important. So we work closely both with various governments in the EU, across the world, but also with the experts. And I'm happy to see my old friend Tom Keating here, and with academic institutions, with researchers, with experts. And just a few weeks ago, we had the Riga conference with a closed-door panel, again, on various sanction themes, comparing notes, measuring the temperature, what works, what doesn't work, and who does what. And as far as we can see, within Russia, no instrument of power is geared towards peace. When you look at the military instrument of power, when you look at the political instrument of power, at the diplomatic instrument of power, religion, private sector, media, if you can call what there is a media in Russia, it's all about war. So systemically, we have to be ready with going on with sanctions and being creative about how we create them, how we make sure that they work for at least a few more years. We also have to be able to see structural weaknesses in Russia's both politics, economy, and go after those. Very clearly, Russia's economy is not sustainable for a longer term. And as we see already now, deterioration is faster than expected. And some key indicators that we put together is the following, that the budget deficit is at $70 billion in 25, compared to $34.2 billion in 24, and $45 billion in 23. Tight monetary conditions, and because of that, companies generating 24% of the total revenue of the Russian economy are currently at risk of bankruptcy, so a quarter of companies. Energy revenues are down, and we welcome the US sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil, but also the others. And since the beginning of the invasion in 22, Russia has lost nearly 160 billion in oil exports, 160 billion US dollars. And this year, 25, Russia already anticipates reduction in energy revenues by a quarter, so to 104 billion, which is still too high in our book, but it's a reduction. So the measures that we have taken have real measurable effects on the Russian war economy, and sanctions work, also individual sanctions. But it's not enough. So the next steps are needed. Also, we know that Russians are running massive disinformation campaigns and influence operations in our countries, and try to tell us that sanctions don't work. They do. They do. And we are working for the next sanctions round, the 20th sanctions package in the EU. And our work will not stop. Will not stop. We have imposed sanctions on more than 2,600 individuals and 560 vessels of Shadow Fleet and others related, prohibited transactions with 50 banks, set export restrictions of more than 860 entities which facilitate sanctions circumvention. But it's not enough. We know that ship-to-ship transfers are taking place. Bunkering is still allowed. They have to be put on the sanctions list, and they have to be prohibited, and then implemented. So loopholes Circumvention, it does require rapid adaptation. It also requires not connecting other issues to those sanctions, as we saw in some of the previous sanctions rounds, with some countries wanting to connect unconnectable things to the sanctions. But also I would like in this respect, especially on the discovering the loopholes in evasion, I would like to thank the investigative journalists, researchers, our intelligence services, customs officers, border guards, but also our team at the MFA, but also in other administrations. The foreign policy aspect in all that is huge. Together with the External Action Service, together with David O'Sullivan, we work with the third countries. Behind the scenes, without publicity most of the time, but to make sure, whether that's China, India, Central Asia, or elsewhere, that we bring up these issues that concern us. Because for Latvia, that's a national security issue. That's our security, that's our defense. We are the external border of the EU and NATO, and we take it very seriously. And our priority is also, therefore, the alignment of Russia's sanctions with Belarus sanctions, with sanctions on Belarus. We cannot expect a country like Belarus, which enables Russia's war, which allows its territory to be used for Russia's armed forces, to be diligent in implementing sanctions. So that is something that we have made certain progress on, but we need to advance. In the recent EU sanctions packages, we did align export controls on military relevant goods, imposed full transaction bans on certain financial institutions operating in Russia and Belarus, included new restrictions on items that could enhance Belarus's industrial or military capabilities. But there are many areas where we are not aligned. I would also praise in our foreign policy and other sanctions work the close regional cooperation with our Nordic, Baltic and Baltic Sea partners, but also with our strategic partners, the United States and the UK. And we expect to continue it and also further internationalize these issues after 1st January, when we become part of the UN Security Council, to which we have been elected for the first time. We will bring up the new and emerging threats. We will bring up maritime security issues there, where shadow fleet does pose a threat to all of us, especially in the Baltic Sea here, but also in the other parts. And in that respect, indeed, we have seen that some of the issues that we included in the latest package, whether it's on cryptocurrencies and other enabling ecosystems, those issues also align with a number of other emerging threats, whether that's on cyber, whether that's illegal organized crime, drugs, and so on and so forth, that is relevant for many countries around the world. On the relationship with the US and OFAC, as we call it, Office of Financial Intelligence Controls, we welcome sanctions on Russia's Lukoil and Rosneft, and it's a momentum also for the EU to impose full EU sanctions on Russia's energy exports. Further sanctions alignment on Russia's shadow fleet is needed. Only around 25% of all sanctioned Russian shadow fleet vessels are aligned among the EU, UK, and US. And in year 4 of the full-scale war, that is frankly unacceptable in our view. There's a loophole. And guarding the gates, as this year's conference is called, captures perfectly our shared mission. We are the external border. We are on the Baltic Sea, which is one of the world's most fragile environments. And we are threatened by these ships. Also, having discussed that at length with some of the security and defense experts, what we saw from the operation called Spiderweb, we cannot exclude something like that being used on the Shadow Fleet ships in the Baltic Sea for the drones and various hybrid operations. I hope that during today, but also continuing afterwards, our best expertise and knowledge of our experts will be shared, that both what we see on our border, what we see across the financial systems, will be learning and exchanging knowledge among ourselves. Our success is based not only on the establishment of a specific service, financial intelligence service, but actually on the very close daily cooperation between our teams at MFA, the FIU, the Customs Board, Border Guard, and the State Revenue Service and Latvian Bank. And I believe that our frontline experience in this sanction implementation will be of use to others. When I speak with our customs officers who work overtime, who were not there because when the sanctions exiting EU were not existing, the border guards did not check exiting goods. So today, after the first sanctions package, they do it 24/7. We paid from the budget, overtime, additional personnel, technology, everything. So at the cabinet meetings, indeed, every month we provide additional allocations. And our interest is to make sure that every country sending goods, providing these customs declarations, checking final destinations, have a due diligence system at a national level, that entrepreneurs doing that know what they are doing, that there is both the goodwill, the bona fide attitude, but also very clear understanding of the threats we all are facing. Nowadays, approximately 80% of export and transit declarations on the external border of Latvia are initiated in other EU countries. 75% of identified sanctions violations on the border are related to other EU countries. So the export has been initiated in other EU countries, not in Latvia. So that is the perspective against which I'm asking at the Foreign Affairs Councils, at the meetings with other ministers, to make sure that those due diligence systems in other countries exist. So we urge our colleagues in the EU to apply stricter controls on goods at their origin and declaration points. And that ask will not stop, because together with our colleagues on the border, in the customs, in FIU, we constantly compare notes. What is changing? What numbers are we seeing? What tactics are we seeing? So we know what's going on. And businesses are not just observers, they're also gatekeepers. So businesses, which we highly value and praise, because, of course, we devote 5% of GDP in the next year's budget to defense. And that's not soft, that's a hard defense budget. But we need that GDP. And that businesses, our businesses, are the ones who ensure that we do have the budget. But in the same time, for ours, but also other countries' businesses, we say compliance with sanctions, bona fide compliance with sanctions, is the one that we expect. Also, we do believe that all EU member states companies must exit Russia's markets. Maintaining dependency on Russia, paying taxes in Russia, prolongs the war. feeds the war, and we don't need to do that. We don't believe that business as Russia is sustainable. It risks both the businesses, it increases Russia's ability to maintain image of normality, and it also creates unhealthy dependencies. Russia is not a reliable economic or trade partner, and it will remain a threat to Euro-Atlantic community, just as it is described in the EU, in the national documents on NATO's strategic concept. Also, the derogations, which were meant for the first 6 months, and they are still there after 4 years. They are not a valid tool for continuing businesses in Russia. So those are various elements that we see that have to change. And sanctions are not a formality. Implementation of sanctions is not a formality. It is a tool to stop the war. So let's increase pressure on Russia, implement the sanctions, and stop the war. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. It's, as always, very significant and very good points to offset the conference, to start it. And the messages are very clear. Sanctions are working, but we must continue to impose more sanctions. And as we see, they are working. To continue, we will hear remarks from the host of this conference, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Latvia. Since April 1st, 2024, the FIU is also the National Competent Authority for Sanctions Implementation. Please welcome the head of Latvian Financial Intelligence Unit, Mr. Platacis.
Paldies, Paula. Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues, friends, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our conference. It has been 3 years and 256 days since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. During this time, our individual and collective understanding and response has significantly evolved, from immediate reaction to sustained resilience. For FIU Latvia, from day one, it has meant taking on a crucial task, ensuring that our financial system cannot be used to evade sanctions or to support aggression by other means. This is being done through tracing suspicious flows, exposing hidden ownership, and holding institutions accountable when necessary. Internally, this has been set as our highest priority. In addition, as Paul has mentioned, it is now the second year that FIU Latvia is also responsible for sanctions implementation. We can see that this model, being one centralized authority in the country, serves sanctions implementation effectiveness well. Consistent and uniform application of sanctions is the right way forward, not only in one country, but also more globally. The new 19th package of EU sanctions substantially increases the presence of Russia's war economy, the pressure on Russia's war economy, targeting key sectors such as energy, finance, the military-industrial base, special economic zones, as well as enablers and profiteers of war aggression. This has been clear progress and will send an even more painful blow to aggressor state economy. And of course, we do not stop here. As the minister pointed out, we are already working on proposals on the 20th sanctions package. However, for these packages to be truly meaningful, significant investment in efficiency is needed, as well as unity in global implementation of sanctions, because one cannot do it all. There must be strong dialogue followed by action. This is how we can together stand against not only the war in Ukraine, but also the information war taking place in Europe and around the world. The task is clear: to keep the gate guarded, to keep the pressure steady, to close the gaps, and to cooperate. It is not only Latvia or any other country that stands alone on the border. To cross Latvia's border means to step into European Union and into NATO. And today, it is no coincidence that we chose to organize the conference here in this venue, in the National Library of Latvia. This is more than a building, more than a venue, it's a symbol. Known as the Castle of Light, it stands for the values that define our work, knowledge, transparency, and resilience. The building in the form of a crystal mountain symbolizes the heights of achievement, something that is not easy to reach or attain, but once you do, once you reach the peak, it's full of rewards. I wish all of us today to achieve these common goals until the aggressor no longer dares to cross any country border. Thank you, and I wish us an insightful day of discussions.
Thank you, Toms. Thank you, Minister. These welcome remarks and keynote speeches set the perfect tone to start our discussions today. And as we heard, sanctions start with policy, with the decisions in Washington or in Brussels or in London to set up the sanctions policy, and only then sanctions are implemented, sanctions are enforced. So obviously our first panel today will be on sanctions, and I would like to invite speakers to the stage. I will introduce only the moderator, and then the moderator will take over and introduce all the speakers. So our first panel discussion is Sanctions and Security, Aligning Policy with Strategic Goals. And please welcome on stage Mr. Tom Keating, Mr. John Smith, Ms. Esther Blythe, and Ms. Pia Sarivara. As I said, I will only introduce the moderator. Please welcome. So this panel will be moderated by an old friend of Financial Intelligence Unit of Latvia, and he's one of the leading voices on sanctions, and in a twist, personally sanctioned by Russia himself. Please welcome Tom Keating, Director of Center for Finance and Security at the Royal United Services Institute. Tom, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Great. Paulis, thank you very much. Tom's, thank you very much. And Minister, it's very nice to see you. I can give you an update. We are tackling London Grad in the UK, which when we first met, probably 10 years ago, I remember you used to stand up in the front row of our events at RUSI and charge whoever was on the panel with me of you. What are you doing? You were very diplomatic. No, it needed to be said. And as I always point out to members of the former Conservative government in the UK, it actually took Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine for the UK to get its act together on dirty money. So we are, I hope, finally making some progress. I did just also want to, you mentioned that Latvia is on the front line, Minister. I should say, I don't want to embarrass you, but I regularly show a photo that you posted on LinkedIn to ministers in the UK and say, here is a minister on the front line unrolling barbed wire. I think quite a while ago, you posted a photograph of you doing some sort of national service. So I encourage ministers in the UK to follow your lead and unroll barbed wire at the weekend. And then I did want to pick up on one last thing you mentioned. You mentioned the courses that are available in Russian educational institutions on how to evade sanctions. With a colleague, we took a look at that earlier in the summer, and it really is quite extraordinary how sanctions evasion is now an educational business in Russia. And I think that's something that we should reflect on in Europe, which shows that if this is a course that is being taught in universities, it very clearly indicates that Russia is in this for the long run. This is a systemic issue. This is an existential issue for the Russians. And we need to remember that when we are designing our sanctions policies, because at the end of the day, the stronger policies will win. And I think we sometimes forget that for Russia, this is an existential battle, combating the sanctions that we put in place, and we need to treat them similarly seriously. And the last point that I'll make before I introduce the panelists is that I do think that we are at a point where we need to, dare I say it, reboot the way we think about sanctions. Many of the decisions made in 2022 and early 2023 were reactive, I think was the word that Tom's used, but also they were a feature of the time. Those who study the oil markets closely would, I think, very quickly confirm that the oil market today is very different from the oil market in 2022. In 2022, we tiptoed round oil restrictions against Russia. The oil price cap was invented. It was invented for a reason, and as Wally Adeyemo said to me on the podcast that I host, the Suspicious Transaction Report, it was a different time. The oil market was tight, and there were reasons why the oil price cap was invented. I would like to say here and now, it is time that we stop, to use an English word, pussyfooting around when it comes to Russian oil, and frankly, take a much, much tougher line. I think it's time for us to tear up the oil price cap and just stop buying oil from Russia, and to make it very clear to partners around the world that it's unacceptable. So with that, I have to say that the one move that Donald Trump has taken on sanctions since January 2025 is arguably the move that we wanted him to make, and something that we all in Europe should follow. So, with that exhortation, I am delighted. I'll just go along the row. I'll start from the far end. Pierre, I never say your last name out loud, but I'm going to say it. Pierre Sarivara from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Finland. Kiitos for being here today. John Smith, who obviously a well-known face both in his time in government in the United States, but now here in Europe from Morrison Foerster, advising clients these days. And then Esther Blythe from, I think of it as just across the road in the Foreign Office from RUSI. We stare into their windows and make sure that they are staying late at night working from our office at RUSI. But Esther, you're very welcome. Thank you for making the trip from London. So we're going to talk about aligning policy with strategic goals. I think it's a good moment to, if you like, check that we are indeed aligning policy with strategic goals. I have to say that sometimes I hear, no one in this room I hasten to add, but I do hear some senior policymakers talking about sanctions in a way which perhaps don't align with strategic goals. So let's investigate that a bit. So we're going to have a few questions here. You can ask questions from the audience and online via Slido. Everyone knows how that works these days, and I will pick up the questions from the iPad here. So, Pierre, I'll start with you, if I may. We've just seen the EU's 19th package agreed. So, and I like the way the minister framed it. We are in the fourth year of Russia's full-scale invasion, the fourth year of sanctions on Russia. So how can we say that after this time, what would you point to in the 19th package that suggests that we are aligning policy with strategic goals?
Well, first of all, good morning, colleagues. How we are aligning to the strategic goal? Well, as the minister was also saying, that I think our strategic goal is to stop Russia waging war. But as we look into sanctions, it's not the sanctions only that we can achieve this goal. You know that very well. And what are the goals of sanctions in general? If we look onto EU's different sanctions regimes, we aim to affect the behavior of the sanction-listed party. We want to restrict access to technologies and financial means. Those are the three different goals that we have with sanctions. What would I like to also to say is that these goals that we have with the sanctions, we have already received, and there are many results that we can say, as also Minister was pointing out, in the economy and in the technology sector. So clearly our sanctions are working. We are limiting Russia's access to Western technology and finances, and also one result of our sanctions is the many ways that Russia is trying to circumvent the sanctions. And as we know, Russia has found replacement markets for the Western sanctioned goods in third countries, and these countries are helping Russia to supply technology. But there are still Western technology that Russia cannot replace via the third countries, and this is where we have the power and where we should also be putting our efforts on. In the 19th package, we took decisions to cut further Russia's energy imports into the Union. These were good steps, and to cut the remaining dependencies. I have to say that basically there is no dependency if we say that we have already cut majority of the dependencies, and there will be, after the 19th package will be implemented, only 6 to 7% dependency on Russian energy. So, of course, there are certain issues, but the dependency in general is not anymore there. And of course, we should continue with the 10th package on this same path. We talk about oil majors. As said already, we welcome the US decisions on Lukoil and Rosneft. But there is also other steps that we can take on the energy field. And I would also express the need for Western sanctions coalition cooperation, which has been very good, but we have to intensify that. And then also there we have a variety of different sanctions, large-scale sanctions, different set of sectoral measures. We really have to think what are the most effective sanctions at the moment, and be strategic and find the critical points. Thank you.
Okay, so I got lots of questions on what you just said, but I'm going to keep going down the line. I'll come to you, Esther, because I believe a Brexit benefit was sanctions flexibility. So obviously, as the UK, you can bring forward sanctions and act autonomously. So how do you use that flexibility at the Foreign Office to align policy and strategic goals? You don't have to herd cats as they do in the EU. So how do you take advantage of that?
Thanks very much. Yes, I think it is true that we have more flexibility as a result of having our own autonomous sanctions system, in the sense that we can make our own decisions about imposing sanctions beyond those that are mandated by the UN, and also without having to agree with 27 other European countries, as obviously we previously had to. However, we don't have complete freedom of maneuver on this. There are various parameters that are in place. So SAMLA, the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act, which set up our sanctions framework, that established the kinds of purposes that we can use sanctions for, and the powers that we have. When we want to set up a sanctions regime, our Parliament has to agree to that. It has to agree to any amendments to those regimes, and that includes the criteria that FCDO ministers can designate against under our sanctions regimes. We're also limited by the constraints of time and resources, of course, because it takes a lot of those to deliver the legislation that we need to put sanctions measures in place. We have broadly 5 principles that guide us when we think about exercising our sanctions powers. One is that they have to be driven by clearly articulated objectives. And I think you've heard a lot already about the objectives of the Russia regime, which I'll come back to. Our sanctions are also part of a wider strategy. So we never use sanctions in isolation. They are always part of a wider toolkit. And that might include, for example, law enforcement activity, and certainly diplomatic engagement. So they are always complementing and reinforcing other foreign policy levers. We try to make them proportionate and rigorous. That's very important to us, which means that they have to be carefully designed and targeted. They're designed to avoid and to try and mitigate unintended consequences. So we think very carefully about energy security. You mentioned the oil price cap, global food security, and global financial stability as well. And we're careful to try to mitigate any unintended consequences in those areas. And then finally, the other principle that we try to adhere to is we think that sanctions work best when we cooperate with many other partners on them, and when we're working together to have the impact that we want to have. So how do we use that flexibility to align policy and strategic goals? Well, for example, on Russia, I think the Minister for Foreign Affairs has already set out the sort of key aims here. There are basically two priorities for us here: defund the war by reducing Russia's energy revenues in particular, and then making it harder for Russia to resupply itself with the weapons that it needs to continue the attack on Ukraine. Those are the two goals that we're trying to achieve in practice with our sanctions. And we've developed the Russia regime over time in pursuit of these objectives and evolved our sanctions in order to try and make more impact on those goals. So, for example, adapting our criteria for designating entities, introducing new powers such as ship specification, which allows us to sanction individual ships in the Shadow Fleet based on their IMO number. And then the latest development I would point to is that we've announced our intention to introduce an import ban on refined oil of Russian origin. And that obviously follows the similar EU measure from the last package, the 18th package. And that highlights, I think, the fact that although we do have national flexibility in developing our sanctions as we choose, often it's in our interest to coordinate them with partners. And we see that as a two-way street, to be honest. For example, the UK acted independently to introduce our new global irregular migration sanctions regime in July, and that's aiming to prevent and combat people smuggling and trafficking in persons and the instrumentalization of migration for the purposes of destabilization. So we introduced that regime, the first in the world to do so, but we very much welcome the remarks by President von der Leyen in her State of the Union address in September, when she recognised the need for the EU to have a new system of sanctions specifically targeted at people smugglers and traffickers. So we think that coordinated UK and EU sanctions on irregular migration could only boost the impact, and we're really keen to see further coordination on that area. So we use the flexibility, but we also do like to cooperate with our partners.
That's good to hear. I want to we'll come to John in a second, but I want to put a challenge out there to the sanctions policymaking community, which is whether we are actually aligning our policy with our strategic goals when it comes to the point you made there, which is, I think it's very clear what we're trying to do to, as you put it, defund Russia's ability to wage its war in Ukraine. I'm not so sure we are really being as dynamic as we could do on and then how do they spend the money? Because one of the things I know, it crept into the 19th package, but if you look at some of the work being done at the role of cryptocurrencies in buying microelectronics from China and places like that, we are way behind where we need to be on that. And I certainly think from our perspective at RUSI, we'd like to see as much energy going into that side of the equation as there is going into the shadow fleet tracking and the sanctioning of oil infrastructure and so on. So there's a challenge to everyone to think about. But John, let's come to you. You've been on kind of both sides of the table. You've been the policy maker in past times, and now you support clients managing through the implementation of sanctions. So what's your perspective when it comes to the status of alignment of policy with strategic goals? And we obviously heard a kind of a European perspective, we've heard a UK perspective, so perhaps we could call on your American accent to look into the fog across the Atlantic and see if you can define anything there.
Yes, thanks. It's great to be here. Sorry for my American accent, especially coming from a cold last week. I'm going to be a little bit hoarse. I also have the freedom, but also the burden of being a former government official. So that means I can tell you what I really think and be a little bit less politic than I might normally have been when I was here as the OFAC director. And I think what I would say, I would give us a mixed grade in the United States and in Europe about the alignment of our policy with our strategic goals. I think we're still taking action and applaud the action 2 weeks ago by the US, by OFAC, and the Trump administration to go after Rosneft and Lukoil. But it was also 10 months into the Trump administration that we're seeing the first significant sanctions action. And so that is a big step, a long overdue step, something that we need to see replicated around the world, I believe. But it was just the first step. I think President Trump said he wanted engagement with Russia at the beginning of his administration. And I think we've seen that engagement. We've seen it not succeed, as I think much of the rest of the world might have predicted. But he did the engagement. And now his administration is saying they need to focus on ending Russia's ability to wage war. And we saw that with the action 2 weeks ago. I think time will tell whether the Trump administration and the Treasury Department, OFAC, and others will be able to implement additional sanctions actions. But I would say the same with respect to Europe. With all due respect, we're counting sanctions packages, 19, maybe 20 soon. But from the bold actions that have been taken immediately after Russia invaded Ukraine nearly 4 years ago, we're down to, I'll be offensive and say baby steps. We're moving up little by little, but we're still not going after some of the most significant ways that Russia earns revenue from the European Union, from Europe, and also from the rest of the world. So there's a lot more that the US and Europe and its allies need to do to stop Russia's ability to wage war. In the European Union, you still see deals cut so that sanctions packages are weakened and you don't go after certain countries' ability to use Russian energy because you've got the unanimity requirement, and some countries are saying, we're not going to let you go further. And so we all know that there's a difficulty here because the EU can't go further in much of the ways that I think many people in this room would like the EU to do. But it's not just the EU, it's the US, the UK, and others. We still look at where do we get benefit from Russia, and let's not hurt ourselves. We're not ready to take that hit yet. But it's not just on new sanctions that we should be focused on. It should be on the implementation and enforcement of sanctions. We saw a pause at the beginning of the Trump administration about whether there would be new enforcement of sanctions, but there has been now new enforcement actions coming out. They're still not a significant number, but they're trickling out in the United States. But what about in Europe? I think nearly 4 years ago, when we saw the invasion, what a number of folks said in governments around the world is, we're going to add to our enforcement capabilities. We're plussing up our enforcement capabilities. You can bet we're going to go after Russia sanctions evaders and circumventers. I had the privilege, I think, a year or so ago of Thomson Paulus giving me some of the numbers that you've heard in Latvia in terms of the enforcement of sanctions, some of the forfeiture and other types of actions that have occurred. Do you hear that throughout the rest of the European Union? Do you hear that around the world? And I think the answer is largely no. There's been sanctions enforcement has not been the bang that people said it would be 4 years ago. It's been a whimper. It's been relatively little. And I think you can say virtually across the globe of those who are supporting many of these same objectives. So that's my opening comment.
So I'm going to do the kind of chat GPT summary of what you just said, which is actually we need to realign policy with strategic goals. We know what we wanted to achieve, but we've allowed ourselves in certain quarters to be kind of derailed or deflected from actually aligning policy as effectively as we could do with our strategic goals.
Absolutely. We need to hurt. We need to suffer. If we're going to make the sanctions tougher, we need to give away some of what we're too afraid yet to do.
And now we've got a catchphrase, suffer to make them tougher. This is getting better and better. Okay, so Esther, I'm going to come back to you. So one of the things, I give credit to the Foreign Office for this. They, the Sanctions Directorate run, I think, what the director there calls challenge sessions, and invites us over basically to close the door and dismantle what it is they're planning on doing. And earlier in the year, you published an implementation review, and one of the phrases that appeared in there, which I take full credit for, is that in designing the sanctions, you need to have a theory of change. And you touched on that briefly in what you said before, but we have a new national security strategy in the UK. So what can you say about how the UK thinks about sanctions more broadly? You touched on irregular migration, but there are many other regimes that you are rediscovering now you've got the capacity to perhaps not turn your eyes away from Russia, but diversify the way you look at sanctions. Perhaps you could talk about that and when it comes to aligning policy with strategic goals.
Thanks very much. Yes, so we do see sanctions as a foreign policy and national security tool, and you mentioned the national security strategy. The UK published a new national security strategy in June this year. And like all serious strategies, it includes a mechanism to help you remember what it's all about. So this is the 3 C's. It's about confrontation, competition, and cooperation. So it says that we face indirect and potentially direct confrontation with adversaries. We face the intensification of strategic competition and potentially a radical renegotiation of the terms on which we cooperate with allies and partners. So it's got those 3 C's. So I'm just going to take how we use sanctions under each of those headings. Competition. We find that sanctions can help us to reduce the capabilities of our adversaries and competitors, and it's worth noting that they might be working together in many cases. We certainly see that with Russia and Iran and North Korea. And the goal of using Russia sanctions, for example, to disrupt the supply of the Russian military-industrial complex from including Western components and the things that Russia needs to make weapons, is an example of using sanctions for that purpose. I would say that the so-called snapback of Iran sanctions, where a few weeks ago the UN Security Council announced that the UN sanctions were being reimposed on Iran, or rather ending the suspension of those sanctions because of Iran failing to meet its obligations to the UN on development of nuclear weapons, is another example of that. So the other C's, confrontation. The National Security Strategy asserts that we need to keep making the UK a harder target for malign activity, and we use sanctions quite extensively, actually, to dismantle criminal networks and enablers. So, for example, we've done multiple rounds of sanctions on illicit finance, and most recently, as I mentioned earlier on, we have created a new regime about global irregular migration, which is really targeted at sort of gang kingpins and enablers. And these are complements to law enforcement tools. And I think we can point to a whole range of different ways that we've used them. Most recently, a package in middle of October, I think, where we sanctioned a whole range of people and entities who are involved in the phenomenon of scam centres. So that's to say, sort of networks of people who are running online scams that are targeted at the UK and others. And then finally on cooperation, I mentioned how important this is to us earlier on. We realise that sanctions are most effective when we're coordinating them with partners, and we do that across a range of national security areas. So, for example, countering hybrid activity. Often we do those sanctions in cooperation with allies, and I could point to, for example, sanctions under the chemical weapons regime, where we work with partners to sanction the use, to impose sanctions in response to Russia's use of Novichok, and cyber sanctions, which we've done in cooperation with the US and EU on several occasions to combat the threats from cybercrime.
Okay, thank you very much. So yes, the mention of Novichok. My hometown is Salisbury. My favourite pizza restaurant was closed for at least a year after that attack, but obviously there were far wider consequences, which I should respect. So Pierre, I'm going to come back to you if I may, because I want to sort of slightly broaden out the conversation as Esther has helpfully done. Obviously, the kind of the EU sanctions mechanism has had nearly 4 years of kind of boot camp training on how to be more effective on sanctions, how to operate more effectively. But there are other regimes out there, other restrictive measure regimes out there. So I just wonder, when you're sitting around thinking more broadly about kind of the EU's foreign policy, what lessons do you think we've learned about how the other regimes, hybrid threats regimes, I don't know, whatever other regimes you might have up your sleeve, can be used as part of EU foreign policy?
Well, I will first of all reflect a little bit what has been said. If we look onto EU sanctions decisions, I think we still should applaud to ourselves that together with 27 member states we have been able to achieve 20 packages of sanctions and have these decisions taken together. First of all that, and a little bit also reflecting the decisions that we have been taking, and if we should have made different decisions, that's a good question. And also maybe a little bit reflecting the economic scale of our relations with Russia, and comparing that to the economic relations that US had, if I may, because it's clear that European Union member states' dependencies and the bilateral relations, especially in the economic sphere, have been large scale, and that's why we have dependencies, and that's why it has been it has taken a relatively long time to cut the dependencies, but we have done a good job, and the job is ongoing. And then also coming back to enforcing and implementing the sanctions, as was already said in many of the speeches before, we have very heavy enforcement-heavy sanctions, and it was rightly to point out that we should allocate enough resources, especially human resources, trained resources, for sanctions implementation, and that's now the challenge for the EU member states. And I can also talk on Finland. I can say that there's clearly not enough people to enforce sanctions. That's one. Tom, you asked about the different regimes, hybrid and so on. Of course, those are very relevant for Finland also. But if we look onto the scale of sanctions, we are definitely now most working with the economic sanctions against Russia. That's what's keeping us busy. You know that Finland has also had large-scale bilateral relations also on economic scale that we have taken down to the minimum. Our companies have mostly left Russia. We had more than 4 companies there before the aggression started, and now we have maybe 10 left. So that's the scale how we have scaled down our activities with Russia. And we are ready to go for more if we reach the decisions by the EU. But then, of course, there has been good research done by the Canadian colleagues, actually, in the G7 on the harmonization or the alignment of sanctions by the EU and the G7. And those results are not, I would say, not very positive at the moment, because there are really big gaps in the alignment of sanctions. So there's a lot to do also in that field, in the sanctions. And I will also, my last point will be to point to the networking, task force, cooperation. That is really the key, and that is also where we need more resources. It's not only the national bubble that we are working in to tackle the global networks that we are fighting against. We need global cooperation, and there we also need very much resources.
So one of the things, thank you for that, one of the things that I would love to see the European Union do actually is, it feels to me as though we need a kind of a working group that goes right back to the beginning of this story and looks at all the sanctions that have been put in place against Russia and figures out, which ones are working, which ones aren't working, and how do we make those that are working actually more effective? Because, I know there are plenty of lawyers here today who make a handsome living out of navigating their way through the thicket of sanctions. But I think back to the point actually the Minister made, but also that Esther made, which is that I think we're pretty clear now on what our mission is, right? Defund Russia's ability to fight its war and stop it being able to buy the components it needs. And I sometimes wonder whether, again, we've kind of lost sight of that mission and are overcomplicating matters. But what would I know? Right. So, John, I wanted to ask you a question, and this is probably going to take you back to your old job, because as was mentioned by Esther, there was this enigmatic comment in the State of the Union speech from Ursula von der Leyen in the German bit about introducing irregular migration sanctions. But prior to that, in the internal security strategy of the EU, there's talk of the potential of introducing restrictive measures against criminal networks. And that's something, kingpin sanctions and that sort of thing, that's something the United States has a lot of experience in. So I was just wondering if you could perhaps share your perspectives on the role of sanctions against criminal networks, because that's surely very different to the role of sanctions against a state like Russia.
Absolutely. When people think of U.S. sanctions, they often think of Iran or Russia or Cuba. If I had to go back, and I'm dating myself a little bit, I started working with OFAC from the Justice Department lens in 1999. The U.S. began its narcotic sanctions doing individual designations against narcotic kingpins in 1995. It's been 30 years of focused activity against narcotic networks, against transnational criminal organizations coming later coming cyber sanctions and others. If you ask me what were the most impactful sanctions that the U.S. has had consistently, it would be the narcotics sanctions that have been done for 30 years, focused on narcotic networks in Latin America and elsewhere that had posed a national security and foreign policy threat to the U.S. They're one of the easiest ways to do it, because to implement sanctions, because they often don't conflict with policy goals. You often don't have to make any kind of policy sacrifice. You do have to make sometimes a hard decision that you might insult another country by calling out a narcotics network in that jurisdiction. But that's been something that I think the U.S. has been willing to do over time, and I think it's been a very impactful series of programs. More individuals and entities have been put on in the narcotics sanctions than any other, I think, sanctions program over time. And more importantly, more have been delisted over the years as they've pulled companies out of ties and affiliation with those networks. So you're hearing, from me, a big fan of those types of sanctions, because they're often not that difficult politically to do, and they can be very, very important to a country and a whole jurisdiction's well-being.
It gives me an opportunity to promote some work that we did at RUSI, and it's a couple of years ago now, but looking at the effectiveness of those sanctions regimes. And one of the things that came out of it from our study was it also was a way of working with third-party countries that were kind of facing these challenges, whether it's drugs, whether it's illegal migration. And actually the effectiveness seemed to be considerably more than perhaps the country-based regimes. Now, various questions have arrived. So I'm going to just stay with you, John, for a second for the first one. Obviously, we've seen these sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil, and now we are seeing sort of a dash to sell assets that are outside Russia, in the case of Lukoil, with Gunvor being rumored to be buying those assets. So is that a victory? I mean, is that if these companies that are sanctioned then have to divest themselves, is that a victory because we're taking away revenue from them? How should we view that?
It's all has to be done with thought, with respect to each different matter. These are different. OFAC always uses the term facts and circumstances. Each one of these companies in each one of the jurisdictions may face different facts and circumstances, but the ultimate objective should always be the same: limit the damage to the EU or the US or third countries and maximize the damage to Russia. And so sometimes that is done in different ways, but yes, I would say that's a victory generally.
Okay. We've got lots of questions, so I appreciate the short answers. So I'm going to come to you, Esther. There's a question here about, and I'm going to slightly adjust it. There's a question here about sanctions on individuals and specifically on what we might think of as oligarchs. I'm going to say this carefully, given I know the minister's view on this topic. If we reflect on the sanctions on oligarchs, or indeed sanctions on luxury goods, those sort of things, window dressing, performance art, what was the point of those sanctions, and have they achieved their point?
That's a very good question. I mean, I think we highlighted the really key objectives of this sanctions regime, which are about reducing Russia's revenues and stopping Western components from getting through to support the resupply of the Russian armed forces. And you could argue that sanctions on oligarchs are not contributing as much to that. I mean, in various ways they are, perhaps, but I think they sent a very important political signal at the outset about people who were connected with the Kremlin or involved in strategic industries in the Russian economy. It sent a very important signal that we don't want the UK economy to be involved in engagement with those actors or those companies. And I think that was really important to do. And those sanctions stay on. And the fact that people focus on them a lot, I think, tell us that they had a political impact, at least. I think I can see the argument as to how they might not be the most important part of this, but I think we had to do it.
So I remember in the early stages of the full-scale invasion, I happened to be a meeting at the US Embassy, and I asked this question, and there was somebody from the State Department outside the table who happened to have a copy of, I think it was the Daily Mail, anyway, some newspaper from the UK, and it was shortly, I think it was the day after Roman Abramovich had been sanctioned, and it was on the front page, and he said, Tom, there's your answer. It's on the front page of the newspaper. It's keeping the issue in the public eye, whereas, cleverly designed sanctions on some bit of technology, that's not going to get on the front page of the newspaper. On which note, I have to say, I just finished on the plane on the way here, that there's a book which is not very inventively, but it's titled Sanctioned, and it's the story of the sanctions on the process and the behind-the-scenes story of the sanctions on Chelsea Football Club. So if you want to see the complexities that you as policymakers unleash on the private sector world when you issue sanctions, read that book, because it's really an excellent story. So, Pia, I want to come, if I may, to you. There's a question here, which is it's an interesting one, which is that in Europe, we have sanctioned and therefore frozen, I'm not talking about the Russian central bank assets here, but we've frozen a lot of assets, property of one sort or another, and so forth. So what's the plan? What are we going to do with all these assets? Is there any sort of working group that's figuring out what to do with this? There's an awful lot of sanctioned property in Russia. What happens to all of this now?
Well, in Finland, we have a special authority called National Enforcement Authority that has done more than 200 freezings in Finland. And altogether, more than 200 million euros of assets have been frozen. What do we do with them? Well, it goes with the sanctions and the regulations that those will stay frozen. until we reach the goals of the sanctions, what we are striving. So, in other words, it's the goal at the moment is not to take away those assets. They have been frozen for the reason that we have in the sanctions, and we are, of course, if we talk about, let's say, oligarchs' assets in Finland, where we have, for example, some real estate and so on, of course, those assets can be, in some cases, used to maintain the premises, for example. But yeah, that's the main point.
So you, as the Finnish state, are you responsible for the upkeep of those assets that have been frozen? No, there are licenses issued to pay for the upkeep?
Yeah, according to the Finnish law, the sanction-listed persons are responsible for upkeeping the premises themselves, and of course all the financial transactions that are relating to the sanction-listed persons and the premises, real estate owned in Finland, are subject to licensing. So in Finland, MFA's sanctions unit is the licensing authority in that regard.
Perfect. Now, the clock in the front here, and also the eyes that Tom's is giving me, mean that we need to wrap up. And Paulus is shaking his head. So there's very clear messages coming from the right side and from the clock. So thank you, all three of you, very much. I mean, I would just, I think, like to reflect on one point, which is that I can't remember who it was said the other day that we need to unfortunately expect that this is going to continue. That Russia is not going to respect international law anytime soon. As the minister said, it is an economy that is set for war, not peace. But I do think that certainly from our seat at RUSI, through the various kind of task forces we run, that it is important to constantly remind ourselves of what our strategic goals are. And our strategic goal is not a 20th package. Our strategic goal is, as Esther put it, to kind of defund the Russian ability to fight its war in Ukraine and to restrict its ability to procure the goods that it's needed. And those are the two things that we should be saying every morning when we get up and every night before we go to bed, and we should not be distracted from that mission. Last point, I'm going to say it now, is that we will be having our Sanctions Summit in Brussels on the 4th of December, so we hope to pick up some of these topics then. But in the meantime, do please join me in thanking Esther, John, and Pierre for their contributions.
Thank you to our first panelists. I think it was an excellent discussion, many excellent points raised. I think about quality over quantity, 1920 sanctions packages, but they must be strong and impactful against Russia, and clearly they are in it for a long haul, so counting the consequences is, of course, proper, but our actions have to be strong, and Europe, US, and UK will also have to pay some price for Russia-related sanctions to be strong. And take example of Latvia. We did not wait for long. We did not wait for EU sanctions. We decided unilaterally as a country to cut imports of Russian gas already in 2023, starting from the 1st of January. So it can be done. Some also good points, I think, on Rosneft. Again, some of these policy issues can be solved through proper sanctions implementation. We have defined element of control in the regulation now, but EU institutions have always interpreted it. Look at Rosneft. It's not directly sanctioned under Regulation 269, but I would argue, strongly argue, that it is controlled by a designated individual, Igor Sechin, and Latvia is considered to be a sanctioned person as of 2022. So by unilaterally implementing and interpreting sanctions, we can achieve probably more. On the interpretation, of course, as all compliance, sanctions, and customs professionals know, interpretation can vary between different member states. And it can be complicated. and subject to different opinions. We all turn for guidance to lawyers, national competent authorities, the European Commission, regulators, and their guidelines and frequently asked questions. But most importantly, we are looking for an authoritative guidance stemming from the case law provided by the courts. And that is why our next discussion is titled Sanctions on Trial, How Courts are Shaping Sanctions Policy. So please welcome on stage the speakers and the moderator. The speakers will be Laila Medina, Advocate General of the Court of Justice of the European Union, and Catherine Fox, Head of Sanctions Litigation Unit, Sanctions Directorate. The discussion will be moderated by our own Mr. Maris Kluga, Senior Analyst of Sanctions Implementation Division at FIU Latvia. Maris, please lead the way.
Hello, thank you, Paulis. As you mentioned, and our topic is sanctions on trial, how the courts are shaping sanctions policy. So we'll be talking all about courts. And we have two speakers, Laila Medina, who is Advocate General at the Court of Justice of the European Union, and Catherine Fox, Head of Sanctions Litigation Unit at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom. Hello. So to obviously send questions to Slido as well, we'll get to those. But I would like to start with a broad question. What would you say is important to know about the competency of the court regarding sanctions, and is it any different from, let's say, different areas of law? And we could start with the EU. Laila.
Good morning. First of all, it's a great pleasure for me to be here, back home to Latvia, and talk a little bit about my own experience working in the Court of Justice. And the sanctions, or as we call it more commonly in the premises of the court, restrictive measures, because of being part of the foreign and security policy, are also rather specific as legal tools, and not necessarily following exactly the same trend of courts' competences as it is in other European Union policy areas. Why it is so? It is specifically because the treaty provides that in general the decisions made in this area are excluded from the competence of Court of Justice. And from that exclusion, there is an exception, talking that the restrictive measures or the sanctions are the only ones which are still related or where the Court of Justice has its competence. That would be the first point. The second point is related to the fact that the decisions made by the European Union institutions are based on two different legal bases. First of all, that's in Article 29 in the Treaty of European Union, which allows the Council to make the decisions, which is those decisions made on the unanimous premises, which means that all the 27 member states have to make a deal and have to agree. But there is then another article in Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union which allows to adopt the regulations which are meant there to implement, to provide the details of those decisions, what sanctions are applied. And that also involves two ways how the court looks at those sanctions adopted by the European Union institutions, and that is in general in two ways. The first way how the court acts is with respect to the individual listings. And there the persons who are targeted by those individual listings may put their claims in the Court of Justice, and that goes to the two courts we have in the European Union, first to the General Court and then to the Court of Justice for the appeal, where they can challenge those listings. And there the Court of Justice has its own way how it looks, and I will in few words explain later on. The other tool with the Court of Justice is the more traditional one, and that is through the preliminary references proceedings where the national courts, which are faced with different disputes, applying all the measures and what were discussed in a previous panel of national authorities applying those sanctions, enforcing them, when they face difficulties of the interpretation of EU law, that's where the national courts come in game, where they can refer the questions to Court of Justice, and the court will provide the interpretive judgment explaining. And just to mention some of them, that was about the service of notaries. There will be sooner following a judgment on the public procurement procedures and on the trust, uses of trust in different financial measures and so on. So these would be the traditional ways. And these are maybe more related to sectoral sanctions, and maybe less would be with respect to individual listings. When it comes to individual listings or the individual sanctions, where the specific persons or entities are targeted, there is also a rather specific way how the Court of Justice is approaching, and that reflects the idea which is put in the Common Foreign and Security Policy, that there in this area the Council is enjoying a broad discretion to set the policy goals. We had a discussion earlier this morning which goals are selected, which goals are then reflected in those decisions. And there the Council is enjoying, according to Court of Justice, a broad discretion to set those goals, to see how they function together, and the Court of Justice would only control whether they are manifestly inappropriate. So in general, that would be quite a high level of possibility for the Council to choose the proper measures and put them together how they work. However, when it comes to the individual effects on a persons or entities targeted by those listings, there the court has set another test, and there the test is the rule of law and fundamental rights of those persons. It might sound strange that we talk on this stage after what we heard earlier from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and our colleagues, that I bring the issue of fundamental rights and rule of law. But I think it is extremely important that there is a judicial authority which maintains the need that European Union or other countries as well, as much as they would want to proceed with effective measures, do not forget that the Union itself has to remain faithful to the rule of law and other values put in a treaty. And that's where the General Court in the first level and the Court of Justice checks whether there is grounds for listing those persons and whether there is a sufficient factual basis for the specific measures adopted towards those entities and individuals. And that's how the Court of Justice mechanism works and so far has proven to sustain this approach.
Thank you very much. And then turning to Catherine, to you, to UK. So is it as complicated in the UK?
Oh, I'm not sure you can compare that way. Perhaps I'll explain a little bit first about my role, because I bring a different perspective. So I head up the unit in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that deals with the response to the appeals. I'm a diplomat by background. I'm not a lawyer. And I've also been involved in setting up sanctions regimes and the negotiations for the EU cyber sanctions regimes, the UK cyber sanctions regime, and the first listing. So I've seen it from both sides, both how you set up a sanctions regime and then how you deal with appeals. Just to avoid any confusion, the sorts of sanctions I'm using today, as in English the word can mean all sorts of things, are asset freezes, travel bans, being disqualified from being a director, and these are on individuals, entities, and ships. So I won't be discussing trade measures or sectoral measures. The UK has 36 sanctions regimes now, and they all have the same appeals mechanism. And I think it's worth pausing to remember that for us, litigation is a sign of a system that's working. It demonstrates that sanctions are having impact because people wouldn't feel the need to challenge them if they weren't having some kind of impact. And it's also a hallmark of a fair, open and democratic society. And I think, as we heard in that keynote speech at the beginning of the conference, it's so important that we have that ability to challenge built into it. And something I'll come back to, I expect, quite a few times, success for us is that we don't need the sanctions anymore. They've had that impact in changing behaviour, in isolating, restricting behaviour. They've had that deter, disrupt, or demonstrate our values impact. So just to pick up a little bit about our courts, Sanctions on Trial is a great title for the presentation today, but I just want to remind people we're not talking about the criminal elements of this. It is a criminal offence in the UK to be providing assets to someone who's sanctioned, but that's not what we're discussing. We're also in the realms of a different threshold for evidence. It's not the same as for a criminal proceedings. In the UK, it's reasonable grounds to suspect, which is really much lower. And when we talk about courts here, we're talking about the administrative courts who ensure the lawfulness of decisions taken by government and assess the compatibility with human rights. I should also flag that we have court cases that are currently live and going through the system. And we have had in the past sanctioned individuals use things that my colleagues have said in conference presentations in their evidence. So I'll be thinking very carefully how I speak today. And I'm also accompanied by a lawyer as well who can answer perhaps some of the more legal questions.
Catherine, if we stay with you, can you give us a sense of how often sanctions in the UK get challenged?
Yeah, of course. So we have over, if you include the UN sanctions as well, we have over 5,600 sanctions currently in place, around 3,000 under the Russia regime. There are a few ways they can be challenged. First of all, the minister must revoke a designation if the required conditions are no longer met. That's in the law. We have to do that. A minister may at any time revoke or vary a designation. He has the discretion to do so. And also, at any time, a designated person can request a review, which we call a ministerial review. And if something new comes to light after that, they can request a further review. So the first thing we do when they request a review is provide them with all the information that led to them being designated. It's really quite a transparent process. They will have the advice that went to the minister. They will have the evidence pack. And we see that quite a lot of people don't take things any further. In fact, the majority of people, once they see the basis and all those arguments about why we think the criteria are met, what the purpose is, they don't take it any further. We then go through, if they want to continue, and do a really detailed review, going back and looking at all the evidence again, anything new that they provide us with, and we get sort of packs through from designated persons, solicitors, with sort of reams and reams of evidence. We go through all that, and we make a recommendation about whether their designation should be revoked, maintained, or varied. And if they disagree with that, they can then go through the UK court system. So the High Court, then the Court of Appeal, and then the Supreme Court, although they will need the permission of the courts to appeal at each level. So we've had 99 requests for ministerial review so far out of those 5,600 sanctions. 78% of those are from the Russia regime. We've completed 64 reviews. We've revoked 28%. So that shows the bar for revocation is very high, and most ministerial reviews result in the person still being sanctioned. We've maintained in exactly the same way only 14%, and we've varied 58%. That's often updating with new information, or we've reflected a change in behaviour. We can sanction on the basis of past behaviour, so often we recognise they now can't be a director because we've banned them from being a director through the sanction, so we'll put that in the past tense. We've had 6 cases go before the High Court, 2 cases reach the Court of Appeal, and 1 case before the Supreme Court, and there have been 11 different judgments made by the court so far. And I'm pleased to say 100% of those have been in favour of the UK government.
Now turning to the EU, could you also, Laila, give us a sense of what the workload is of the court since the invasion of Ukraine regarding sanctions cases?
Yeah, I did a little bit of the statistical homework, and the figures are, I think, speak of themselves. Since 2001, we've been counting, and it's around 400 cases regarding the sanctions before both of the Court, General Court and Court of Justice. And if you look back at statistics, the years from 2001 up to 2022, there would be between 5 to 10 cases per year, with the exception around years 2011, 2014, where it was a little bit higher. And now when we look at from the 2022, the court is facing, in 2022, there were 50 cases in 1 year, and the last 2 years, there's already 70 cases challenging different measures adopted by the council, which shows an 7 times or even more times increase of the workload, which in a way I would say, also agreeing with the colleagues, shows the effectiveness of those sanctions, because those people are challenging them, so they feel the effect of those sanctions or those entities, and therefore they do turn to the court to try to challenge them. So far, there are 267 cases closed, so many of them still pending, and when looking how successful those appeals have been, we can see, and if we take not only full acceptance of appeal, but also partial success, there have been in a general court in average 30% of success rate, and a Court of Justice below 20%. And what we can also see that the quality of the council's reasoning, the quality of the general court's work shows that the success rate is decreasing over the years. But what is clearly visible, and maybe I don't know if it's possible to show, over the years, we made a graph. This is how the workload is increasing. So you see that it has been rather steady for many years, and then last 3-4 years, it's a high rate increase of the caseload in both courts.
And Laila, to touch on cases you yourself have been involved with, you have provided conclusions for the Court of Justice in 6 cases regarding listing criteria, and 5 of them have been about the leading businessman criteria, which seems to be a bit more controversial than others, because these persons often publicly they state, I don't know Mr. Putin, I don't influence Russia, I cannot really do anything about the invasion, so why am I on this list? So have your conclusions in these cases addressed any such arguments?
Yeah, these are the one can call pilot cases, although there is no such a legal pilot cases procedure, but the Court of Justice selected 5 cases to analyze the arguments, and that is so-called criterion G, which talks about the leading business persons involved in economic sectors, relevant economic sectors in Russia. And these cases, the main purpose of those cases was to challenge the legality of that criterion exactly on those grounds, as you mentioned, that those persons were listed not because of their personal impact on the president of the Russian Federation, but because of their impact in Russia's economy. And the very sense of that criterion was based on 2 notions. The first notion is being a leading business person, that is the person who has an impact in a specific sector of Russia's economy, and the other concept would be that specific economic sector which can provide financial resources to Russian budget to finance the war aggression. And in the opinions which I provided in summer this year, I argue, and we still will have to see what the court's judgment will be in those 5 cases, I argue that because of this discretion the council enjoys, it is appropriate to target those persons because of them being leading business persons, because of those economic sectors providing financial resources to Russian budget. There is a sufficient link between targeting those persons and the impact or the effect of those sanctions on Russia's ability to finance the war in Ukraine. And I think that reflects and connects with the was the discussion we had in a previous panel, that this cumulative effect of the sanctions, in this case targeting those persons who can develop the economy in Russia to make their business more difficult, is one of the ways how to impact Russia's ability to finance the war. And that was the very purpose of those opinions, to argue in a favor that there is no need for the Council to show a personal, individual connection either with the government or ability to impact the political decision making. It is sufficient to have the economic impact on Russia's budget.
And turning to you, Catherine, I know that in the UK there has also been quite a similar case, at least from what I understand, regarding Yevgeny Schwidler, a British citizen, supposedly a friend of Roman Abramovich, but also himself quite wealthy, so who was listed by the UK, and he contested this listing in court. Could you tell us what the outcome of the case was and the significance of it?
Yes, well, the reason I think this case is so significant is it's our first judgment from the UK Supreme Court since we had that legislation my colleague Esther was talking about in the earlier panel come in. And as the judgment says, this was essentially a test case of the proportionality of sanctions relating to Russia's invasion of Ukraine directed against a British citizen and his family, and that involves some very serious detrimental effects on Mr. Schwidler and his family. And as we've noticed, this sanction regime affects a significant number of people, so there's 3,000 listings under it, and it has high significance for society. It's a really important factor of the UK's foreign policy. And the court actually notes some evidence from my director and says that he rightly describes Russia's invasion as the most egregious violation of international law and the UN Charter, and the most serious threat to European security and the international order since the end of the Second World War. But also that deploying sanctions is a significant step that we don't take lightly. There will be a greater impact on British citizens than those the UK has sanctioned who are not British citizens. Just to avoid any confusion on this point, the UK asset freeze affects the ability of British nationals outside the UK to deal with sanctioned persons, but it doesn't freeze, for example, bank accounts they might hold overseas. So we think that this transparent legal approach is healthy. Anyone who wants to, this judgment is online, and you can go and read the judgment. And I think in terms of that sort of proportionality aspect you were asking about, it's kind of key in showing how to interpret. Sort of back in 2013, there was a UK judgment against an Iranian bank, Bank Malat, not under our current sanctions regime, but a previous measure. And it set out 4 tests that have to be met. We have to show the importance of the objective, the rational connection to the objective, whether a less intrusive measure could be used, and whether there is a fair balance between the rights of the individual on one hand and the broader community on the other. And the courts at all levels in Mr. Schwidler's case considered his designation to be proportionate, and that it did take into account his rights under the European Convention on Human Rights. So Article 1, Protocol 1, right to enjoy his possessions, and Article 8, the respect for his private and family life. It recognised and upheld that the Foreign Secretary and the Foreign Office have superior institutional competence to weigh up the factors in proportionality. It recognised that licensing has a really important role in ensuring the basic needs of a designated person can be met. And it also notes that licensing will not allow a high net worth individual to continue their previous lifestyle, and they will only have their needs met at a basic level. For example, it will allow them to use public transport rather than perhaps employing their own driver. But I think sort of key, and it came out in the previous section, is the importance of the objective. Why are we sanctioning them? And as you've heard, the purpose of the Russia regime is to encourage Russia to stop its destabilizing actions in Ukraine and undermining its territorial integrity. And it was accepted by all parties in the case that this aim was legitimate. And it was agreed that you need really high-impact measures in order to achieve that objective. It recognised it's difficult for the government and the court to understand what factors may or not influence President Putin regarding the war, and it's difficult to know whether a particular measure is working. And the fair balance of rights between the individual and the community recognises that there is, as we were hearing with the EU regimes, the sort of cumulative impact. It's not just about the impact this one designation the courts were looking at would have, but the impact that all of them collectively would have. And it recognises that the aim of the sanctions has vital importance to the UK's national security, and as a result it justifies taking action which affects the rights of the individuals where the connection to that aim is less direct, because that aim is just so important, and recognises it's not the case that every single wealthy person has to be designated in order for each designation to make a material contribution.
So then, is it true to say that going by this case, then the British government could now feel more assured that they have a significant freedom in deciding who should be sanctioned, and even if it's difficult to see a direct link of how that designation would impact the invasion?
So this is quite an interesting question, I think, because there's already a requirement we have to meet in the regulations to show the person is an involved person. This includes obtaining a benefit from or supporting the government of Russia, and that can be defined as including carrying on business in a sector of strategic significance, which means in sort of plain language that if you're involved in the business in construction, in defence, in financial services, you are seen by the regulations as obtaining a benefit from or supporting the government of Russia. So I think there are the sort of two elements of Mr. Schwidler's designation that when it reached the court, that sort of set out that relationship, that kind of means of influence. And that's why I think this is a particularly interesting case. It was both his association with Mr. Abramovich, but also he was a non-executive director of Evraz, which was a business in a strategic sector of significance. It's in the extractive sector. So already there was that direct link to show that sort of means of influence. As Tom was saying earlier, that sort of theory of change. And we put forward evidence that of 4 ways specifically that Mr. Schwidler's connection with Mr. Abramovich connects back to those purposes of the regime, and they are to send a signal to Mr. Schwidler and others associated with involved persons that there are negative consequences to having implicitly legitimized the Russian government's actions, to de-incentivize others from associating themselves in future with individuals close to President Putin and those who are also in businesses of strategic significance, to incentivize Mr. Schwidler and others in his position to oppose Russia's invasion of Ukraine more robustly, and also to encourage Mr. Schwidler to put pressure on Mr. Abramovich to encourage President Putin to cease the destabilization of Ukraine and to distance himself from President Putin. And I wonder if that sort of helps with the question in the last panel about sort of why would you sanction a particular person. It's those sort of 4 factors that I think that justify so many of that sort of broad category of Russian oligarchs, and the courts have upheld that now.
And while we're still on this case, there's also a question on Slido regarding the Schwidler case. So Catherine, could you comment on the dissenting judge view in the Schwidler case?
That's right. The dissenting judgment looks at sort of two issues. One is about how the sort of courts work and gets into the constitution. It is a myth that the British system doesn't have a constitution or that it isn't written down. It does. It looks at separation of powers and whether the court, what role the court should be having, and it dissented in that. And the different courts' role and whether they consider proportionality themselves or look only at the decision of the lower courts. But it does also look at those weighting and comes to a different view. So it's something that we take very seriously. And I think for us means that we need to continue this sort of careful approach of assessing proportionality before we consider any designation and really weighing up those factors, ensuring we have that theory of change there. So we think it's a reminder to us. We may have had these 11 court victories now. We will probably lose a case at some stage, but this is about us understanding where the parameters are, and it's a real endorsement that we need to continue this sort of really careful, thoughtful approach of working through each designation.
And now that we've discussed some cases in detail, I think it'd be useful to also zoom out a bit, take a wider look. Laila, question to you. What areas of sanctions regulations could the court address in the future that you think would shape sanctions policy?
I think from that perspective, it's important to point out every single time that what the court is doing, and I think it reflects very much what my colleague said about UK courts. This is the test of proportionality, and to the level as the court has already generally outlined, that the council's decision what the measure is appropriate is tested in a court with respect to manifest error in deciding what measures can achieve those goals as politically set by the council. And on the other hand, when it comes to individuals, yet again, the proportionality test, as set already in some of the judgments over the year, would mean that the council has to first show the ground and also must have a sufficient factual basis. And I think that will continue over the time, and in that sense, it will not change, that as the political goals remain in the hands of council, the court will look at the proportionality. Where the court's role can in future be maybe more impactful is when it comes to the preliminary references procedure, which is specific to European Union, where the court will provide the interpretation of the regulations which implement the council decisions. And the other area, which a little bit reflects the previous panel about the effectiveness, avoidance of evasion or circumvention, that's a new directive adopted within the EU on criminalization of circumvention and evasion of the sanctions. And once in, that will be in a full application, understanding the difficulties of ever-changing sanctions and criminally sanctioning those who support or help to evade those sanctions, that will be an area where the court judgments might play a very important role. But I think that the very bases are set already in the judgments of CADI 1 and CADI 2, where the court showed its role in following up the council's decisions and really underlining once every case and every case again the broad discretion of the council, shaped by proportionality and shaped by the legal basis of the specific area we are, common foreign security policy. But maybe one more sentence specifically on the Russian sanctions, and I think it reflects a lot also what the colleague just said, that is the reaction of Council or the European Union political institutions. It is really seen also in the eyes of court as a cumulative effect of all the sanctions put in place, and not of every single decision measuring it again, it's against the political goals of the council. And of course, we'll see how it will be reflected in court judgments, but I argue the very fact that Russia is breaching erga omnes obligations stemming from the public international law allows the Council to adopt really a lot of different ways of sanctions, as long as they are proportional, as long as they follow the basic rules of law and the individual rights of those entities and individuals. So I think there, in that sense, the court has given the red lines of the Council's discretion margins and set the test, which I think it's kind of very general test of proportionality, is also how it's shaped within this area of law.
And turning to you, Catherine, similar question. What awaits you in the courts in sanctions cases? What are some of the aspects of sanctions that you expect the court could, in a way, shape sanctions policy?
I mean, as we've already heard earlier today, sadly, I think we're going to need the Russia sanctions for some time. So I think we'll continue to see more testing of those. We're starting to have the first ministerial reviews through of specification of ships. So that's a new area for us and will be important. But I think we'll also start to see more tests beyond the Russia regime. And I think what the courts will be looking at will be a real reflection of the foreign policy challenges we face and the need to keep assessing the effectiveness against changing circumstances. For example, the UK has recently reworked its Syria regime because it was based around the fall of Assad. The world changed. We revisited our sanctions regime. Sanctions are designed to protect national security, promote global peace and security, and defend international norms and standards. And that includes protecting sovereignty, territorial integrity of states, and promoting human rights. Some continue to argue that sanctions impinge sovereignty, even though they can actually be there to uphold sovereignty. And these challenges aren't just in the courts. So I think as the courts continue to rule and uphold even quite stringent measures which have very deep effects on the individuals involved, we'll actually start to see more challenge around. And that's why it's been really helpful today. I think perhaps some of the work that Leila and myself doesn't always get asked to speak about at conferences, but I think it's really helpful for us to explain these sanctions regimes are really tested. They are legally sound, they do hold up. So that those who are sort of questioning the whole basis of what we're trying to do in sanctions can hear that there are those checks and balances in place.
And while we have a couple of minutes left, I can turn to Slido and see some questions, all of them anonymous, but some have likes. I'll pick one. I suppose this is could be for you, Leila. Please illustrate how the legal risks associated with the use of the frozen Russian central bank assets for a loan to Ukraine are addressed by the EU proposal. Is that anything you could comment on?
I wish I could. I think it might be a little bit difficult sometimes to remember that by the time the sanction regimes adopted by the Council reaches the court, some time has already passed. And currently the Court of Justice is addressing those decisions which were made in 2022-23. And therefore anything which is in a form of proposal is far beyond the court's ability to comment in any way. And the court is always there coming afterwards. And I think it is really for those political decision makers to learn from the court's practice, which is a little bit of the time backwards, and to develop the political decisions. The court and me now representing Court of Justice, and of course the court is never bound by my decisions anyway, but still we may not comment something which is just upcoming. We see the case before us and address the issues raised before us.
Yeah, that's what I expected as an answer to that question. But since there's not much time left. I would like to ask if there's anything any of you would like to add to this discussion that you think it's important to point out about the courts.
I think I wanted to maybe bring to the attention to the audience one of the judgments already adopted by Court of Justice from the sanction regimes adopted by the Council in recent years, and that is a case with respect to Elena Timchenko. And I think this is especially that, I think, in area of the criterion of being associated person is a very important judgment, which has developed the court's case law. What does it mean to include a person in a listed in a sanction in the individual listing when it's not the person because of that person's involvement either in business of Europe, of Russian economy, or being supportive to Putin's regime, but because of being associated. And in this judgment, the Court of Justice, in my view, raised three main points. First point is that for a person to be listed, the association has to go beyond simple family relationship. So it has to be something more objective and going beyond being simply a family member. The second point is the purpose of having associated persons listed, and that is to avoid circumvention of sanctions. And that as a purpose which is admitted and recognized by the Court of Justice can be very important for further listing of associated persons. And the third point, which is important from that judgment, is the way one should read being associated, which is not a simply economic way of being associated, but any type. The court has accepted that it's a very broad criterion, and as long as it objectively goes beyond the family relationship, it doesn't matter whether it's economic, social, or whatever other relationship. In this specific case, that was the foundation where the husband and the wife ran together a charity fund and had nothing to really do with aggression in Ukraine, but that allowed the person to benefit from the fact that the husband of Yelena Timchenko was actually listed himself. And I think in that aspect, that's a very important judgment to finalize the court's case law, or to explain what are those criteria which the council can then follow in those individual listings. And that maybe is a very one specific example how the court can shape the sanctioning policy by providing the understanding of outer limits of those criteria.
Thank you very much. And the clock says we're out of time.
No problem.
Okay, then our speakers were Laila Medina, Advocate General at the Court of Justice of the European Union, and Catherine Fox, Head of Sanctions Litigation Unit at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom. Thank you both.
On behalf of everyone here and online, we thank our participants of the discussion so far. I think this discussion again highlights the difference between our democracies where we cherish the rule of law, and it's one of the many things that separates us from regimes that I think late John McCain described perfectly as a mafia-run gas station that masquerades as a country. On this note, we will now take a break until 11:25. We'll be back at 11:25 on the next panel discussion related to customs and export controls. Thank you very much. So while people are still reconvening, I think we will start with the introduction. Welcome back, everyone. Before we continue, I would like to remind you that we are live streaming this conference, and you can ask your questions via an app called Slido. The QR code is displayed. You can do it both online and on-site. And our moderators will select and address the questions. The title of our conference starts with Guarding the Gate. The borders of the Baltic states are external borders of the EU with Russia and Belarus. This geographical proximity and the related trade flows constitute the most significant threats of sanctions violations, at least for Latvia. As a result, the customs officers and entities engaged in export controls have come at the forefront of sanctions enforcement. That is why our next session is titled Securing Borders, Enforcing Sanctions, the Role of Customs and Export Controls. Please welcome the moderator of this discussion, also representing the Financial Intelligence Unit of Latvia, Ms. Marta Tilhena, who is the head of our Sanctions Implementation Division. Please, Marta, the floor is yours, and Marta will also introduce our distinguished speakers.
Thank you, Paulis. Thank you for everybody who has come back to the conversation, and I would like to introduce our speakers for this panel. So first of all, we have next to me Raimonds Zukulis, head of Latvian Customs Board. Then we have Rūta Bajarūnaite, head of Sanctions Policy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania. And to continue, we have Frederick Lade Brock-Lips, who is a special advisor at the Danish Business Authority, which plays a central role in the control of dual-use goods in Denmark. As Paul has perfectly well started this conversation, our conference is called Guarding the Gate, and I guess our colleagues from Customs will be the most best positioned person who can explain us how does this looks in practice on day-to-day basis. And as Paul has said, our customs authorities not only guards the border of Latvia with Russia and Belarus, we are also the ones who are guarding the border of the all European Union with Russia and Belarus. And this puts us in a place in the center of EU's efforts to control the restricted goods. So I would like to start with a question, Raimond, to you. Could you just explain how has the role of Latvian customs evolved since 2022 with all the sanctions that have been adopted since? And are there any key trends and maybe some statistics to illustrate how does this looks on daily basis?
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Really nice to be here, and thank you for the invitation to share my thoughts. I will start with one fact. All customs officers, but not all, maybe only customs officers, know exactly when COVID ended in Latvia. It was 24th February 2022, and why Russia invaded Ukraine. At that day, actually, life of customs, role of customs changed significantly. Why? You know, customs always has one of tasks, trade facilitation, to promote businesses, to speed up exports and things like that. And in one day, we were very close to aggressor country, Russia, and country who supports aggression, Belarus, and we needed quick and significant changes in customs in our everyday routine, what we actually did. And we went from trade facilitation mainly to more careful checks. Work at border did not stop even for one day, but of course all these flows that are going through Latvia and through Latvia, via Latvia, there is road to Moscow actually. There is road to Moscow for all European Union cargoes, all European Union companies who are still trading with Russia. Let's say some figures. Before war, approximately 37 lorries each hour crossed our border. Nowadays, it's 21 approximately. Thus, it's a drop. And of course, maybe later I will also mention how many how many customs procedures we rejected because somebody tried to smuggle in or smuggle out sanctioned goods. But it's another story, maybe on another point. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. And of course, not only Latvia is the guard of the border of European Union, but also Lithuania and other Baltic states does the same task. So I know that we have very similar approach in Latvia and Lithuania, how we are dealing with export controls, how we are checking and making sure that no restricted goods are crossing the border. And I know this is a lot because of the so-called Baltic Agreement that Baltic countries as well as other countries have joined, where we have agreed on the same principles, how we do customs controls in order to control sanctioned goods. So, Ruta, my question is to you. Can you explain what has been the importance of this Baltic Agreement and explain a bit in details what it entails? And would you be of the opinion that other countries should join us?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues. So I think let me remind me a little bit how it started. So basically it was the end of the 2023, and then 3 prime ministers of the Baltic states have signed the agreement on the uniform regional sanctions implementation. This is how the initiative was called. It was firstly stemming basically from the need to prevent the exit shopping. So basically that the goods that Latvian or Lithuanian or Estonian customs deny being exported, that they would not use then another border crossing point to be exported. Nowadays, it's not anymore the Baltic Agreement. We have Finland, Poland, Croatia, and most recently Denmark joining the agreement. And now I would tell it's not anymore about preventing the exit shopping. It's now really about aligning and having the uniform approach to the customs controls. So I believe the customs colleague could tell more from the practicalities, how it works like on practice at the border. But we really ask and invite other EU member states, especially the producer countries, to join the agreement, mostly because it is about the uniform customs control measures, and it starts, with a logical route. I remember our customs when the war against Ukraine, Russia launched the war, so basically we had goods being exported via Lithuania and Belarus border to Argentina or to Great Britain. I mean, really random routes that had no logic itself. The agreement also has the manufacturer's declaration in it. And the requirement to provide the manufacturer's declaration at the time, especially with the luxury items ban and the luxury cars, helped a lot to curb the evasion of sanctions that is happening across EU external borders. So I think the agreement now has a lot of potential, and every time, everywhere, in whatever formats we're talking, us as MFA or customs, we really invite other EU member states to come together, because this is about the implementation and basically the effectiveness of sanctions. It's not the sole responsibility of us as member states sitting at the external border to do everything at the border crossing point for the customs officers to open the truck and check the items. The sanctions implementation starts at home, where the goods are being sent. So I think this is the essence of the agreement. So whatever EU member state hears today this message, really we invite once again to join them.
Thank you for that. And also, I'm sure, Raymond, you will share also some statistics on why it is that important. We know that there are a lot of goods crossing the border, but actually how many of the goods crossing the border of Latvia, how many are exported from Latvia and how many are exported from other EU countries? Can you just give us the picture so the audience understands why the common approach is so important?
Actually, I believe Minister of Foreign Affairs already mentioned 80% of all export declarations that we are closing on our border started somewhere else, not in Latvia. It's normal thing because, yes, we have external border, not like every country in the European Union with Russia and Belarus. And actually, we are in quite unique situation because we have a border with both. I know that also Lithuania has a border with Kaliningrad Oblast, but it's a little bit different. It's not the mainland of Russia. And what we saw from the first days, that sanction evasion went through Belarus a lot. And we stand it very firmly, and our voice, I believe, was heard that sanctions should be equal for Belarus and Russia. And thanks to our partners from Ministry of Foreign Affairs and FIU, together, I believe we pushed this initiative, and nowadays it's a quite a better situation. And one more thing about this Baltic Agreement, if you can imagine borders, there are BCP, border crossing points, where goods are crossing to Russia or Belarus. And of course, businesses who are still doing these operations, they are sharing information very good. And they can learn, can know which maybe is the weakest link or weakest point. And this Baltic Agreement helps in that way, that we have unified approach. If Lithuanians are asking for some documents, and Latvians are doing the same, and our colleagues from Estonia and so on, and it helps really practically to stop sanctions circumvention.
Thank you for that. And to move on, I want to just maybe switch a bit our talking points a bit to the private sector. So we often hear, and there might be some misconception in the public, that once goods have crossed the borders, it means that no sanctions have been violated. So the customs border are the main authority, they do the checks, they do the controls, and if the goods have traveled across the border, then the company can feel safe and peaceful that no violation has happened. So this is a misconception that we would like to clarify, and therefore I will ask Raimond, can you just really clear the myth and explain what role does customs play and what is the role of the private sector?
Customs, of course, making all the controls based on risk analysis. And yes, if it's, I believe my words will reach quite a big audience. I would like to mention that business remain fully responsible for complying with international and national sanctions, even if authorities, customs or other authorities carried out some checks and found no violations. We really had some cases when we found something, and then some businesses are mentioned to us, but we are exported already for 2 previous shipments and nobody stopped us at that point. Still, customs inspection does not remove or transfer the merchant's obligation to ensure sanction regime. It's really important.
Thank you for clarifying that. But at the same time, of course, business, as we heard, are the main person who is responsible for what goods are crossing the border and what transactions they are entering to. But of course, a lot in this complicated sanctions landscape also has to be done by the authorities. And therefore, I wanted to turn to Frederick. I know that your authority engages a lot in outreach to the businesses. So do we in the Financial Intelligence Unit. We are tasked to help the businesses to implement sanctions, to understand what are the restrictions. So could you share a bit what is your practice and how do you say how important this outreach is for the private sector?
Yes, of course. And first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this panel. It's a pleasure to be here. Before delving into the question, I think I would also like to just tell you how we are structured in Denmark in regards to export controls and sanctions, because I don't think that all of you know about that. So regarding export control, the Danish Business Authority, where I'm from, is the competent authority for dual-use export controls in Denmark. This means that we receive applications from industry and issue licenses for export of dual-use items. We are also responsible for the enforcement and handle cases related to breaches of export controls. And in this regard, we are working very closely with the customs authority, as Raymond is explaining about, because that is also very important. Because they stop the physical, they're the physical control of items at the border. And of course, we're also managing other tasks as well. For example, as also mentioned in the introduction, we participate in the EU-level discussions on export controls and sanctions. And Denmark is actually currently holding the presidency of the Council in the EU. And I'm actually the chair of the dual-use working party that is responsible for export controls in the European Union. So this is also a big task that we're having at the moment. Regarding sanctions, Denmark has a decentralized structure in the area of sanctions, where a number of competent authorities are responsible for implementing and enforcing the sanctions within their respective areas of responsibility. In the Danish Business Authority, we are primarily responsible for the export bans, but also regarding freezing of funds and making funds available for sanctioned persons. We also issue licensing in regards to exemptions for the sanctions. And then to your question, I'm sorry for the long introduction. I think it is very important to say that it is up to companies and industry to comply with the existing rules. However, we all know that the existing rules are getting more complex and it's changing all the time. We are up in the 19th sanction package, and the geopolitical environment is also constantly changing. So therefore, guidance and outreach is very important and play a very helpful role in order to help industry to understand these very complex rules. So our aim is to inform companies on the latest regulations and to assist them in identifying certain risks related to certain exports. And as Raymond also said, it's a very risk-based approach that is very important to have. We also offer guidance to companies and individuals to help them understand these regulations. We are distributing letters directly to companies that we know are exporting sanctions items. So we're sending them a letter in order to explain about the latest regulations. We are also having webinars, I think, each year. So we're doing a lot of outreach. But I think it's very important. We also have a hotline where companies are calling in. And I think we have around 50 calls or something, 10 to 20 calls a day, I think. So we have a lot of questions from industry. I think that was what I would like to say on this point.
Thank you for sharing that, and it sounds like that the Danish authorities are doing so much to help the businesses, and similarly, I can say the same applies to Latvia. We do as the Financial Intelligence Unit, have a lot of dedicate our resources a lot to helping navigate these complex sanctions regulations. But again, turning Raymond to you. So, as we just established, the main responsibility lies for the compliance of sanctions, lies for the businesses themselves. And since for many years in Latvia, violations of sanctions was a criminal offense. And as of this year, we have also introduced administrative liability. So some part of the violations have been decriminalized. These are violations concerning export and import of goods, which are under the value of 10,000 euros. And this might seem from maybe from the first glance a bit of a softening approach, but at the same time we know that that what seems at the first glance might not be the actual case. So could you provide your opinion on how do you see this evolution from criminal liability to also administrative liability, and how this has affected the overall deterrent power of fines for violating sanctions?
Yes, we needed to explain a lot that we are not softening our approach to to sanctions compliance by introducing, it's for luck, I believe, by introducing administrative responsibility for sanctions. But imagine if there, I don't know, some expensive bottle of champagne, are we really should put our criminal case and a big effort to solve this problem, or we just need to take away this item and put a penalty and ask person not to do it. And actually, the penalties, administrative penalties, are quite big. For businesses, it's starting with 10,000 euros. 10,000, yeah, which means that I don't know if you are exporting, maybe by mistake, some goods that are worth 3,000 or 5,000 euros, you can lose these goods and also can receive a penalty of 10,000 euros. Yeah, it's and it helps. And of course, what I would like to say, tax and customs police in Latvia are dealing with criminal cases that's connected with sanctions. And I believe by this new act, new administrative punishment possible, they can put their resources to more important cases, to more significant cases, where sanctions are violated in bigger amounts, or gives Russia more money, or gives Russia new technologies, and not putting their attention to some small cases what we can solve. This new regulation is enforced from 10th of June this year. We do not have yet court experience, but it will be, I believe so, because companies are appealing. But we already have, I take a look into statistics, 247 cases already when we punished administratively somebody. And it really helps that, one more time I would like to stress, it helps to put our resources and to go with criminal cases after more important, significant situations. Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's very important aspect that you just brought out, that we have to be very careful about where we put our resources in. We do have limited resources, and this brings me to the next question, which I would like to ask, first of all, to Ruta. Currently, in the sanctions regulations, we have put export and import controls of variety of goods, starting from luxury goods as it is prohibited to export champagne to Russia, which is of the value of more than 300 euros. I don't know who of you have drank champagne more that costs more than 300 euros. I haven't. Okay, Tom, great, thanks. Finally, we have found somebody. Yeah, okay. So yes, we have on the one hand these luxury goods restrictions, and these apply only from certain value, and this is quite an administrative burden to keep in the customs controls checks on whether luxury goods are or above the value that is allowed and prohibited. At the same time, we of course are prohibiting to export military goods, dual-used goods, and other critical technologies that Russia needs to maintain its war efforts. So my question, Ruta, is to you from policy perspective. Do you think that quantity is better than quality, and should we be rethinking some of these restrictions that are in force, and really to be able to concentrate there where there is this effect on Russia?
Yeah, I think we are continuing with the luxury items, and the question already posed today in the panel. I would tell like that the ban on the export of the luxury items, if I'm not wrong, it was third package of sanctions, which is like March 2022. We have to admit that at that time, EU, as EU27, we were moving very quickly with the sanctions packages. There were not many deliberations at that point. We were just pushing for more and more and more. The situation we are currently in, and I think those who implement sanctions have noticed that it is already 3 packages in the row. We are moving items from the luxury items ban to a full export ban. So I think this is partly the answer. What is happening, we are reviewing in general what is happening with the luxury items, because you can have caviar champagne, but at the same time there are mobile phones there as well that are prohibited to be exported. And what kind of the luxury item mobile phone is? So I think Raimons would tell how businesses were manipulating, prices when exported, and the luxury cars. We were all being involved in all those circumvention schemes that have been happening. So I think we are at the point that we have to review what is happening, especially with the Russia sectoral sanctions regulation. You will find definitely there, if I may say, some random restrictions. But I think what is important to note here is sometimes when we issue the package and there are some restrictions in the package, and they sometimes come not in the form of the restriction, but for example, in the notification, this is the result of the negotiations. This is what we also usually know for the businesses. It is not always the aim and basically what was put on the table when we first started the negotiations. So apologies to what do we have, but this is the EU27 sometimes result we have on the paper. So I think, as in the first panel today, panelists discussed, now is the time to review. And of course, I don't want customs going after the champagne rather than they would go after the common high priority item or like chips or anyone. So as we said, let's come back and clarify what our aims are. And I think we have already discussed today that to defund Russia's war machine and to deny any access to the items that actually makes flying their bombs and drones. So this, I think, it's time to review and see where we can have stringent regulation.
Maybe a very short comment from my side too, from point of view of customs and also from point of view investigators and prosecutors. Keep it simple, as less exceptions as possible, because every exception that we need to check, it takes our resources. And other second thing that I would like to say, let's take Ferrari, big nice Ferrari, and I hear that maybe we should not ban because they will not drive with Ferrari to Ukraine and let's Russia pay money. But remember that VAT from that Ferrari will go to budget of Russia, and this VAT will be spent on war. Yeah. One more time, from point of view of customs, as less exceptions as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts on this important question. And as just discussed, the really ensuring that these critical goods do not enter Russia is where we should concentrate our efforts, and licensing to keep sensitive goods and technologies out of bad guys. This has been a long practice, and now with sanctions, it is there have been additional restrictions put on exporting dual-used goods to Russia, and this has been prohibited with some exceptions. So I would like to ask you, Frederick, as your authority is involved in the control of the export of dual-used goods, could you just share what are the most significant recent and also maybe some upcoming changes in dual-use goods regulations? And do you think that the regulations are keeping up with the pace with the real-world technological and geopolitical challenges that we are facing right now?
Yes, thank you for that question. I think I will start with a delegated act that the EU is going to publish in the next few weeks. It is, from our perspective, a very important act because it is updating the control list, the Annex 1, to the dual-use regulation with new dual-use items such as quantum computers and other emerging technologies. And as you ask, I think it's very important that the control list is updated with the rapid technological developments going on. This delegated act is also important because it has been difficult to update it in the last few years. This means that member states have made national control lists instead of a common EU control list. So this has also made a sort of patchwork of national control lists, and it's very difficult for companies and to member states to navigate in. And we think it is very important also for the level playing field to have the same controls in every member state. So this delegated act is going to make it more even across member states and to update with new control lists. So I think this is very important. Other things that have happened in the EU side of things the last years is that the dual-use regulation, the last recast, was adopted in 2021. There was some significant changes, including expanding the scope to human rights considerations and a new catch-all controls on cyber surveillance items. And then after the recast, we have worked a lot on the implementation of the regulation, and this includes publishing guidelines of the cyber surveillance, catch-all provisions, and also more transparency due to a more detailed annual report from EU on export controls. And we have also published a recommendation, a better coordination of national control lists, and also established a new expert group on ITT, intangible transfers of technology. So a lot of things is actually happening in regards to implementing the regulation, but we're also working towards updating.
And to follow up of what you just mentioned, you mentioned these intangible technologies. And of course, also sanctions prohibit export of certain softwares and these intangible technologies. Could you share how these export controls have evolved or how they should evolve in order for us to be able to effectively control also intangible export of intangible goods?
Yes, first it is important to say that the export control system in EU also covers control of intangible technologies and software. So if a company is sending an email including a software that is controlled, it could be a cyber surveillance software, then they need a license beforehand to export it or to send the email. The issue is that it is very difficult for customs because it's not a physical product, so it's actually quite difficult to control. But it's again up to industry and to companies to comply with the rules. But that's also why we have issued some guidance from EU, also to researchers actually and to academia, because it's also relevant for universities and for universities, because they also transfer very important knowledge that is controlled. So this is also something that we are working towards.
Thank you, everybody, for answering these questions. We have quite a lot of questions in the Slido application, so I will turn to some of these. So first of all, a question to Raimonds. Does the customs inform the manufacturer countries of their companies who have been caught violating sanctions at the external border? And if yes, what are the effects?
I believe the companies know if export is rejected and the goods are not going, for example, to Russia, they should somehow understand that something is wrong. But afterwards, it depends what's happened next. If it's some criminal case or it's only rejection of the export. Yeah, it depends. But normally, company should know that goods are not allowed to be exported.
The question more focused on whether you inform also the countries where the manufacturers are. So if a car is manufactured in Germany, so would you inform Germany? And
in customs we have a system that if we are rejecting something, immediately information is sent to all 27 EU countries. The same, I don't know, for example, if colleagues in Lithuania stopping something or not letting through, we know this information and we will use this information like a risk information because this cargo maybe will come to us and they will try to export via Latvia, which means that, but we are not approaching like directly companies and manufacturers. Yes, our colleagues know, and of course they can use this information as they want. For example, I don't know, customs, German customs or other European Union countries' customs.
So competent authorities in each of the countries know, and then it's up to them how they use this information. And I know there's interesting statistics on how many these risk information forms are on daily basis issued by the Latvian customs and overall Baltic customs authorities, and how this proportion is for other countries. Could you share it?
The top three is Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland, actually.
For sanctions?
Yes, for sanctions, definitely. But of course, it because we have external border also explains why such figures and numbers are in favor of 4 countries.
So I guess the main takeaway is that the information is out there, available for authorities in other EU member states, and it's up to the member states to really act upon this information. Another question to Fredrik. There was a question about, you were telling about what is the outreach activities that you do, the consulting, informing the companies, and you mentioned also this phone, possibility to call you and have advice on phone. And there was a question on whether, and is it somehow regulated, where if the private sector receives this consultation over phone, can they use this also in court to support their arguments?
Thank you for that question. That's a difficult question, so I'm not sure I can answer it so good. But yeah, we have this, we're calling it a hotline. It's open from 9 to 3 every day, and then companies can call in and get guidance. So I think it's not something that it's, I think it cannot be used for court because it's just guidance for companies. Yeah.
Thank you. A question, I guess, to anybody who is ready to answer. Can you share what are the tendencies on dual-used good export restriction, evasion, or circumvention? Do we see this happening in Latvia, Lithuania, or Denmark? Whether and how it is tried to evade dual-used good exports?
I maybe will comment shortly that quite significant point was when there were a new sanction package that forbids to bring battlefield goods in transit via Russia and Belarus. It was quite a big turning point because before that, it's not a secret. For example, Central Asian countries were used to avoid and circumvent some sanctions, and we experienced it on the borders that goods are, I don't know, going to some Central Asian country, but actually we had quite a big doubt that they are staying in Russia. And I believe it was sanction package number 10, but it's not important which number, when this problem was solved by putting in that there is ban for transit via territory of Russia and Belarus. And we don't see a lot of such cases.
If I may also very shortly. I think what is happening on our side is that the main circumvention is the exemptions that are still in the package on the dual-use items and the common high-priority items. What it means is basically that we have a large part of equipment arriving at Lithuanian border, for example, and our customs officers then have to decide whether that equipment, which is maybe meant to be, for example, laser for the eye surgery, is actually for the eye surgery for the hospital in Russia. So I think it's 4th year of war of aggression, and we still allow dual-use items or advanced technology items to be exported to Russia or Belarus for the medical and pharmaceutical purposes. There is no medical purpose in Russia whatsoever, and not by using the Western origin, like EU origin goods. So I think our mantra for like 2-3 years now is like, let's get rid of it. If any EU member state wants to export dual-use or advanced technology items to Russia, get a license. This is your responsibility then if you are sending those items. It's not for the customs officers at the border to identify and decide whether this is actually going in the right way of direction, which to our opinion, definitely not. So I think this is sort of the loophole that is in the place and where we need political will to drop it, and don't have any dual-use exports or advanced technology exports to Russia or Belarus.
Thank you for your opinions. And to conclude, I will ask the last question, and also anybody who wishes to answer can provide the answer. So Frontex supports EU member states in dealings with people crossing borders. So what help does the EU give member states on the customs frontline with Russia and Belarus? And maybe if not, none of help is received from EU, what help do we need?
Okay, I will shortly comment it. No, it's we cannot say that there is no help at all or things like that. Always we want maybe more, some additional funds or things like that. But main idea is that, for example, European Commission consulting us. If we have some questions, if we have some, if we need some information, or there are new regulations, and should we evacuate? It's. I forgot what I wanted to say, but it's okay. But okay, European Commission helps us, but of course, always we will be very appreciative if we will have something more.
Thank you, and with that, I would like to end this panel, and thank you very much for the speakers. We had Raimond, Ruth, and Frederick. Thank you so much, and.
Thank you very much for this engaging discussion. I think once again we got very powerful messages about the unity of implementation at the border, about the political will to stop with the derogations. I think that's an extremely important part. FIU Latvia, we've been the national competent authority since April 1st, 2024, and our approach has always been, if you want to get a license for import and export, the burden of proof is always on you. And our default approach is, you want to violate sanctions and you want to allow you to do it. So the burden of proof is very high, and usually the default answer from us would be no, you can't, unless there's very specific reason. And we don't get asked a lot. I think that's why. That's the reason why. And it is in line with our political stance on derogations and imports and exports with Russia in general. If it's sanctioned, it's sanctioned. But there was an excellent phrase, I think, that the head of Latvian Customs said, that whatever Customs does, whatever Customs officers do, the ultimate responsibility in complying with sanctions is with the businesses themselves. Therefore, naturally, our discussion continues to the next topic, sanctions in practice, business responsibility, and compliance, which will be led by Dr. Kinga Rydlovska, head of Center for Finance and Security Europe at RUSI, so Tom's colleague. Please, Kinga, join us. Oh, I didn't see you, sorry. Wow, okay. And please welcome to the stage also the speakers, which will be introduced by Kinga, Edgars Pastars, Jeff Nielsen, and Colleen Sinclair. Please welcome.
Thank you, Paulis, and welcome everyone. It's great to see so many of you here for this conversation. I realize I am following my boss, Tom, on stage, so the expectations are high. I will do my best to keep this one as just as engaging as Tom's discussion and all the previous discussions, or at least not to get some of you sanctioned by FIU Latvia for losing focus and breaching the rules of the conference, which are to focus on the panel and not to scroll your phone. Now, sanctions and export controls have been for a long time a part of international policy toolkit, but over the last couple of years, this has been taken on to a next level and dimension. And it's no longer big financial institutions and multinational corporations that need to be aware of sanctions, but nowadays it's businesses across all sectors that need to know what is expected of them in terms of sanctions and that need to build in compliance into their daily activities. And to unpack this today and see how this looks in real life, we are joined by three fantastic speakers. We will be talking about how companies are adapting, what robust compliance looks like in practice, and how governments can help make those responsibilities clear and workable. And this is something I will discuss today with Edgars Pastars, advisor at Finance Latvia Association and partnered at Cobalt Latvia, who brings both the legal and industry perspective on how compliance plays out in practice. Welcome, Edgars.
Welcome.
Jeff Nielsen, international sanctions and export controls lawyer at Rumble with long experience across the US and Europe in helping businesses build strong compliance cultures from the inside. And Colleen Sinclair from Global Affairs Canada Sanctions Bureau, the Deputy Director, who leads outreach and engagement to help Canadian businesses understand and meet their sanctions obligations. So to get us started, I would like to ask all three of you what are the big challenges, what are the big changes you have seen in how regulators expect companies to act? Colleen, why don't we start with you? It's on.
So I would say the biggest change that we have seen, I mean, we go back 3 years to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and the use of our autonomous sanctions legislation in Canada. That has been, it went from, one package every 2 months to, I think in 1 month we had like 60 packages. So this puts the compliance burden on Canadian stakeholders, like it has increased tremendously. And so that would be the biggest change, I think, facing Canadian stakeholders. And then on top of that is the increasing number, but the increasing complexity is also a challenge. And then add on that level compliance that we expect with all of the Western sanctions and G7+. So I think this is the biggest burden that we've seen on our stakeholders. However, burden does not mean they're not responsible to take care of it. Thanks.
And Edgars, how do you see expectations from the regulators changed over the last 3-4 years?
The first question would be who is the regulator here? Because businesses they think that they are not regulated in this regard. I think not supervised unless criminal case is commenced, which is the end of the story in this case. But going forward, we see that I think 3-4 years ago there was no legal requirement for businesses to have any compliance program as a mandatory requirement. It was sort of a recommendation or nice to have. Now we see in the regulation 833/2014, then there is a requirement if you export common high priority items to third countries, then this is the requirement and you must have this compliance program. Secondly, what we see from the guidance of FIU Latvia, European Commission, we see clear, I would say, the framework how businesses should operate. It wasn't the case before. It was more soft, more vague, or even absent at all. And now you have hundreds of pages of guidelines detailing what you must do. And the third thing is the criminal cases. I don't think that this is the nice thing to talk about at all, but we still see that the courts also are setting some standard. It's good that we had the panel today, but not only about the listing of people, but also about the real compliance in criminal cases. What is expected, how the management should exercise their right or obligation to control the company or run the company in a proper way. And those expectations have risen as well.
And Jeff, what's your take on how the expectations have changed?
I will first start with footnoting everything that Edgars just said, because everything I've written down here, I should say, he said, other than one thing. Well, first I'll back up a second. noticed, obviously, you mentioned I'd worked in the States and now here. Clearly, the European Union and its member states are taking on a posture more akin to that of the United States. There's still a journey, and we can talk about that. But certainly, that's a change. And in this regard, I've noticed a couple of things. First, European regulators expect that, as Edgar's touched on, that companies who have to comply with EU sanctions take a more proactive role. This, of course, is embedded throughout quite a few of the FAQs. There are due diligence requirements in certain respects with regard to Russia's sanctions. But on top of that, one key issue that I have noted is that the European Union itself, through its member states, now require that actors or operators in the EU take on obligations outside the European Union. We're all familiar with that term. EU sanctions are not extraterritorial. I will talk to you a lot about that today. They always have been. I can defend that point. But in this regard, I look to the best practices obligation. I know this was a political compromise that was struck. Originally, the text was that EU subsidiaries outside of the European Union had to themselves comply and were subject to penalty if they didn't. That was reined in a bit to only require that the parent company make their subsidiary comply, and the parent company was subject to penalty if it didn't. But in effect, compliance now extends its long arm outside the European Union. I think that's extremely monumental in this regard.
So you talked about how the European law changed and aligned more with the US approach, but let's stay with you for a moment. What are still the differences between the US and Europe?
Yeah, well, there are a lot. Fortunately, I think they're beginning to close the gap. There are clear, obvious differences in governance, right? We've got 27 member states in the European Union who have to reach consensus on sanctions matters, uniform consensus. The US is obviously one government. Obviously, there are technical differences between the way US sanctions are implemented and EU sanctions. EU are regulations, US is executive orders or statutes that become regulations. There's a lot of differences there. But in terms of what can be changed and what is changing, one issue that I've researched quite a bit recently, because I do some academic work on sanctions as well as working day-to-day on the issue as a lawyer, and that is in the context of secondary sanctions. The United States, or secondary designations, the United States has used this tool extensively, dating back particularly since the 1990s, focusing on Iran and other jurisdictions as well, and now, of course, Russia. The European Union, since the second invasion of Ukraine occurred in 2022, began to use this tool as well. We call it, Gonzalo from RUSI, and myself, another lawyer named Jan.
Yes, there is a very interesting article published by you and our colleague Gonzalo Solis that I recommend.
Yes, Jan and Gonzalo and I wrote a law review article, and thank you, by the way, for letting us borrow him. He's a wonderful researcher. We wrote a law review article on this topic, and we coined a new term called ancillary listings. This is the EU term for secondary sanctions. We have documented through extensive research, mostly to Gonzalo's credit, extensive use of this tool. This is a huge change that brings the EU a lot closer to US practice. The third thing I'll talk about is enforcement. And in this regard, I always like to refer to companies as both the object and the instrument of sanctions, which is what makes sanctions unusual. Every company is the object of a law. All companies are the object, for example, of competition law. You break the law is enforced against you. The EU is beginning to close that gap with regard to enforcement. There is still a long way to go, but they're beginning to close the gap. Member states are. On the instrument side, though, this is what makes sanctions unusual and different. And some of the panelists have talked about this issue, and that there should be better outreach to companies and partnering with them to ensure they're not breaking the law. Companies are still required to not break the law, of course, but the instrument issue is something the US has long been engaged in, and it's pleasant to see that, for example, in forums like this, that governments are establishing frameworks where companies can feel comfortable to deal with the regulator. I'm in Denmark myself. I am very familiar with the hotline that Fredrik mentioned. I think these things are great, and the EU is beginning to close that gap and making things more like the US model.
So OFAC is geographically far away, but we all are very aware of its powers here. But let's indeed turn into our own backyard. Edgar, please tell us, how have Latvian businesses adapted in recent years, and I challenge you, most of the guests here at the audience are Latvian businesses and representatives of financial institutions. Please hold Edgar's to account for what he's saying. You can submit any questions or comments via Slido, so please do so. So, Edgar's.
I would say that Latvian businesses, they have been familiar with sanctions even before the war in Ukraine broke out in 2022. But those were like distant regions like North Korea, Iran, Cuba, something like that. Then after 2022, I would say that sanctions were, we could find them on our backyard. So even your neighbor could be a sanctioned entity, or a company in front of your company on your premises could be sanctioned. So it meant that companies needed to implement those controls rapidly and focused also on local counterparts, not just some international companies working here or trying to engage the Latvian company in sanctions circumvention. I would divide those businesses in three parts. First, those are believers who think that they are complying with sanctions not because it is the law, but because they follow their heart. It's the right thing to do. And they mostly apply risk capital appetite and only then controls. And I say risk capital is the main control to reduce inherent risks there. Second of those are say, I can take the money because if I don't do that, someone else will. So that's why I'm doing business with Russia. I may be cutting corners somewhere, but no one will find me. But if it happens, I will deal with the consequences.
Are there any of those present here?
Hopefully
I don't
not.
expect anyone to reveal themselves, but
Hopefully not.
Okay.
And the third group is those who just don't care. Or they don't aware, or they are aware, or they exercise willful blindness. I had a case with the client that you need to implement 5 controls because your software as a service platform might be exposed to sanctions risks. You export some common priority items to Brazil. You need to have those controls. I said, no, because you're ruining my KPIs set by the shareholders. And this was a normal company. If something happens, bank will instruct me what to do.
Colleen, is this the picture that you recognize? Because you travel across Canada to talk to businesses. Please tell us a bit how it looks like in practice, your work, but also what's the most common concern or misconception you hear when you meet Canadian businesses?
Thank you. So a few years ago, Canada significantly increased its resources to create a sanctions bureau. As part of that, my team was created that's responsible for outreach and compliance with Canadian stakeholders. So yes, I have traveled across Canada. I've been to every province and territory. It's a big country. It took a while. But I agree completely with what my colleague here said. For the most part, I think that Canadian stakeholders want to do the right thing. If there is some evasion or circumvention, it does tend to be inadvertent. They simply don't know what they don't know. The bad actors, of course, there's always bad actors, but we leave that to our enforcement agency, which is separate from the Sanctions Bureau. And so what I tend to see, I wasn't necessarily very popular when I started doing this outreach in February of last year. Because, Code Capital made a decision and we have to, implement this other thing that's impeding our business. But I really try to make it real for them about why sanctions are put in place. And they're put in place to address very real and serious situations, grave breach of international peace and security, human rights violations, significant corruption. So we try to make it real. We do know that, goods are getting out of Canada and they're getting to places that we don't want to get to. But we try to take a Team Canada approach that we all have a role to play in respecting sanctions, respecting the reason why sanctions are in place. And so from that sense, we encourage disclosure by our stakeholders. Let us know if you think you've maybe done something you shouldn't have done. Let us know if you see something that doesn't seem right. Let us know so we can engage in disruption in Canada, but also with our international colleagues. So I think going back to the second part of the question about one of the biggest misconceptions, I'll give a concrete example within the education sector. When I first started going out, our financial intelligence unit in Canada, FinTrack, suggested I go out and I meet with our universities because there was some misconception among them that they had no role to play in sanctions. But what we did see is that technology was leaving some of our engineering faculties, ending up in Iran, ending up in drones, and now being used against Ukraine. So that's one of the biggest misconceptions. And then related to that is this whole idea, professors say, we have academic freedom, you can't tell us what to do. And that's when we get to use the stick of, it's the law in Canada, and it is a criminal offense to violate our sanctions. So that's a roundabout way of what we've seen.
I think at RUSI, at Center for Finance and Security, we have a project called SIFMANET, Sanctions and Illicit Finance Monitoring and Analysis Network. And we, over the last 3 years, we toured European capitals to get a better sense of how sanctions are implemented on the ground. And I recall actually one country that is doing similar outreach, which is, going out to the regions and talking to local businesses, and this is Finland. I don't know if Pia is still here with us, but yes, I am praising you on stage here. But Colleen, let's stay with you for a moment, and I wonder, because you have this direct contact with businesses, and you know firsthand what sort of problems they are facing, and please tell us what helps make guidance that you give on behalf of the Canadian government clear and practical.
So first, having gone across Canada and continuing to do so, I do take back what they're saying that they need from us, and we try to really respond to it. We first focus our guidance on what is the same, what applies to everyone, and that has to do with our dealings prohibition for all the listed persons in Canada's legislation. And then focus on, while financial prohibitions are specific to the financial institutions in Canada, anyone who sells a good or buys a good wants to get paid or pay, so financial restrictions are pertinent to everyone. After that, we try to then focus on the specific sector in question. We have a lot of regulations, sanctions regimes in Canada, and we understand the challenge in navigating it. We cannot offer legal advice, but what we can do is help provide information to stakeholders to assist them in their decision making. So our guidance then gets sector specific. We don't have guidance for every sector. We've started with what we've identified as our top priority. Clearly, it's aerospace and defense, educational institutions, real estate sector, simply because we know it's a way for Russia to launder money to support its war, and financial institutions, and our next focus is then on trying to just talking about exports generally, but yeah, we try to. We try to make it real for them. We try to make it specific to the sector, but it is still an ongoing challenge, particularly for a country like Canada, where we do have a lot of small businesses, and they don't sometimes have the resources. So much like we've heard from other colleagues, we do have a sanctions mailbox that we respond to within 5 days. We have a sanctions phone, and we try to ensure that we're there to respond to the needs of our businesses.
I really like how you put it by saying that you are trying to make it real, because very often for those small companies, it is really far from their normal or daily activities to incorporate sanctions. So in this regard, Edgar's a question to you. How are banks here in Latvia shaping the non-financial companies' compliance? Because we all know banks are now increasingly working with their clients to sort of police sanctions implementation. How does it look like in practice here in Latvia?
Banks has always set the baseline for sanctions risk governance, and now the statement is simple. If you want to keep an account open and money flowing there, you need to have the compliance program. Of course, it depends on the risks the company faces. If they are mostly operating locally, then I don't think that there will be such a requirement from any bank. But usually, if you have cross-border business or business with some high risks like logistics, exporting of common high priority items to European Union and other countries, so not only to third countries, but also within the European Union, you might face this question that we need you to have a compliance program. If you have the compliance program, we can analyze it. We can agree on less controls if you have the sophisticated compliance program. Of course, we would also, then banks say, we would like to have you to appoint some person who is responsible for overseeing sanctions compliance, trained person, we would like to interview them. So banks are raising the standard here, and asking companies to demonstrate their compliance. Of course, banks cannot see everything through where the bodies are buried. Only the businesses know that. And not always you can see the sanctions breach within the flows, like maybe payments to one European company to another, but actually the underlying case there is related to some third country or some transaction without any disclosure what it is. So banks are shaping the compliance here, I think, as everywhere in the world. And some of those companies, the clients of banks, they said later on, first we thought you're putting more and more red tape on us, but now we see that actually it matters, and they observe such practice also in some other countries. But still, forum shopping exists in several European member states where banks are not asking too many questions.
So Edgars, you dropped an important phrase, compliance program. I will turn now to Jeff. Please tell us, what does effective compliance mean in practice?
It means don't break the law. But that said, that joke aside, I think that there are two dynamics to an effective compliance program. First, management. They are critical. And in that world, I think it's important to drive the balance between two paradigms that you see, or I experienced in the Edgars. I think you see the same thing. You touch on the three types, which I had written down actually. I think you copied my notes or I copied yours. There are three types. You have those who want to comply with the law and who do. You have those who just don't want to comply with the law at all, and you've broken down to two subtypes. But then you also have a third group, those who want to comply but just don't quite know how to do it. And you have to figure out, of course, which of those three management teams you're dealing with, and you're advising them internally, or I am, or you're external. But then, of course, you have to strike that balance, because there are two types of mindsets in these boardrooms. There's the mindset of how much do we push the line to drive the bottom line? And then there's the mindset of how do we simply stay in line with the law? And it is critical to ensure that management stay in the latter side of that rainbow, if you will. And in that regard, I think the critical thing to do is to ensure that management understands the long arch of the law. I'm certain that, Edgars, you've seen this, and other lawyers in the room who have clients have seen this. Your clients ask you, how long are the sanctions going to be in place? When can we go back to Russia? How long are the sanctions going to be in place? Why do we have to stay out of Iran? Why is it the Americans won't let us do business in Cuba? These questions come up all the time. It's important to help management understand these are strategic objectives that the countries who give you license to operate want you to comply with. That's the first thing. On the second side, an effective compliance program means that the folks on the front lines who have nothing to do with these management decisions, people in procurement and in finance and in treasury, sales teams, that they understand what it is that you're trying to get them to do, because they have to live with the controls you put in place. And in fact, most of the time, they have to actually implement the controls and come to you if something doesn't go wrong. So it's critical to keep things simple with folks on the front line, create controls that are effective and easy to employ, and most importantly, and I'll turn it back, is build trust. When I first started at every job I've had internally, I'm not the most popular guy in the canteen. I don't get Christmas cards. Hopefully at time, my measure of success is that when it comes time for the Christmas party, people come to the bar and start buying me drinks. That means I did a good job. That means my colleagues trust me and they're going to come to me with a problem when it comes up. So effective compliance program means making those relationships on both sides of the management line.
May I jump in here? What we've seen now, businesses are asking the next question. not when we can continue the business in Russia, but so many businesses here locally are asking, how can we get out of Russia? And now this is this huge problem of how can you ensure that your best effort bases are observed, that you have European CEO working for this subsidiary in Russia, and how can you even sell the company if the Russians are imposing those countermeasures, right? So if you are in, you can't get out, and if you want to get in, so that's a trade-off.
I think that on that point, really fascinating point you're making, many companies, and I think we all know their names, there are a couple of banks, one in Austria, I won't name it, that decided to stay in Russia. Stupid. Not a very smart decision. Not smart. And I think that some European companies, financial institutions included, are learning this hard lesson now, that they should have listened to their lawyers after the war started when they said, get out, and they didn't. And hopefully that lesson will linger, because this war is going to end, and there will be more sanctions in the future against other countries, maybe still against Russia, after the war ends and becomes whatever the situation becomes. But hopefully companies who stayed in, or companies who left, will learn the lessons of companies that stayed in and say, we don't want to do that, we need to comply with the law.
Yeah, someone smart once told me, you don't want to be the last financial institution exiting a country. Yes, Tom, I'm quoting you. Yes. Yes, so Jeff, you really touch upon a very important theme, which is management and more broadly people. People are a big part of this equation and are an important element to make sanctions more effective. I'm going to now make a wake-up call for Toms and Paulis and Marta, because I want to ask Edgar's about people here in Latvia. Are you sending Christmas cards to FIU Latvia because the relationship is so good? And more broadly, how are Latvian authorities supporting companies here? Or where's the gap?
First of all, we have a good relationship without even sending Christmas cards. So we don't think that's an appropriate thing to do because they are authorities and we are business representatives. So
and I think just commenting on your previous comment about that you are being approached by businesses that ask you how to exit Russia here in Latvia. It means that you guys are doing a good job if you have volunteers who are coming to Edgar's and asking about
and they have issued some licenses as well in order for our clients to ensure that they can get out of Russia. But still, I think that FIU Latvia is doing a great job. We can approach them, we can get the interpretation.
And you are not saying it just because you want to get lunch after this session?
No, I'm not a fan of veggie food, but so it's not. But still, they are doing a great job here. It wasn't the case with Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. Because their interpretation was lacking the details there. But FIU, when they took over, it is up to the point.
Fortunately, Baiba is not here anymore, so please continue. But I think you are speaking more about the decision to centralize the enforcement.
And centralize the enforcement, that's one thing. And second thing is about the interpretation. This hotline or asking unclear questions to FIU Latvia. I know that some businesses are abusing this right because they must figure out themselves, but there are some complicated questions where this input is needed. From industry perspective, recently we relaunched our format, which was established in 2022, where FIU Latvia, State Security Service, the Customs, sometimes Ministry for Foreign Affairs, and the banks, we are meeting and discussing all the hot questions and agreeing on interpretation. Of course, it's the FIU Latvia decision which interpretation to take, but still we can discuss those. And we observe that this format is working even better than just FIU Latvia discussing it within themselves, because sometimes there are some specific issues how to apply those interpretations. For example, in banking, you can say, okay, this works in this way because the regulation says it. But when you apply it to specific service, specific circumstances, then you can say, no, but there might be a different angle to this question and this answer. And now we are getting even closer incorporating with those questions.
Colin, we talk about people, and you are the person that is, at the forefront of outreach and, contacting businesses. So, but at the same time, you represent the government and the sort of law enforcement. How do you balance enforcement with outreach?
Well, the outreach that I do, I always have a member of our federal police force with me, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Not to be too heavy-handed, but I find that is helpful to actually underscore the consequences of violating the law. Typically, we have an intelligence analyst who's responsible for investigating potential or suspected evasion, and they explain kind of the processes they go through, but also they do a great job in emphasizing the role that all stakeholders in Canada can play in helping to thwart evasion, in helping to help them disrupt, if you will. And they also speak about how they engage with their counterparts in the G7+ community.
And let's stay with you for one more moment. Obviously, Canada is a team player in all sorts of, in addressing all sorts of challenges, including sanctions. As a part of G7, you enforce sanctions in collaboration with other G7 countries. How does coordination with allies work in practice, and how this international aspect plays out in your job, in your role when you are talking to Canadian businesses? What's the international factor?
Yeah, I do get a lot of questions about sanctions across the G7. We're really happy that the sanctions working group has been reinvigorated under the G7, to help coordinate on things like listings, evasion, and on communication to counter the narrative from Russia on sanctions. And as Pia pointed out earlier, there was a study that was done to look at the sanctions across the G7. We're still kind of digesting what that is and what it could mean, but I think the point of that review was to see where we could have some better alignment, because this does support businesses who are looking, for Canadian businesses who are looking to go to different markets other than, where we have sanctions in place. But they're looking at, okay, so if I go into Europe and then I export out of Europe, then what am I going to be subject to there? Or we have our border with the United States. Where is their alignment with the United States for Canadian businesses who may be exporting, to the east or west, but will be doing it through the United States? So then they become, they have to know what the U.S. sanctions are like. So I would say that the work being done at the G7 is fantastic. I think that the G7 does a good job in highlighting some of the common red flags for sanctions evasion, and that on the border side, there's some good collaboration on the law enforcement, and then on our side, as the sort of responsible unit within the Government of Canada, we are working very closely with colleagues. I think that all is very helpful, and I'm happy to communicate that to stakeholders so that they understand that this is not Canada alone. This is Canada plus the G7 and other countries that are all kind of allied to try to have maximum impact on the sanctions.
I will take some questions from the audience, so please do submit them. I'm monitoring the chat, and I will read out some of them in a second. But before I do that, Edgar's, where will the next wave of compliance pressure come from? What do you think? What's the next that the businesses need to prepare for?
So in terms of sanctions,
yes,
right? I think Article 5N will still be the problem locally. It's an article related to the services, prohibited services to Russia, both legal, IT, and of course several other services concerned. But there is a new insertion there, new addition to this article. It's section 4, that all other services not prohibited directly are also prohibited unless they are licensed to be provided by local competent authority. And I don't think that the businesses are aware of this new addition to Article 5N, and there will be a lot of work to do for FIU Latvia, new workload, I would say. That's the first thing. Secondly, we still see that those subsidiaries in Russia, who have subsidiaries in Russia, those companies, they will have to think of something how to get out of there. and get rid of those their EU citizens managing those companies, which is a crime itself. And so many Latvian companies, I think they still have managers there as CEOs. That's the thing. I think this third extraterritorial reach of EU sanctions, and then it is still the 5N article, and the third one is still managing OFACs and the EU sanctions here, because they are come on top, but not only OFAC sanctions, but also export controls. And US export controls here in Europe, because most of the goods we are dealing with here, they are US origin if you go to the apply this US origin goods test.
So Jeff, Edgar's is saying you will still have plenty of work over the next months and years. As you are the bridge between regulators and companies, and very often you need to acknowledge and sort of learn and get to know what's the new EU package to be able to talk to your clients. If you were to change one thing about regulator communication, what would it be to make your life easier and therefore the life of your clients?
I'm going to hijack your question. One of your wonderful colleagues from the FIU gave me the word of what Santa Claus is in Latvian, because I wanted to answer this question using this, but I'm not going to butcher your beautiful language by trying to say the term. As we all know, Christmas is coming, as we've talked about, and what I would like Santa Claus, or juleman, as we say in Danish, to bring me are 2 presents this year. So I hope you guys are listening, and tell your colleagues in the council. It would be great if there were codified rules across the union for voluntary self-disclosures. We all know that these are laws, and I think if you can take away anything from this panel discussion, companies have to comply with law, but government should never be expected to comply for them. You can help all you want. VSDs in my world bridge that gap. They give companies the ability and the comfort to go to a regulator and tell them, we messed up. Could you please waive the fine if we do X, Y, and Z? These work extraordinarily well in the United States, both in the context of civil or administrative and criminal enforcement of sanctions. The second thing that I think, my second Christmas present that I would like, and this is a tough one, I know it's very controversial, is civil or administrative enforcement across the European Union harmonized. If not, centralized in Brussels. That's very controversial. Some people aren't going to like me for saying that, but there should be civil administrative enforcement across the union. Every member state should have administrative enforcement in parallel with criminal. That has been discussed today already. That's not the case. I know the harmonization directive tries to bring together criminal enforcement more. It's a great step, but VSDs and civil enforcement. I hope Santa Claus is listening.
So if I may completely agree with both of your points. First, we need this self-disclosure framework, and the settlements like OFAC has, if a company is disclosing and then settling with OFAC, without using this complicated, expensive, and slow criminal investigative process. And the second thing, I think more civil administrative type of actions, faster, more loud, rather than long, meaningless criminal proceedings. Sorry, guys, but in Latvia, we have numbers, but we don't have results.
And we're talking about small countries, right? They don't have the resources of the U.S. Department of Justice. We have to acknowledge the reality of that, and it's so much more effective in that regard. On the VSD side, I'm working on a law review article, so hopefully I'll publish that soon and get it to all the folks in the council and the commission.
So we spoke a lot about challenges and risks. I want to end on a positive note. Are there any opportunities you see for companies that do compliance well? A question to all of you, like being compliant, does it really, can you have some opportunities, and can you get some payback on being the best student in the class?
Well, first you stay out of the press. That's really important, and I think the media across Europe are beginning to cover sanctions a heck of a lot more than they used to. That's a big plus. I think with regard to client relationships, some clients like the fact that a company is highly compliant and not just throws words onto a code of conduct and shoves it in their face when they want to sell them something. True compliance does mean, at the end of the day, that your license to operate still exists. You've not been shut down or wound down. And of course, you can keep your client relationships, and you can, of course, on the margins, target clients who highly prioritize, or business partners who highly prioritize compliance with sanctions.
Edgars, would you add anything to this?
If you are truly sharpest tool in the shed, and you are in terms of compliance, I mean, then you can take more risks and you can earn more, even though it might entail trading with Russia.
Oh, okay, interesting. Colleen?
So yeah, totally agree that having a strong compliance program in place is what we advocate for whenever we do our outreach. There's no kind of tangible award for that, but it means you don't get on a secondary screening list. It means, like you said, you stay out of the press. It means I don't visit you with our border and police, federal police. So there's benefits to it, but also I think you become a trusted partner, right? Which is very key, and that's where I leave it.
Because I support girl power, I will leave the last question for you. You do a lot of those outreach meetings with different audiences. I'm sure you have a line or like a phrase or like a message that you leave your audiences with. One message you want everyone here to remember about sanctions.
Engaging with stakeholders in Canada, I say we're all in it together. We all have a role to play, and working collaboratively, we can make a difference and we can achieve the goal of the sanctions.
And this is a very strong message, and we will end on that note. So Colleen, Jeff, and Edgars, thank you so much, and please join me in a round of applause to thank our speakers. And over to you, Pavlis, I guess.
Thank you very much, Kinga, and the speakers. I think it was an excellent panel. There's so many good messages, and I really hope that Santa Claus will make your wishes come true. Jeff and everything Colleen said about the good practices in Canada, we see that although sanctions regimes are different, the approaches to their implementation can be similar, and there are similarities, which is excellent that we can take over the best practices from each other. And I think one of the good practices, and thank you, Edgars, for all the good words that I don't know where you are, about FIU Latvia. I think there has been an evolution in how sanctions have been implemented in Latvia and how the collaboration has worked. But I think the public-private partnership idea has been there since 2018, 2019, taken on very significantly. And first in 2022, Central Bank took a very proactive approach to make sure that financial sector has a unified approach, and we have continued that and revived recently the approach that Edgars mentioned. So my point is, to finish up, I know I'm talking again for too long, the point is that public-private partnership is extremely necessary, because although we at the FIU try to pass off as experts in every field, sanctions now touch so many fields that it's difficult to pass off as expert in everything. Energy, trade finance, logistics, agriculture now, it's a lot. So when the sector comes to us with their own interpretation of how new sanctions should look like without needlessly disrupting the particular industry in the country, that really helps. And I think we have managed that perfectly with the financial sector. And with the rest of the sectors also to more or lesser extent. So we would encourage the private sector, again, to come forward with how they view sanctions that have been recently taken, for example, and how they should be implemented in the future. And we can either agree or not, but in the end, we will come to some sort of unified approach and maybe publish frequently asked questions. So thank you very much. This was a really great panel and the first part of the day in general and the panels before that. We will now take a break until 1:10 and we will be back. Thank you very much.
10 minutes?
2:10, sorry. 1 hour, 10 minutes. Thanks. So while people are slowly coming back, I will start welcoming everyone. It has been an insightful day so far. We have heard about the developments in sanctions policy and the related case law in relation to sanctions. We have learned more about the role of customs and export controls, as well as business responsibilities and compliance. By the way, we are gathering the main conclusions of this conference, and we'll put them together, maybe even send a letter to the European Commission with our proposals. So we will continue with the topic of sanctions implementation. When it comes to sanctions compliance, lately it has felt like our attention in the public sector has shifted a little bit to manufacturers, traders, shadow fleet vessels, and others. However, if there is one sector worldwide that has been familiar with sanctions compliance for decades, that is, of course, the financial sector. And their role is ever increasing, considering the wide variety of new types of financial sanctions introduced, and obviously because suspicious transactions identified by financial institutions are very often the beginning for disrupting sanctions violations. The title of our next panel discussion is Following the Money, Risks and Responsibilities in the Financial Sector, and this discussion will be moderated by one of the leading voices in the field of banking and finance law in Latvia, senior partner at law firm Eversheds Sutherland Bittāns, Mr. Māris Vainovskis. Please welcome. And please also welcome our speakers, which will be introduced by Māris, Mr. Samuel Cousins, Mr. Sébastien Guillaume, and Mr. Vitalis Bagdanos. I hope I pronounced your surname correctly. Gentlemen.
Thank you very much for such an introduction. How was the lunch, by the way? Great. Oh, the usual challenge of having a panel discussion after lunch. But do not worry. We will discuss, and you will definitely not be too sleepy. So we have a great panel here. Samuel Cousins. Samuel, you are from ACAMS, senior associate there. A dream or focus of every sanctions expert. Your association is. And by the way, Sam is in Latvia already for the third time, or this place. So you know everything already. Now, first time in Latvia, Sébastien Guillaume from Belgian Ministry of Finance, the Treasury, Head of Compliance. Yes, so take a look at the old city in the evening. So that's a great place, and looking forward to discuss with you. And well, last but definitely not least, Vitalis Bagdanos, Head of Sanctions Compliance at SEB Bank. No need to take the old city tour. You just moved in a central location from Waldlauchi now, our great neighbor. Greetings. So, dear audience, yes, let's have a worthwhile discussion. We're thinking about like three key topics, three key focus points: the role of financial institutions, then the current challenges, trends, the risking, balancing it all, and of course, like future outlook. So that will be our focus. Do not hesitate to continue asking actively questions. I have a table here. Your questions will be landing right here. So, so be active, audience. Be active. Right, but you know, instead of just immediately going to this topic of roles and responsibilities, I was thinking about actually the listening at the keynote speeches. So again, and as always, the basics is so important, right? The basics. And I wanted to have your view on the term of like sanctions, yes? Like what is it? Is it just like a legal regulation because it is law, it is binding law? So is it a legal matter? Is it a political matter? are in the room? Are we lawyers? Are we compliance experts? Are we finance experts? Are we maybe like joint warriors in a fight against war? Because Russia comes up always in these discussions. So what would be your take? What is sanctions for you? How do you understand that? Maybe we can start with you,
yes,
Sebastian.
Thank you. Yes, sanctions is a tool. It's a tool that we use for past decades, and he has his own philosophy, depending on which sanction are we talking. There is the UN sanctions, there is the European sanctions, there's the American sanction, the UK sanctions, there's the national sanctions based on terrorism. Depending on what you're trying to face, the sanction and the different type of sanction will differ. If we talk about proliferation, if we talk about Russia, if we talk about terrorism, the approach changed. The approach is always evolving. It's evolving quite fast with Russia. We can see that we'll talk about 19 package, now the 20th package. We can see that at the beginning we talk about financial sanction, economic sanction. Now we talk about vessel. We talk about other way of sanctioning other country for circumvention of sanctions. So it's quite evolving also. When we look at terrorism, for example, when we start the sanction on terrorism, we're talking about huge amount of money. That was terrorists, how to finance terrorists. There was a huge amount of money there. Now, when we look at terrorist act, it's a single person acting with few funds. So the approach is different. The approach that actually the financial institution, the NFBP, all of them have to have a different approach. It's where, as an NDA, and we talked about that a little bit earlier, we need to actually teach that to the different actor to explain to them, okay, this is not a new threat. We talk about risk. This is something that we didn't talk a lot this morning. It's the risk that we are facing. The risk is different. The risk of Latvia will be different than the risk of Belgium. Because localization, because different type. We don't have that much commerce with Russia. You used to have a lot. So the approach is different, the risk is different. And you need to evaluate that to make sure that the disposition that you're taking are effective. So it's based on the philosophy of the sanction that you want to impose. I will just leave the floor to our colleague, but the idea is really the philosophy that when you talk about sanction, the tools that you're using, it's how to use it.
Yeah, so you mentioned this philosophy as basically the background for all the interpretation, for all the approach and the focus, which is so important. Sam, what's your take?
Yeah, I think I agree with everything that Sebastian said there. I think that it was quite interesting when thinking about this session that it was framed in terms of responsibility or responsibilities. In my experience, that's not something that we tend to necessarily talk about when we think about sanctions compliance. Often it is focused on that legal compliance. I mean, when we talk about responsibility, perhaps we're thinking legal responsibility or maybe even legal liability. And we tend to frame it in those ways. What do we need to do to comply with the laws? What do we need to do to make sure that we don't get fined and those kinds of things? But I do think for the reasons that Sebastian has said, I mean, the core moral imperative behind a lot of sanctions that are in place, there is an ethical responsibility component. And I think that that's an area where, I'm speaking as someone who's based in London, and I'm sure this is also the case in Brussels or in the US or anywhere where we're a bit further removed from the real reasons why we're doing these sanctions. There's a lot to learn from Latvia and the attitudes that you all in this room and the people in the Latvian compliance community. And okay, I know this might not be popular to say, but also for Lithuania and for Estonia as well, it's the same case. I always jump at the opportunity to come and speak at any of these any Baltic countries, because it is really inspiring just how seriously you all take the ethical component, the ethical responsibility that we have, and that's a responsibility to every man, woman, and child in Ukraine. It's a responsibility for anyone who's part of a free democratic society. So I do think it's important to keep in mind that ethical responsibility when we think about things. But one thing I will just add is it's a bit easier to see things in those ways when we look at how sanctions recently, traditionally have been used. I mean, if you read any course textbook about sanctions, it will say the same spiel at the beginning, which is sanctions are imposed for a set number of reasons, which includes global peace and security, to prevent human rights abuses, to prevent war, all very admirable, you might say, moral imperatives. But increasingly in 2025, a trend we're seeing, and I have to say it is coming mainly from the US, is where we are seeing sanctions being used a bit more loosely and a bit more liberally. Of course, we've seen designation of a Brazilian judge for a ruling that wasn't considered to be correct. We've seen just recently the designation of the Colombian president. We've seen designations of ICC judges. I do think we're heading into some murkier territory when it comes to some of these sanctions, and it's a trend that I think we may see play out more over the next 3.5 years, maybe, let's say.
Well, so philosophy, ethics, and that is so, I would say, relevant because we're also discussing during the lunch break. So I'm a lawyer, right, and with Advocate General Laila Medin. So this ratio legis, yes. The reason, the justification, the purpose is behind every single regulation in terms of application, implementation. But how about practice? Because you are a great practitioner here. Maybe not so much, in this, let's say, theoretical area. What is sanctions for a practitioner like you, Vitalis?
Yes, thank you. And first of all, it's a real pleasure to be here. And as a practitioner and as a lawyer myself, I have a legal background. I will allow to answer with a little bit philosophy to this question, because my favorite book on the table, at least for now, is The Art of War by Sun Tzu. And the best quote actually from this book, what I'm reading from time to time, is the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy, your enemy, without fighting it. And this is exactly what sanctions are achieving and are trying to achieve, or we are trying to achieve with this. And secondly, this year marks anniversary for me. I'm working in sanctions compliance for 10 years, so not maybe huge amount of time, but it's enough time to understand how the sanctions are working. And from the financial institutions perspective, when I started to work in the sanctions area, I was being taught, that sanctions is not something black and white. So sanctions, from at least the financial institutions' perspective, practitioner is the ability to operate in the gray zone. So sanctions is the huge gray zone, and you need to able to lurk through the gray zone, not falling to the shadowy or dark part too much. But that's, of course, depends on your risk appetite. So this would be my answer.
Wow. So yes, but it's also a matter of not just purely legal, but a little bit the art of application. And as you mentioned, so on the 23rd of October, so the 19th package, right? So out on a number of areas, a number of assets again, you're again talking about already the 20th package, so the teeth of the sanctions, which need to bite as hard as possible, are becoming stronger and stronger. But in the air of this regulation and increasing regulation, etc. So, what would you, if we now go on the financial sector, yes, on its roles and responsibilities, which are, in your opinion, like the key challenges these days in this area of regulation, of striking the balance in the approach? Any thoughts on now what is the key challenge now?
Sure.
I think as an NDA, I'm not working in a financial institution, but as an NDA, working with them and working with them for quite a long time, we develop quite a strong relationship, public-private relationship, because they are one of the key of the system. When we talk about goods, there's transfer of goods, but the goods doesn't follow the money. The money can go from another part, so two different process. But when we focus on those financial institutions, you need to work with them. This is the best way to achieve the freezing of asset, because firstly, they are doing customer due diligence for quite a while. They understand the definition, they apply the definition, there's a supervision team that is actually looking at that. And then when you go and talk to them, you realize that, okay, this is sanctioned, but there is also AML CFT on the side. When the threshold, when we talk about beneficial owner, when we talk about ownership, when we talk about control, they have those understandings. So if you list one single person, that single person doesn't own or control anything. Pretty much. This is the idea. For many reasons, it doesn't own anything. But there's a legal person there, legal person that is not listed. But then you have to do the work of identifying all that chain, to identify all those persons. And here again, just crossing list is not enough. You need to consolidate those lists. And they have the tools, they have the money, they have the knowledge to do that. And you work with them. Of course, they also have information about the transaction. The transaction leaves somewhere, goes somewhere. They have information from the beginning to the end, and they are able to freeze that. What we do a lot with that, it's to explain to them, okay, if you have any doubt, you freeze. We'll look at that after. And it's why it's really important that, firstly, the list of persons are not circulating before they are published, but also to work with them the day they are, the minutes that they are published, to work with them and to freeze everything. They have the single doubt, you freeze, then you look after that. And you work with them on authorization, on exemptions, to unfreeze those assets. The idea is to freeze and then look at it. This is the approach that we had, and it's quite effective. And we have been working with different, Belgium being a financial center, in some way with systemic institution. We've been working with a lot of different sectors. It could be correspondent banking, it could be, because it's always, it's not national, it's cross-border. So you have to work with them. They have connection with other branch. So this is the idea where actually the challenge is to really work with them, to have follow-up meetings, to have discussed topics. They are the one that, and you said that just at the beginning, that the one that will give you the idea there's maybe a circumvention there, because we found out that, we found out something, this is going through a different island, this is going to Asia, this is going to Middle East, this is going to Africa. They have the idea, they have they can actually help you to find those. Then again, the idea is really to rely on them and to work with them. You can sanction them for not providing information, but if you have them on board, the challenge is there is actually to have them on board. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, so in summary, like freeze first and then look, not look and then think about freezing if there is anything left. Now, Vitalis, so Sebastian started talking about this very, very topical thing about this, I think this presumption or the rebuttable presumption as a lawyer, I have to say so that the assets or resources, yes, controlled or owned by a listed person are subject to freeze. So what is your approach? Freeze first, look then, or other way, or some middle ground?
Yeah, about the biggest challenges, as you mentioned, and Sebastian rightfully has mentioned about the control and ownership topic, what was actually around as a challenge, as far as I remember, when I started in sanctions, it was the challenge, and it's still the challenge, and it always will be, I think. And of course, the regulatory complexity always will be there. But again, if you ask me as from the practice point of view, from the financial institutions point of view, what is the single biggest challenge at this moment for the financial institutions. And I don't know if you would be surprised or not, but it's actually technical limitations and IT resources. So, for instance, if you need to implement some comprehensive regulation, you would need to go to your, almost always you would need to go to your IT guys and ask for the development. And regardless of how smart you are in the sanctions area, if you don't have the capacity, technical capacity to implement restrictions, it's all just, you know, on paper then. So it's not going to work. And if you may allow, I would like to bring an example straight from the oven. Basically, the new sanctions package, 19th already. And there is this one restrictions, what we have been debating all this week, partly last week, and with peer colleagues even today. So Article 833 5B regulation, yes, which amongst other things prohibits certain services to Russian nationals and Russian citizens, among those like payment initiation services. So, and again, no wind down period for this one. So we started to discuss this issue last week with the help of the Finance Association, and huge thank you to FIU colleagues, to colleagues from Bank of Latvia. We struggled at first with interpretation. I mean, what should you do? Should you revoke all the issued cards already? Should you restrict internet banking at once? I mean, again, there is no wind down period given. The restriction is enforced from day one, and it's very crucial for the banks to be ready, because when we started to dig deeper, let's take even the simple process of card issuance. It's all automated in the bank's internal books. So if a customer loses his card, and let's say this customer is subject to the restrictions, he just logs into his internet bank, pushes the button, and the card is there. So in order to restrict it, we need a very complicated development on the IT side in our internal books. And this is actually a very huge issue. Secondly, we need to find alignment, not only across the organization, because people have different views, but among the country peers, because each financial institution has its own views, and then across the Baltics, because I represent a bank which is present in all three countries, and it's very important to understand what our neighbors are thinking on this regulation. And then we need to achieve alignment across the EU, which is again too many alignments. It's obvious that it's not going to happen very fast. And thirdly, and the last point on this one, what do you do as a bank with such customers? I don't like to call specific names of the financial institutions on this panel, but recently I read the news about Revolut and what they have done with those customers. So they have publicly announced that they will offboard all Russian citizens and close their accounts until the end of year. So is it going to be treated as de-risking if, for instance, we're going to do that? Well, probably. Tough questions. But again, should we then follow-up question? Okay, should we restrict some additional products? Like, let's take overdraft. Overdraft is typically a card product which is attached to the card. Well, not always, of course. Some overdrafts could be attached to the accounts, but typically, if you don't allow to use the card, why do you need overdraft? And thirdly, do we as a banks ready to service those customers with long-term financing, like mortgages? Why do you need a mortgage if you will have this residence permit expired in a year? So very tough decisions, actually.
Yeah, and which platform you basically, which is the most efficient platform, in your opinion, to resolve these questions? Because I also am coming from, I'm very much also a hands-on business lawyer, and several years ago in Latvia, I do not want to make a mistake, but there were, on the website, there were more than 15 responsible institutions for sanctions compliance. And we were thinking with the client, you know, actually to which institution to go. And the client, looking at the list, he said, let's go to the lotteries inspection, because the lottery will, you know, give us some response. But, you know, now, it is much more, the FIU is basically now the competent authority. And that is, you know, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was before, but now the FIU. And obviously, with the Bank of Latvia has certain, you know, responsibilities. How do you, what is your feedback on the regulatory dialogue and on the industry dialogue to resolve those challenges which you are currently listing, and they are very particular, very clear, and very practical?
Yes, I think on the last panel, Edgar's did a very good job of explaining how in general, financial association cooperating with the FIU, with the Bank of Latvia, and I would say I definitely agree. Again, I'm now being very honest, and to say that I know how the things are happening in Sweden between Swedish Financial Association and the other banks, and I'm always, you know, discussing the things with Baltic colleagues, Lithuania, Estonia. So no offense to my Lithuanian friends and Estonian friends and colleagues, but we have the best cooperation with our FIU and the Bank of Latvia in Latvia. So definitely, I'm really appreciate that. You know, back in the days, if you allow me to continue, like back in the days, I remember that all the experience of practical sanctions implementations and all this burden of responsibility lied on the private sector shoulders and in the banks. So the competence to how to implement practical things were on the bank side. And several years ago, situation has drastically changed. And now we are asking for advice from FIU, not only how to practically implement things, but also, not only how to interpret things, but also how to practically implement things. So this is very important, and public-private partnership, as was mentioned before, this is a very crucial thing for us in the banks.
By the way, a quick, Sebastian, does Baltic really see such, you know, market-leading cooperation? What do you think? Is it?
I'm not there to judge.
Challenge there. No?
But yes, the idea here, and it's quite obvious with the example that you're giving. But of course, as the NDA, so we work closely with the FIU because they receive STR from the financial institution on AML CFT, but also on sanction. We work close with them. We need the FIU because they have the best system for exchanging information. We are also talking about sensible information. We want to make sure that when we talk to someone, even if we started since Russia, before it was less evident, but since Russia, we know who is the NDA in the other country. We are able to exchange with them quite easily, but it's not used to be like that. So the FIU is a great opportunity to exchange information and to be secure information. This is one of the aspects where it's quite important. Then again, there is a regulation. There's two regulations. And of course, the regulation doesn't explain anything. Then there's a FAQ that I've tried to explain something, but it's quite long and can change at any time. We realize that sometime we interpret something and 3-4 months later, the FAQ change. So we have to change a way to think about it. There's the Court of Justice deciding on some aspect. There's some win, there's some loss. We need to take that into account on how to interpret those regulations. And of course, the private sector, and because they face the risk, the penalties, they want to make sure that what they're doing is correct. So there's a lot of questions, there's a lot of collaboration with the NDA, in this case the FIU, for Latvia, where we need to interpret what's the best way to do so. And it's why I was telling you, freeze, and then we'll look into it after that. Because if we've not really legal basis, or we can interpret as indirect ownership or indirect control, or the fact that we talk about Rosneft this morning, for example, Belgium, we decided from the beginning that it was controlled by Russian Federation. So that was the whole defense on all the reason that we freeze that. From the beginning, we didn't wait to be listed, we decided. And we face litigation in Belgium on that. We have more than 300 litigation open. It's getting more and more because, of course, we need to defend our motivation, why we decided to freeze, why. And we support also the financialization that way. So I'm glad to know that you are one of the best in Europe, but we are following.
Okay, so you basically validate that we are the best in Europe. For the record, okay? Yeah, before I ask question to Sam, be active on the questions. I expect some questions. Please be active. But Sam, from ACAM's perspective, we had this example, whether on our call or that struck me, that basically an expert 7-8 years ago, she could go to maternity leave and return back and be exactly the same place, in terms of competence, in terms of the knowledge. Now, these days, she comes back and it is totally, again, different regulatory world. Now, in ACAMS, how do you respond to that, let's say, the challenge of the changing regulation, the changing landscape, the interpretations? Any perspective on that?
Sure, yeah, thanks, Maris. I might just quickly as well just add on to my colleagues talking about some of the wider challenges, because the scale and pace of change is a really big one, and I'll talk about that in a second. But just for context, for ACAMS, we're a membership training organization. We have around, I think, 190,000 members who are part of the global compliance community. We're not a financial institution, but we work closely with financial institutions and other institutions across the world. So my perspective will be a bit higher level than the specifics of how things are in Latvia. But in terms of those kind of key challenges in sanctions that we see, and we do polling amongst our community to find out what they're most focusing on, there's kind of two main areas. One is staffing. I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? But we're seeing people really focusing on that challenge, and that challenge actually getting worse in some ways. Financial institutions and others are really struggling to hire the staff that they need to effectively conduct their compliance programs. And another part is data. Organizations globally are really struggling to ensure that they've got high quality data, that the data is being stored correctly, can be utilized correctly. And I'd say something to add as well is that both of these points link in a lot into AI and sanctions compliance as well. Of course, that's something where we see a lot of discussion about how to make sanctions compliance more efficient, more effective, and maybe cheaper. And AI is obviously seen as a bit of a panacea there. But if you don't have the right staff to implement those AI controls effectively, and you don't have the right data underpinning your screening systems and that kind of thing, there's really only so much that AI can do for you. So we kind of have to get those two basics right. But it's a challenge that we're seeing right across the board. And then, linked to staffing and linked to the fast pace of change is the fact that, like Maris said, maybe 8 or 10 years ago, people thought of sanctions as a screening against a list. It was quite simple. You just plug the list into it and that's it. But now, if we look over the past month, what we've seen over the past couple of months is we've seen UN snapback on Iran. We've seen Rosneft and Lukoil being designated. We've seen the BIS affiliates rule being introduced and then potentially walked back, although we're not too sure exactly, depending on how US-China negotiations are going. We've seen China imposing rare earth metals controls on lithium batteries and everything. So the current sanctions compliance professional now needs to be an expert on export controls. They need to be an expert on rare earth metals. They need to be an expert on drug cartels, since we've seen all the activity happening there as well. So it's very, very challenging, and to keep up with the scale and pace of change is not easy. I mean, part of my job involves trying to summarize every month what we've seen, and it's really difficult. It's not the funnest thing to have to do. I think that the best thing that people can do is to just try and keep up to date with everything that's happening as much as they can. But it's very difficult if you've got a portfolio that's kind of covering everything. So I think ideally you have people who are focused on kind of different aspects in particular. But I'm afraid I don't know if I've kind of got a silver bullet for the issue of how we can kind of solve this problem unless sanctions go back to being a bit simpler. But I suspect they're only going to get more and more complicated as we see things happening. And if we see something happening, kinetic activity in Taiwan, I think that from China, I think that the current sanctions landscape is going to look like quite simple and straightforward compared to what we might be dealing with then.
Yeah, on this pace and on this speed, do you still remember the times? I think you should, that when the payment you made the payment order and it arrived in the recipient bank in, let's say, the next day, sometimes 2-3 days, right? So now it's instant, absolutely. Even I also use Revolut, I have to say, yes. And you know, Revolut to Swedbank, for instance, or to SEB Bank is blink on an eye, yeah. How do you, in terms of the challenges which Sam started raising, for instance, Vitalis, in terms of technology and regulation, is sanctions regulation, in your view, keeping up with the speed of the technological development, or is it a constant battle, or also in terms of regulation? I want to ask you, as also both of you as experts, how do you think, how fast or how quick should regulation actually adopt, like thinking a little bit longer and doing it right, or just producing new regulation? So the speed, the question of speed, both in technology and in regulation, Vitalis.
Yes, and that is actually a very good question, and Sam raised a lot of issues, for instance, the data, right? So we often in the banking world are saying that, the banks are the blood of the economy, but the data is the blood of the financial institutions, and of course it's always a challenge to get the data, to work with the data, to make it complete, to make it automated. Now we're in the AI age, and well, again, maybe my personal feeling is that we should be a little bit cautious with AI, not to over-rely on the AI. And, well, for instance, in the bank, what I'm representing, we're also started to use AI. We started to like brainstorm what shall we do with AI, but you should be, again, very, very careful. And in my opinion, the technology advances far rapidly, actually, that we cannot basically control it at this point of time. We can only just try. So just short answer on this one, and yeah.
Well, thank you. And by the way, Sebastian, so you will have a question and a reflection, but I will ask you the question immediately after you reflect. But again, we had this very great lunch, with, Laila Medin, and another thing came up. So Laila said, Maris, being now a little bit working abroad, I think I understand that sometimes a little bit taking a step back and doing it right, peacefully, sometimes gets you further than jumping every time, and then there is the risk of actually being behind. Is it so? Yeah, Advocate General confirms. So therefore, again on this regulation. So before I ask you a follow-up question, the speed of regulation.
I can totally agree. Today it's a conference on sanction. Next week will be a conference on doing business. And again, those people are not the same people discussing the discussion. So instant payment, we can do it. Why not? Let's do it. It's good for business. Then after that, you have sanction, you have AML, you have a lot of different regulation giving you the fact that you cannot do AML anymore. You need to have those technology instantly checking the information all the time. What do? They need consolidated list, but list is not enough. You need to understand the risk. There's no understanding of risk when it's instantly. So it's not risk-based, it's rule-based. So the idea here is it's every regulation. You can have GDPR in the way, you can have sanction, you can have so many different public procurement, for example. There's quite a lot of different way to create new law, to apply them. There's different authority, there's different way to apply that. There's directive, the regulation, there's interpretation of those laws, how to do it, different type of authority in different jurisdiction. We have the best in Latvia, but there's a lot of other authority that are involved in that. But the idea is it's not only instant payment, there's quite a lot of different, and then you end up with, okay, GDPR, do I have the right to exchange information with maybe not the other NDA from another country, but maybe to a bioregister, maybe to FIU. I cannot exchange with FIU because I don't have it in my law, or I don't have it in the regulation. The regulation says you can exchange with NDA. Okay, so now if I need to send that, so I have to go to my FIU, and then they send the information, and so it's always like that. It's always the regulation don't give you. There's a lot of forbidding. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. But there is not enough. Also, the power of the authority, what they can do, what they cannot do. That's one of the topics where actually it's always a gray zone on how to exchange and how to use that evidence. There's a secrecy between the information is secret. You cannot use it as an evidence package. So those are quite difficult for an authority. So you have circumvention. Good, we identify some way of circumvention. Yeah, but there's the prosecution in Belgium doesn't want to get that public until so what can you do? You can leave it like that. So then you asked, okay, let's list that person at the EU level. So the court in Belgium can continue doing its job, but in the meantime, the person is listed. So this is also always, okay, we list vessel. Okay, good, I have a list of vessels. They're identified. Who owns those vessels? There's no way, there's no the regulation saying, okay, we need to identify who owns those vessels. So there's it's back to the mobility ministry to give us the information. But what about the boat is somewhere, and I will use a European country in Malta, for example. Okay, so I can contact Malta and have the information. But if the boat is somewhere in South Africa or in South America, it gets 6 months before to get the information. It's really too late. So we talk about instant payment, and then we talk about exchange of information that takes 6 months. So those are sometimes really difficult for an authority, for a bank, for any sector to kind of comply with all, and we're talking about million and billion, even billion of data. To exchange. So sorry.
No, thank you. The audience, there were no questions, and suddenly 7 questions, but we have 2 minutes. I will have a blitz, very, very quick responses maybe, but I will still ask each of you one very, a quick question. Sebastian, so yes, it's good idea. Freeze first, take a look second. But give me, let's say, one example how to ensure that the banks do not take too long to freeze the accounts. What, one idea, not taking too long. Which is this, when they see some suspicious activity, some example?
A company, so talking about 2 companies outside Europe, but the money transfer go to a correspondent banking in Europe. What do? They find out that it's a company that is selling goods to someone else, and for example, that company owns an hotel. And the real case, I'm just not giving you the name, but we have goods that are sent to an hotel. The payment, the goods doesn't go through Europe, but the payments go through institution, correspondent banking in Europe, other continent. The correspondent banking had a hinge that that hotel was owned by an oligarch, based on company, based on information that they bought from a data provider. So the system just blocked the information. So what they did, they blocked the information, and then it took 2 weeks to do the customer due diligence. The principle is actually every time there's an information, of course, if you miss the information, if the money is gone, yeah, that money is gone for the next time. What you do, you add that person to your own list. So you have your own, you have the EU list, you have many other lists from any other country, but then you need to know that financial institutions, they have their own list. They have fraud list, they have AML list, they have CFT list, they have quite a lot of different lists also that they can actually use. And so the idea is really to tackle that directly.
Thank you for that. And the time is basically over, but still, very quick question, Vitalis. Give me one thing what Europe could help you as a practitioner in terms of the IT or systems, some central register of the entities, whatever, of the recognized service providers. One thing the audience wants to know.
Can it be like everything what you mentioned?
Okay. One thing.
Well, it's hard to say, but maybe I would go towards the new technology. So I mean that you mentioned AI. So yeah, AI repository or something.
Okay. And Sam, what is on your table? Like, okay, this week is the conference, but next week, what are you doing in terms of on the sanctions topic in ACAMS? What's on your table?
I'm actually, so I mentioned we collect data from our membership. We've currently just closed our Global Threats Report survey a couple of weeks ago. Hopefully some people in the room received that and took it. I know Paulus told me he did, so hopefully he took it. And we just had the data back from there. So I think we had around 1,400 responses from across the global compliance community. We were asking them questions about what their biggest focus is, what they're most worried about. Is it Gen AI? Is it sanctions evasion? Is it et cetera, et cetera. So I've got about 180,000 data points from the aggregated data from that. So my next week is going through that and writing the data analysis for our report. And I'll be in particular looking at the sanctions implications from that. Sanctions evasion is still very high, but I have to say generative AI is considered on the whole to be quite a bit higher in terms of what people are worried about. But I have the fun of doing that next week.
Okay, every success to Sam. So it was a fantastic panel. The time was flying. Give them a great round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Another excellent panel has ended. I think we have all learned something new about the importance of the financial sector and its place in the sanctions implementation system. I think a couple of figures demonstrate of how important the financial sector is. The European Union alone has immobilized 210 billion of Russian central bank's reserves, which certainly helps Ukraine. And the profits generated from those immobilized assets are going to help Ukraine. And potentially there are speculations over a loan that will be given to Ukraine by using Russian central bank reserves as a collateral. On top of that, almost 25 billion of Russian private funds frozen across EU financial institutions, and not only financial assets but other assets as well, which certainly also contributes to the effectiveness of sanctions. We will now turn to the topic of enforcement. EU member states must have effective, proportionate, and dissuasive penalties for violations of sanctions. Sanctions violations encourage and contribute to the Russian aggression against Ukraine, assisting them in shelling Ukrainian cities with missiles or attacking Ukrainian kindergartens with drones. If sanctions violations go unpunished, it breeds a sense of impunity and encourages further violations of sanctions. How well are we doing with the enforcement of sanctions, and are the penalties in the EU really effective, proportionate, and dissuasive, is the topic of our next discussion, titled Sanctions Enforcement in Focus, Real Cases, Real Impact. Please welcome back on stage our moderator, Head of Sanctions Implementation Division at the FIU of Latvia, Marta Tilhene, please. And our panelists will be introduced by Marta, but just their names. Toms Platacis, back on the stage, Mr. Ruud Lewendal, and Mr. Mark Handley. Please welcome.
Hello again. Happy to also be the moderator of this particularly interesting panel. We have already heard some opinions, some comments about how the enforcement is taking place in the EU. We have heard some opinions that European Union is lacking on enforcing sanctions violations. We had heard some good words about how Latvia is doing, that we have already more than 600 criminal cases, but we also heard opinions about whether there are actually some results on these particular criminal cases. So I hope that at the end of this discussion, we will all have a bit of a clearer picture, a picture about what is the actual situation, of course, and of course we will try to find some improvements where they are necessary. And I'm happy to have very esteemed speakers today with me. So first of all, we have Ruud Lewendal. I tried my best. So Ruud is head of team anti-terrorism financing and sanctions in FIU in the Netherlands. We have Toms Platacis, head of Latvian FIU, and Latvian FIU have been quite a lot praised during this conference. We have not paid anybody to say all these good words. And of course, we have also Mark Handley, who is the partner at Duane Morris, as well as an author of the blog European Sanctions Enforcement. And I will speak about that, and Mark, of course, will speak about that in more details. So to start, I would like to start with Toms, with the situation in Latvia. In some previous panels, we already heard about the cases on sanctions, what is happening on the border of Latvia with the physical goods and for the cases that the customs see, and there are already several hundred of administrative cases for sanctions violations initiated on the border by the customs. So I wanted to ask you, as an FIU, you receive STRs from financial sector and other obliged entities. So, and I know that most of the STRs come from the financial sector. Therefore, I wanted to ask you, could you give us paint us a picture, what is the situation in the Latvian financial sector in respect to typologies and trends on sanctions violations?
Thank you, Martha. I want to start with two things. First of all, it's really nice to hear all the good things said about FIU Latvia. I'm not going to lie. Second, we had a very nice lunch with Ruud and Mark. And it turns out Mark knows all the Dutch and Latvian cases better than me and Ruud do. So all the questions could be forwarded to him, actually. But I'll try my best to tell something that Mark doesn't know already. In terms of what we see at the FIU, we see two things. We see what happens at the customs to some extent, and we also see what happens in the financial sector. I think based on the good things said about how Latvian system works so far, it's no coincidence that we don't see much sanctions evasion in our financial sector. It is extremely limited. So most of the cases that we have, the already 600 plus mentioned criminal cases initiated in Latvia and more than 200 administrative cases as of this June, they stem from what's happening in the customs, and mostly not what's happening in customs because of Latvia exports, but because of Latvia re-exports, and just by the unlucky or lucky coincidence that we are next to both Russia and Belarus. And if you want to send something via ground borders to Russia or Belarus, you have to use one of the states bordering them. Mostly, unfortunately, it is Latvia. So approximately 80% of all those cases stem from re-exports coming from other European or other states. In terms of financial sector, we see an increasing amount of suspicious transactions coming in every year. Year in, year on. Last 3 years it has been a bit more steady, and this year it's growing again. More than 10% of everything we get at the FIU in terms of suspicious transactions are sanctions related, but fortunately they are not sophisticated cases. Most of the cases, so we receive around 6,000 to 7,000 STRs, suspicious transaction reports. It's the bread and butter of what FIU receives and analyzes, around 6,000 to 7,000 annually. And this year already, until today, we've received more than 600 suspicious transaction reports on sanctions-related matters, sanctions breaches, sanctions, potential sanctions evasion. Half of those cases come from Latvians having bank accounts in Russia's banks, or people having bank accounts in Russia's banks, where an obliged entity in Latvia gets the information on that fact in one way or another. 25% approximately that's the new trend in the last 2 years, I think throughout Europe, is forbidden services. Latvians providing forbidden services to Russian entities. And then it's, of course, luxury goods mentioned many times throughout discussions today, and then some other things. So these are top 3 trends, and they haven't been changing. But generally, the trends of what we see in the country depend on what are the trends in sanctions packages. When something new gets adopted, that's what we see in suspicious transactions spiking up. And every single package, it is the same situation.
Okay, and just to add, not only Latvians, but like nationals also from, for example, Russian nationals having resident permits in Latvia or other EU countries. This is the most prominent amount of people that are engaging in these small-scale violations. But I wanted to ask you a bit of a follow-up question. So you say that Latvian sector, financial sector, is not used for these egregious violations of sanctions. So maybe you can share some aspects that has led for Latvian financial sector to be that resilient and to have such a compliance culture that leads to this result today?
I can. I would be happy to. Several things, of course, us being a great FIU, as mentioned today again, being a great competent authority and having a great cooperation throughout all authorities in Latvia is number one. So seeing across what's happening. We were discussing with colleagues also public-private partnership that was mentioned today between all the banks in Latvia, the FIU, other relevant authorities. That happens every other week or every month, depending on the situation, where we discuss what's happening, all the new typology, so everybody is aware of everything that could happen potentially. Everybody sharing information immediately with one another. That is one thing, but of course our history is the second big thing. The financial sector overhaul that probably most of you have heard of. In the previous Moneyball FATF assessment, Latvia did not score well, which was 2018. And after that, we almost made it to the gray list. We didn't. We succeeded not to do that. And then a huge overhaul of the financial system happened. It was a very specific political action taken, and every single institution across the board involved in the system that is AML, and now that coincides with the same institutions that are involved in sanctions compliance and implementation, got more resources, got more effective, were a top priority, and we've done tremendous work throughout last approximately 7 years to be as compliant as possible, and now we see that it is helping us very much on being successful in sanctions implementation. I think it was Paulus who said several times, as he usually does, that if Russia's invasion in Ukraine would happen in 2018, the situation would be very, very bad for us. We're happy it happened later, but it's very bad that it happened at all.
Thank you for sharing that. And To continue, I would like to turn to Mark. As it was mentioned, you're a legal practitioner, but also as a hobby, if I may, you have this blog where you publish information about all the enforcement cases that are happening all over the European Union. For example, yesterday, for getting ready for this panel, I again took a look in your blog, and I saw that, for example, Germany, and we have German colleagues here as well, Germany recently put 3 guys in jail for 6 years for exporting luxury cars to Russia. More than several hundred of cars were exported to Russia in violation of sanctions, and 6-year prison time. So what I want to ask you is, from what you see, what are the general trends in sanctions enforcement around the EU? And can we say that there are some countries lagging behind and some countries going as the front runners in this respect?
The first thing I would say is that it's very, very difficult to put kind of rankings on member states. I published a league table last year, and I don't think I'll do it again, because I think the information that member states publish isn't good enough to properly be able to rank. Sometimes there are countries where you see no activity and you don't know whether it's because they're not doing anything or because they're not publishing anything. So there was a Romanian newspaper, to give an example, that made a freedom of information request to the Romanian authorities. This was last year. Up until that point, there'd been no publicly disclosed enforcement actions in Romania, leading to a fine. The Freedom of Information request revealed that 23 companies had been fined by the Romanian authorities with confiscations of nearly 9 million euros. But the authority hadn't published any of that. It was only a Freedom of Information request that generated that information. So it's very, very difficult to interpret silence in this situation. I think member states could be a lot better at publicizing what they're doing. That being said, in terms of what is publicly available, since 2022, more than 5,500 criminal or regulatory investigations have been started across the EU, across Europe. So that's the EU, but also the likes of Norway, Iceland, Switzerland, UK, even Albania, Moldova have seen investigations. Over 1,000 successfully concluded enforcement actions since 2022. Fines of over 480 million euros since 2017, and just last year and this year, nearly a century of jail time imposed in the EU. Now, it's patchy. There are countries where you don't see a lot. There are countries where you do see a lot. And again, how you interpret that is difficult. But compared to what it was, the enforcement level now is just it's a different order of magnitude. It's quite astonishing, the leap that has happened in the last few years.
Very interesting. And maybe, is there some commonalities? What are the most, violations that you see the most? Is it goods? Is it services? Is it like luxury goods, or more important stuff like dual-use goods?
There are lots of enforcement actions that relate to exports to Russia, whether it be dual use or high priority battlefield goods or champagne. You get a lot of cases involving imports, a lot of Russian timber, but also there are cases involving nails, railway sleepers, caviar, rubber, timber, lots of timber cases, urea, oil, so on. You know, there are lots of enforcement actions on imports as well. But there are, as we all know, there are lots of different kinds of sanctions offences. So you can also see a recent Latvian case where they're going to be prosecuting for provision of management services to a Russian entity. There's one example I know of where there's a prosecution ongoing in relation to the provision of legal services, which is obviously very controversial and room for discussion about that. Romanian case about provision of brokering services that's went up to the CJEU. The travel ban has been enforced. The public procurement ban has been enforced. The oil price cap. The UK had 60 investigations as of late last year in relation to oil price cap infringements. Flight ban There was an investigation in Norway because a Russian individual was flying a drone. The Norwegian authorities took the view that that was a breach of the flight ban, and so investigated. So you see a lot of different kinds of offences being actively enforced.
Like it's a very interesting picture. Just so many. Of course, it's consequential. We have so many restrictions and we have so many different kinds of enforcement cases. It's very interesting. The brokering service case, I think it's also very noteworthy because it showed that you actually do not even have to bring these goods into European Union. It's enough that you are a European Union person providing brokering services for transferring goods between third countries from Russia to another third country, not ever being in European Union, and the person, as I understand, was held liable for that. And it just brings the picture how broad the restrictions are and how different the enforcement cases are. But
and just on the same case also dealt with what was permissible by way of confiscation of the proceeds of crime. And the CJEU upheld the Romanian decision to confiscate the gross proceeds, all the revenue obtained by the sanctions breach, not just the net proceeds. There are some member states who routinely confiscate, but only confiscate the net proceeds, whereas the CJEU has upheld, if you want to go for a gross confiscation, that's not a breach of human rights, Article 1, Protocol 1, or anything like that.
Yeah, thank you for that. And turning to the Netherlands and to Ruud, if we look at the blog that Mark is publishing, we will find a lot of cases involving the Netherlands and particularly Fiat. So could you explain and give us a picture of what are the enforcement cases conducted by your authority? And as we heard, there are so many restrictions. How do you decide which case to pursue? How do you set your priorities?
Yes, thank you very much. Before I fly off, I would like to emphasize that my agency is a criminal law enforcement service, so the perspective that I'm presenting is from the end of the chain, so to say, so that might be a bit a dark color, but it's from a criminal perspective. On a yearly basis, we receive around 100 signals concerning the possible suspicion of sanction circumvention. A lot of these signals are originated from the Dutch FIU, but also from the Dutch Customs Administration. In the Netherlands, we have the principle of prosecutorial discretion, which means that our prosecutor can choose which case to take on which case not to take on. And then as we want to reach effect and impact with our cases, of course, we discuss which case we are doing and which case we are not doing. For us, it's important that if we take a case, we try to harm the Russian defense industry as much as we can, but also we try to take cases in which we think we can damage the Russian economy. But also to do so, we try to spread out over several branches. So we do not only take up cases concerning microelectronics or other electronics, but we also had examples of cases concerning aircraft parts and all kinds of parts for the shipment industry. And recently, if we look at the trends, we see that these cases have becoming more complex. I remember in the early days in 22, 23, when we started off with all these cases, they were quite simple for us to investigate. For instance, we had goods going on paper around the world, and we had to prove they were ending up in Russia, but the criminals forgot to also reroute the payments, so the payments came directly from Russia into a Dutch bank account, which made it for us quite simple to gather the evidence, but things, they have become more complex. On the other hand, the criminals still stay kind of sloppy, if I may be so free to say. This morning I heard talking about several levels of circumvention, companies trying to do their best but made a mistake, or companies trying to do their best but don't know really how to do it, or companies who are trying to do their best from an ideological perspective. I would like to add a fourth level to that. We see people working within companies or having their own small companies who use sanction circumvention as a business model. So that would be, for us, from our perspective, would be a fourth level that I would like to add to this morning. Recently, the cases, as I said, become more complex. We try to not only go for goods and financial sanctions, but we now are looking into cases for technical assistance, technical services. And I heard talking about universities this morning. These are cases that we are also confronted with. And we are struggling, how do you prove that technology, which is not physical yet, how do you prove that technology is moving from one place to another when it's in somebody's head? When they, of course, use a USB stick or a hard drive, or when they print it, they put it in a bag and jump into an airplane, then we would have some opportunity to prove. But we also have to prove that there was knowledge in somebody's head, and how does he transfer this knowledge to, for instance, an academic institution in Russia. So we are facing, so to say, more complex cases up so far.
Thank you for sharing your perspective. And this panel is called Real Cases, Real Impact. So if I may, can I ask you to share maybe in a much more detail something about the recent case that would be interesting for the audience to hear, and maybe some lessons learned from an actual case, and what was the result of the case?
Well, as we were talking over lunch, we could fill a day with we're talking about cases, right? Well, the recent case, which has been in the news, I think it even reaches the news outside of Europe, was a case that we did concerning the transfer of strategic information about the production of electronic goods. It was presented in the media as a sort of an espionage case. The guy was sentenced already in the Netherlands, so the case is public. It was presented as an espionage case, and then we had to prove, of course, that there were blueprints of machines going from the EU to outside the EU. And how do you prove it? We were lucky that this guy collected all the material that he needed on a USB, more than one USB drives, and he copied it at the other side of the border, so to say. But we still found traces of these USB sticks, and so we were able to prove that he transferred this information. Secondly, in our tactics, what we try to do is go for more than one criminal offense. So we try to add, for instance, money laundering as a secondary criminal offense, because we say all the proceeds of crime that have been earned with these actions we can confiscate, but we can also try to prosecute the guy not only for sanctions violations but also for money laundering. So for us, a best practice is to go for more than one criminal offense when we hand over a case to the prosecution office.
Thank you, Ruth, for sharing that. And I just would like to remind the audience that you have the opportunity to ask questions, and I will do my best to also give these questions to the speakers. But before we do that, I would like to turn to Tom's again. We heard from Ruth that in Netherlands they have the privilege to decide on which cases they will follow to tackle the most important cases. In Latvia, however, we do have the mandatory criminal proceedings principle, and that's why we do have these 600 criminal cases. Could you give us the perspective of how Latvia deals with this situation? Are there any other tools that we are using or we can use more effectively in order to go after the most important cases?
There's essentially three categories. So first one was already discussed in the morning panel about the administrative implementation of administrative proceedings in the cases below 10,000, and that's approximately 25% of all cases coming from customs. So that is one way prioritizing what's more important. Second, in Latvia, when there's a mandatory criminal proceedings principle, the prioritization in the country is done the same as in money laundering cases. It's done through the FIU, essentially. So the FIU does not have the mandatory investigation principle. We work on risk-based approach principle. So what is more risky, where there's bigger benefits or bigger damage to be done, or benefits when it's investigated, that can have more resources to be looked at. So we were, from day one of the first packages arriving, we did what the best we could do at that time. We prioritized every single sanctions case that came in. At that time, it wasn't that many, but it was mostly corresponding to luxury goods. So we prioritized everything. A couple of years into the war, we understood that this is not anymore the right approach, because the resources are limited, and especially not in the FIU, but in the following institutions like State Security Service or the Tax and Customs Police. And we came up with a much more detailed priorities and trying to address what's more important, like Rud said, mostly what targets the defense industry of Russia or could benefit the defense industry of Russia. That is the absolute highest priority, or generally high-level cases that involve a lot of funds. And the prioritization is done through the FIU. Then, of course, the law enforcement can do their own prioritization, give more resources to cases that are more significant. Those are two most important things. And I forgot the third one that I wanted to say.
If you remember, feel free to add it.
I remember. The third one is what we're doing now, exactly. With the implementation of the new directive, sanctions directive, FIU has been named the central authority for setting the country priorities for sanctions investigations and enforcement. That has to be done in every single EU country. Here it's the FIU, and what we're bringing together everybody who's involved in this process, so namely the FIU, Tax and Customs Police, State Security Service, the Prosecutor's Office, Prosecutor General's Office, and trying to escalate FIU's priorities up to a country level so everybody's on the same page on focusing on cases that deal with the defense industry of Russia, mostly.
Okay, and again, to zoom out, Mark, I want to turn to you, and you gather information about the enforcement cases, and you follow also the penalties that are imposed. What is your perspective? Do you see that the penalties overall, of course you do not know circumstances of each of the case, and it would be a general opinion of yours that I would like to hear. Do you see that the penalties overall, are they such that could deter the wrongdoers from continuing violating sanctions and would have the overall deterrent effect to the society and other private sector participants?
So you get, there is a lot of enforcement of fairly low-level breaches, where sometimes there'll be community service as part of the sentencing, maybe a small fine. Where the conduct is egregious, you do get quite substantial penalties or confiscation. So the case you mentioned that I posted about just this week from Germany, where 3 individuals were convicted, 6 years, 4 years for the 3 individuals. They'd made 30 million euros from selling 500 cars into Russia. That 30 million euros was all confiscated. Which is, I think, the biggest fine or penalty in Europe last year. I think the biggest that Germany's ever imposed, although there's a case on at the moment where they're trying to confiscate 720 million euros. So maybe Germany will be breaking its own record very soon. So you do get quite substantial penalties. Lithuania last year had fines of 13 million and 8 million. In the UK last year, there was a fine of 29 million pounds for a bank that had completely misunderstood its screening obligation. And you get examples of very creative sentences, whether it's the prosecution or the judges being creative, I'm not sure, but together. So the Dutch have had some examples where they've liquidated the company. The company's been convicted and they've just liquidated it, so you're out of existence. In Latvia, you've got an individual who was convicted, who was a shareholder in the company that was involved. They confiscated the guy's shares, so he no longer had an ownership interest in the company. Again, Latvia, someone who was doing sanctioned business with Belarus, the sentence imposed a prohibition on that individual from doing any business with Belarus for a year, lawful or otherwise. Estonia, there was a case where it was a Belarusian national who was convicted, and they were banned from coming back into Estonia for 3 years. So you get, as well as maybe a custodial sentence or a fine, you get some creative sentencing as well. And I think that's it's hard to quantify those sorts of things, but it's important that the prosecutors and judges apply their minds when they're coming to imposing a sentence once someone's already been convicted.
So from what I hear from all of you, it does sound like Europe is doing quite a lot of work in enforcing sanctions and to really going after those who are violating sanctions. However, we still, I think, from the public perspective, we hear that there is some skepticism about whether EU is really doing its job in the enforcement part. Would it be fair to say that it might be just lack of publishing information and that the countries should do a better job praising themselves for the good jobs that they're doing with the enforcement cases? What is your opinion? Anyone who wants to express?
Okay. I think countries could do a lot better job of publicizing. And it can sometimes feel churlish to criticize the lack of publicity against member states who are actually enforcing, because we should probably be encouraging that. But to give an example, Finnish customs have released figures saying they've conducted 923 investigations since the start of 2022. And they've, to me, which I put on the blog, provided annual breakdowns and the seriousness of the crimes that they were investigating, but they have not released the outcomes. They've said approximately half of the low-level offending resulted in fines, and dozens of convictions at the more egregious level. But the details of the conduct are unknown. The precise amount of fine is unknown. Any custodial sentences is unknown. And so this is a country that's doing an amazing amount of enforcement, but not telling people very much about the outcomes that they're achieving. And there are other examples that I can give, so I don't want to pick on Finland, but 923 investigations is not to be scoffed at, but the amount of information about what happened at the end of those is limited.
Ruud, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, well, during lunch we were talking about, for instance, the Dutch Customs Administration, who I think doing a great job, doing a lot of cases. But you must not forget that we are also restricted by privacy regulations. So when we do criminal investigations, we can't be in the open in every case on every moment. Of course, after the case has been in court, it's easier to go out in the open. But sometimes if you want to do a press release before you go to court, you have to make sure that you have a good case. So you need to be a bit careful. It's about, it's a bit wobbly road where you're going on. And for the Customs Administration, when they do administrative settlements, they just can't, throw in the open that they have said that they have given a fine to a company A, B, or C, because then they will get claims for violating their secrecy. So I understand there's a need for, and I think maybe we should think it over again, but there's a need for more exposure to the public, and I fully agree with that. But on the other hand, there's also the respect for the privacy of companies and individuals. So that's a bit of a thin line, I think, you're walking, especially when you're talking in administrative settlements.
Of course.
What Mark said in the beginning, it's patchy. 2 years ago, in the last 2 conferences, we were begging for Europe to make it criminal across Europe because we had issues on dealing with other countries that had not criminalized sanctions evasion. Now that's fixed mostly, so it's less patchy, but it's still patchy. So my suggestion will be we fix the patchiness within Europe, and that would make everything even better than it is.
Okay, we have also some questions that have arrived, and I will reframe one of the questions in a bit, in a way that in one of the previous discussions, there was also a question, or maybe there wasn't a question, but there was an answer on if there would be Santa Claus would come and provide you with all the gifts that you would like to receive in respect to having better opportunities and better measures to use in order to enforce sanctions effectively. What would be at least one or some things that you would wish that would come? Because one of the questions were, what are the biggest challenges that you face? So I guess the things that you would like to receive might also reflect what are the biggest challenges and what we need to change in order to overcome these.
Well, this morning I heard the director of the Latvian Customs Administration say no exceptions in all these regulations. Just give us a straight line, make it easier not only for border customs, but it would also make life easier for law enforcement, because now we always have to make sure that there are no goods that are accepted somewhere in some detail line that we maybe did not see. So I fully back up what Raymond said this morning.
I do have two things. First is fix the patchiness, and we can do that. And I think there's been great discussions about EPPO taking on more powers, especially investigating sanctions evasion across Europe. I think that's a great initiative. On specific cases, it doesn't have to be all cases, especially the small ones, but I think it works great so far. We cooperate with them very well, and I think they're succeeding very well as well. So that would be one. The second would be looking back at the sanctions that don't work. I think Ruta was the one who said that it was third package that we came up with all the luxury goods. Now we see that maybe we can spend the resources somewhere else, or at least partly. So those two things, I think, would fix a lot of resource issues and patchiness as well.
Probably not for me to say as opposed to the people who are actually enforcing, but maybe all the member states implementing the enforcement directive.
That would be important. Yeah, agree. So, but also, Mark, I want to use this opportunity. Of course, you're not only a blogger, but you're also a well-respected lawyer. So from your perspective, from this perspective, you're consulting clients, providing advice for ensuring compliance with sanctions. What are the main challenges that the private sector faces, and maybe what is the main things that they should concentrate in order not to become a case which is published later on your blog?
I would not want to be a compliance officer in a bank that had to implement instant payment processing at the same time as doing AML and anti-terrorism and sanctions compliance. My mind explodes at that point. I think one of the reasons why are beautifully drafted, not least because they have to be drafted in so many different languages. So there are a couple of recent cases that have all dealt with what sale means in Regulation 833. Sale is not defined in the regulation. It's used hundreds of times in the FAQs, but not defined in the FAQs. But there have been cases, first Russian-Danish conviction a couple of weeks ago, but also other cases in Switzerland and Germany that have explained that a sale can be completed without the goods being moved, without payment being taken. It's almost at the point of signing the contract. And I've spoken to lots of compliance people say, oh no, the final sign, we don't ship anything until compliance signs off, or we don't take payment until compliance signs off. But if there's already a contract, some of this case law is saying you've already broken the law at that point. The sale has happened. And so the real enforcement examples can help compliance people actually design systems that will protect them better than they might have realized.
Thank you for sharing your perspective. And one question from audience, Ruud, you shortly touched upon the transfer of intangible technology and transfer of knowledge. How do you actually get about investigating it, and how do you actually catch the bad guys who are trying to transfer knowledge?
Well, that's the $1 million question. Well, these cases, they usually come up, as I said, from a report from FIU, either from Customs or from our National Security Service. And then, of course, it's up to us together with the prosecutor to come up with a plan. At the point of exchanging knowledge, we are actually struggling, not how to do the investigation, but how do we find the proof. On the case that I mentioned as an example, the case of the USB stick, we just decided to do a search, and we were thinking, well, there had to be traces on laptops or telephones or whatever, and then you are lucky when you find physical evidence in the form of a USB stick. But as I said, a lot of these people committing these crimes, they tend to be a little bit sloppy, so they always leave their traces. Up till now, we didn't come up across the perfect crime. Maybe I should not say that, because that would make a challenge to people who want to do bad things. But the reality is that up to now, of course, if the proof is there in a legal sense, that we have to see. But we still manage to find traces in every investigation that we do. And if we don't find it on day one, then we go on for day 2 or day 3. So.
Thank you. And I heard from what you just said also that the investigative authorities sometimes need to take some risks and to really go after the case, risking maybe there's not going to be there something, but as you say, the criminals are sloppy and always make mistakes.
Like Mr. Smith said this morning, I suffer to get tougher. So I really like to take that sentence if it's allowed. So.
Yes, so our time is up, and thank you so much for all the speakers, and I hope that the audience will go away with a bit of more faith in the EU authorities enforcing sanctions, and that there are lots of going on. Maybe you will hear about it later when it will be available for publishing, but in the background the enforcement is happening. So thank you, guys.
And I would like to re-emphasize what Mark said in the end about publicizing the enforcement cases. I think Mark is not just saying that so his blog gets more interesting, which is already interesting. First time I heard about it actually was in a conference organized by RUSI. They have this big platform called SIFMANET, Sanctions and Illicit Financing Monitoring Network, where many member states participate, where we actually met Mark. And this is an excellent networking opportunity. So I would advise you to participate there if you're not participating there yet. And Jeff Nilsson, in that regard, stated in a previous conference a very similar note that these enforcement actions, OFAC enforcement actions, when they're published, that's a very good source of information to learn how to make your internal control system better. So that's another very good consequence of publishing these materials. But most importantly, when we publish these hefty fines and these enforcement actions, it creates dissuasiveness and deterrent effect, so that those who are potentially willing to violate sanctions might think twice when these cases are published. But most importantly, I think it is what Tom's mentioned this morning about the informative war that we live in. Russia is constantly pushing the narrative that sanctions aren't working. And people care. I think people care more than we know. And they want to see these stories that those who are violating sanctions and helping Russia are actually held accountable. So publishing the enforcement cases is really, really important. It has multiple positive effects. With this, we are taking a short break, and we will be back at 4:05 for our next panel discussion. Thank you. So most of us are back. We will restart our conference with the last part of the day, with the last two sessions. So we will start with the next session. A brief introduction is that too often we hear that sanctions do not work. And Russian propaganda probably agrees with that. I most certainly disagree. We can argue back and forth, but what we would like to do in this session is to look at the macroeconomic data and figures. So that's why the next panel discussion is titled Counting the Global Cost, Sanctions and Economic Consequences. Please welcome the moderator of the discussion, our good friend, the director of the Latvian Institute of International Affairs and an associate professor at Riga Strādins University, Mr. Kārlis Bukovskis. And please, Kārlis, you will introduce the speakers, and the floor is yours.
Thank you both so much. It's a true honor of mine to be here and moderate this panel with two amazing speakers. I know maybe the word is being overused, but trust me, they are amazing. We already had a short discussion, and I myself have a lot of spark in my eyes to go on with this. We will be discussing the central issue will be on Russia and the future of Russia, the economic future of Russia. So, do sanctions work? Don't they work? How could they work? And what's going to happen to Russia in the, well, immediate future? So that's basically the idea that we would like to concentrate on in these 41 minutes that we have. And we have two excellent, wonderful speakers. Benjamin Hilgenstock, who is the head of the macroeconomic research and strategy at the Kiev School of Economics, also has been at the German Council on Foreign Relations. True, and worked for the IMF as well. And Matīs Mirošņikovs, who is the senior economist at the Bank of Latvia and also has been affiliated with the University of Stockholm and University of Lund, respectively, at some point in his life. So I would actually like to immediately start with Matīs, with you, and kindly ask you to, in 7 minutes, maximum 7 minutes, I will be strict, to describe the picture. How does Russia's economy look like at this moment? Where are we after, well, basically 4 years of sanctioning Russia? And to those of you, few hundred who are watching us online, you can send the Slido questions. I will be more than happy to read them out loud. Be polite. There's more chance that I'm going to read them out loud. And those in the audience, I will be more than happy to open the floor immediately after both colleagues will be over with their initial remarks. Matīs, so what's the future for Russia?
Okay, thank you. Glad to be here today. First of all, a few disclaimers. Since I'm from the Bank of Latvia, I'm a specialist on the Latvian economy, not the Russian economy.
Sorry, Matīs, I'm going to pin this in. You just wrote an excellent article for the upcoming foreign policy yearbook that our institute is producing, and on Russia's economy. So please don't be shy.
Well, still, it's magnitudes. I would consider myself more of an expert on the Latvian economy still than the Russian one. Maybe that's a more accurate way of saying it. And if anyone looks up my name on Google, if you see myself shaking hands, receiving an envelope from an OFAC sanctioned person, that was a long time ago. He wasn't sanctioned back then. It's the mayor of my hometown, Ventspils. I'm sure most of you know who I'm talking about. That's, in short, I would say, how my story began with sanctions. I didn't know back then how it would turn out, but that's how I ended up, I guess, here. Everything begins somewhere. But yeah, about Russia. I think economists face quite a difficult job nowadays. The external environment, everything is so not understandable easily, and we're facing major issues with data, and also in the case with Russia, that is a big issue since Russia isn't publishing a lot of data on its economic performance anymore. Like it has the GDP releases, like just major numbers, but they don't go into detail anymore. That kind of always shows that there are some issues there that they're trying to hide, at least in my opinion, because, you know, they would probably show those things which are more positive, but then some places where there might be some issues, they're trying to hide, sweep under the rug. So, for example, also one of the latest figures they've stopped publishing are the demographics, the situation of demographics, so births, deaths, overall population size. So that just indicates that there are overall underlying issues with Russia. And as I said, with economists, like once the war broke out, I think most forecasters projected that the Russian economy would like collapse, would record like almost double-digit GDP decreases in the coming years. But kind of economists can become the laughingstock sometimes, especially with the forecasts. When compared even to meteorologists, but to our defense, meteorologists at least know what the weather was outside like yesterday. Like economists sometimes don't even know what the situation was like a year ago or two. And with Russia, that's the case as well. They're trying to hide quite a lot of the data. And we always have to be suspicious about what the quality is like have they manipulated it, because they're using data as part of warfare as well. And but nevertheless, all those disclaimers out of the way, we see that the Russian economy has performed well. That is, the real GDP has grown over time. Growth has slowed with time, but still, it remains above zero, and they've used it as a vehicle to say that the Russian economy is doing well, the West is doing poorly. But the thing is, if we look at the composition of what sustains the growth in Russia, that's mainly the military industry and the war effort. So if we look at the breakdown by components, it's quite a lot of government consumption and also some private consumption, which is quite a lot of times driven by government spending they're just giving out money for people to participate in a war. So that can drive the economy for some time until the money runs out. We see that inflation is high in Russia for already several years. And we see that monetary policy, the central bank of Russia, is trying to react to it. The interest rates are much higher than inflation rates. Like by comparison, in the euro area, the inflation rate is around 2%, so is the interest rate. While in Russia, the inflation rate currently is about like 8%, I think. It was around 10, while the interest rate is 20%, and now it's gone down to like 16%, so it's still much higher. It just shows that the monetary policy isn't really effective at dealing with inflation at the moment, and I think the key issues are the expansionary fiscal policy. Essentially, government spending is just adding fuel to the fire, that is inflation. And we also see that unemployment in Russia is very, very low. At the moment, it's like under 3%, so around 2%. And that's extremely low, considering the unemployment rate in Russia before the war was much, much higher. Like by some markers, I think the healthy unemployment rate usually in economics textbooks is mentioned around 5%. So that's kind of the unemployment naturally occurs when people go from one employed position to another. So that brief time that they spend between jobs, that kind of creates some unemployment rate. So in Russia, it's 2%. So they are running out of people since they have a lot of needs for the military, but also for the defense industry in general. But they also have just everyday needs that they need to sustain. So we're seeing that there they are running in issues and not many ways to combat that. So at the moment, if you could say so, their economy is kind of overheating a bit. Like I would maybe not use that term, but high inflation, GDP running up and very low unemployment, those are kind of signs that the economy is at a strain. And if you can't contain the inflation rate, even with high interest rates, yeah, that just shows that there are some issues. And now on top of that, we see that the budget deficit is higher than projected, that they planned in the budget for this year. Obviously, that comes also from lower energy prices overall in the world. But still, they also have to spend quite a lot of money to attract people to the army, and I've seen some cases when they've majorly decreased the bonuses that people get for signing to the army. So that's also another strain on the economy in total. So in the future, I guess we're going to see some more issues from those aspects. And then international trade in general, and because Russia is, well, I think, I don't remember who said that, but like it's essentially a gas station with an army, and their major product is energy resources, and a lot of the economic performance depends just on how much they can export. Yes, yeah. But just to conclude that, we've seen that they've kind of successfully replaced Europe as a key destination for energy resources, and kind of substituted that with India and China. But we'll see how the newest sanctions affect that, since there have been some impulses from India and China as well, that they might buy less oil now from Russia.
Thank you, Matti, so much. A follow-up question immediately to you, because I was actually thinking that unemployment rates, could that be related? Well, two questions, two questions. Unemployment rates, that might be related with the fact that about 3.5 million people emigrated in order to avoid mobilization. So in this case, you accidentally create a labor shortage, and so in this case, this is so that is there. But I was more wondering, again, the future, the immediate future. So basically, what you are describing now, it sounds to me like there's some kind of a military bubble in the economy that they have created. So does that mean? And that's an important question. Does that mean that basically they have to avoid stopping the war in order not to bubble burst, and they have to go on just because of economic reasons?
Well, I would say yes. Unfortunately, the signs are there. I think also historically we've seen examples of that. There have been examples, for example, Germany before the Second World War, like their whole economy was built around the fact that they're overly militarized, and they just needed to continue spending and for the military. And in order to do that, like, you need to wage wars essentially. Like, if you don't have a war, you have nothing to use the military for and then spend there. So it sounds awfully a lot like that, yes.
Okay, I wandered into this one myself. But Benjamin, I was hoping there's going to be a segue to you immediately, and going back to sanctions, and which one?
Not because I'm German, but
no. But the central question is, what of the sanctions do work and what not? Because I'm sometimes wondering, not only the fact that, of course, Russia is using Russian propaganda is that, yeah, well, we're invincible, nothing can hurt us, come on, bring on more sanctions and stuff like that, and the cocky approach. But, well, in reality, European Commission, to a large extent, oversold the initial sanctions, that it's going to destroy Russia's economy. Hasn't happened, as we just discussed, not yet at least. And then there is a question, which ones of those sanctions actually have long-term effects and which don't?
So first of all, let me start by saying that I really agree with Mati's assessment of the Russian economy. There are clearly vulnerabilities emerging, and the war fiscal stimulus-driven growth model of 2023 and 2024 is really reaching its limits. As for the sanctions, there are many sanctions that hurt Russia, and I encourage everyone to continue with all of those. To, as we heard before, deprive Russia of the financial means to wage war, and also to make it as hard as possible to conduct the war on the battlefield. There's also on the sanctions front still homework to be done in the European Union with regard to continued imports of Russian energy. This is, of course, about the impact that this will have on Russia, but it is also about making sure that we do not pay for Russian aggression with our own money. Now, this is currently being undertaken. We had in the 18th package the ban on oil products refined from Russian crude. In the 19th package now the acceleration of the exit from Russian LNG. With the Repower EU agenda, after somewhat of a transition phase, we will be rid of Russian fossil fuels in Europe. But if we're asking about which kind of measures can actually lead to a change in Putin's calculus, the menu of options is relatively small. I think one thing is clear right now. There's no desire from the Russian side to engage in any kind of negotiations in earnest, and it seems also pretty clear to me that Putin still believes that the longer he does this, the longer he stays in this fight, the better the situation is going to get for him, either because Ukraine runs out of people or out of money, or we run out of political will and so forth. And what we have to do is change this calculus. And that doesn't necessarily mean to ruin the Russian economy. It just means to create a situation in which the regime realizes that the longer it conducts this war, the worse the situation is going to get. Now, if we're looking for measures that do that, I think we inevitably end up with Russian energy exports. Russia remains heavily dependent on energy sales, oil and gas, for its export earnings, but also budget revenues, and this is where we need to continue to push. And this could really change Putin's calculations relatively quickly. Now, when we want to do that, we also may have to consider a different strategy, a strategy that focuses more on Russian export volumes and not on prices. It is true what we heard at the start of the day, that energy sanctions have deprived Russia of more than $100 billion in energy export earnings, but this was not really due to the price cap. The price cap does not work, and in my view, it has never worked. And largely our strategy to reduce the price of Russian oil exports while keeping the Russian oil on the market to stabilize oil prices, this strategy has largely failed. And I think this explains why one can look at Russian energy exports from a somewhat less hopeful perspective. In 2024, Russia exported oil and gas worth $235 billion. This is basically the same number that it was in 2023, 2021, and 2019. The only exceptions in the recent past, 2020, when we had a pandemic, and 2022 in the other direction when energy prices were soaring. Now, the US sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil that were mentioned earlier are really the first attempt to potentially reduce Russian export volumes, and therefore could have a significant effect. What effect they are going to have, the jury is still out on that, and depends very much on how the US chooses to enforce this. Now, when we talk about energy sanctions, it's important to talk about extraterritorial measures, because ultimately what we're trying to do here is to influence the behavior of actors in third countries. For the most part, we no longer buy Russian oil and gas, which means if we want to reduce volumes of Russian oil and gas exports, we need to have leverage over actors in third countries. And back to the US sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil, if these measures are going to work, they're not going to work because US companies are now banned from transacting with these companies. They will be effective, hopefully, because the US is threatening third country financial institutions with being cut off from the US dollar, also known as secondary sanctions, if they continue to conduct transactions involving Rosneft and Lukoil. Now, in Europe, we have to think about extraterritorial measures as well. Fundamentally, we still consider secondary sanctions as a violation of international law. That is, to an extent, a legitimate position, and it's also informed by our own experiences with US secondary sanctions in the Iran case and the Nord Stream 2 case. Now, as a German here, I have to say that Nord Stream 2 was a grotesquely ill-conceived project. But that fact aside, we were facing a situation where European companies were doing perfectly legal things and had to basically overnight abandon certain businesses, same with Iran because of US sanctions. Now, it is nevertheless the simple fact that we want our sanctions to have the broadest possible effect, and that means we have to create incentives for actors in third countries to comply with them. The EU, despite its fundamental opposition to secondary sanctions, has carefully ventured into extraterritoriality. We've heard about this earlier before today as well. The EU can and has listed intermediaries in the trade with dual-use goods. The EU can list and has listed foreign banks involved in sanctions circumvention. And since the 19th sanctions package, there's now also a tool to list ports in third countries if they're engaged in sanctions circumvention. And this is important. We have heard about the shadow fleet earlier as well, and that the EU and UK have sanctioned a very large number of vessels now. It is nevertheless true that a significant number of these remain in operations, and this has to do with the fact that actors in third countries do not look at EU sanctions the way they look at US sanctions. And we really have to think about that and potentially have a conversation, for instance, with Indian ports about what it means for their access to the European market if they continue to accept vessels that are designated in the EU. Now, let me close by saying, since I see that I'm basically running out of time and I want to avoid the watch being brought out, we really need to think about how we can aggressively use existing tools and create new ones to project our considerable economic power beyond our borders, to bring Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine to an end, and to preserve the rules-based international order. So let me stop there and happy to get into questions.
Thank you. One quick question from my side before, of course, I'm opening the floor to colleagues, so you can already start raising your hands. My quick one is, quick one, I don't know how quick it's going to be, but companies who are still, Western companies who are still operating in Russia, they have, according to calculations, lost more than 160 billion euros because of expropriations, because of the write-offs, because of the, well, unfair or fair, depends on whom you ask, Russian court policies towards them. But there is one central issue which is lingering in the air, that sanctions are expected to end at the moment when Russia stops attacking Ukraine and then, of course, withdraws its military, then maybe also reparations and things like that. And so we have companies still present in Russia who are kind of waiting for this moment. So it's still everybody, there are many actors who are waiting for the war to be over to resume business operations. What is their role, or alternatively, how long you think they still gonna keep hoping for the situation to become as it was, or close to what it was?
I think they need to keep hoping for as long as it takes, because otherwise they would have to explain to their shareholders why they made certain decisions about being engaged in Russia and staying engaged there, and while their assets may have to be written off at some point. And I think they're going to try to drag this out for as long as possible. I think most of these companies if not all of them, kind of missed their moment. Like in the early months of this entire unfortunate business, I think there were some companies that were able to exit Russia without basically getting like a symbolic ruble for their assets. But I think that time has passed, and the Russian regime has made it quite clear that this is no longer possible, and that they will, you know, whenever they feel like the time has come, expropriate the assets. I think fundamentally, we should not particularly care about these companies and their fortunes and their assets in Russia. One thing I'd like to add, though, is there's a bit of a cynical exercise going on where expectations are being created and narratives set about when we can go back to normal with Russia. And basically the premise that is being put out is the one that you just mentioned, that once Russia leaves Ukrainian territory based on the borders of 1991, and once Russia pays reparations to Ukraine, then we can, of course, talk about a very different relationship with Russia. I think that that's fair. The time for that also is never, right? And so then what they're hoping to do, the people making these bad faith arguments, is that at some point we're going to get some kind of peace deal, settlement, whatever, freezing of the conflict. And then they're going to say like, well, you agreed that when the war is over, we can go back to business as usual with Russia. Although these are not the conditions, obviously, that we think about when we think about any kind of future engagement with Russia.
Thank you, Benjamin, so much. The floor is yours. We have one question from the online audience. Thank you for that. Anonymous is asking, when budget deficit will deplete Russian war chest if oil exports to China and India are cut in half? To both of you, actually.
All right. So I think I mentioned earlier that the budget is already in a quite perilous situation. Russia has revised the budget deficit target already twice this year and is still going to miss it. They have a budget plan for next year that is basically not worth the paper that it's printed on, because it's based on a reduction of military spending and so forth, and revenue assumptions that are not realistic. So Russian authorities will then face basically the question of which kind of channel for financing this deficit they want to use, and there's basically two left. One is the remaining liquid assets of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, the NWF, that's about 4.2 trillion rubles. And then the other channel is domestic borrowing, and the only buyer that is left in this market for Russian OFZs is Russian banks. Now, this is a largely state-owned banking system, so you can ultimately force Russian banks to buy. Now, all of this is going to have side effects. If you force your banks to buy a sovereign debt, they can no longer lend to the private sector to the same extent. You may have to pay them higher interest rates to for them to be willing to absorb the issuance. You may have to engineer some repo operations on the side of the central bank, which has already happened, to create the additional liquidity for them to buy the OFZs. Now, that's inflationary and so forth. The conclusion that I generally arrive at is that if you think about an increasingly fascist regime that has one objective, which is to continue this war of aggression against Ukraine, this regime will find a way to finance the war. It is just going to become increasingly costly to do so. Now, if revenues from oil and gas sales to China and India are cut in half, that will create a quite perilous situation for external accounts. It will weaken the ruble quite significantly, and it will take away additional budget revenues. I still think Russia is going to find a way to pay for this war. There's just going to be ripple effects throughout the economy, but this is their ultimate objective, and their timeline is relatively short. So if you're interested in your ability to continue this war for the next 12 months, you're going to do what it takes to accomplish that, and then you'll deal with the aftershocks in the next year and try to somehow plug the holes.
Yeah, to add on to that, I think also a lesson of history about Russia is always that the people are kind of, they're different than what we usually look at in the West. They are capable of more austerity than we are. They will tolerate worse conditions, and because it's for the Tsar essentially, and the regime also doesn't care about its own people in Russia. So I completely agree with what Benjamin already mentioned. That yeah, they're going to do everything that they have to, as much as it costs, and what they have to back up on is that the people won't mind for some time. And as with the Soviet Union, it collapsed when it collapsed. It was kind of sudden, but people tolerated bad conditions for a long time. So I think that's what they have going for it. So they're going to keep military expenditures as much as they can, and they're just going to cut something else, which the people might tolerate.
You continue gloomy predictions. Yeah, well, that's again one of those things that we already discussed before. That well, we can't treat Russia's economy and Russia's politics as we do that in Western countries, from the point of view that they more think like 19th century country than anything else, especially about their own population, where we care about the provision of services. That's secondary very often in the decision-making process. But anyway, so we have more questions online. Did any of you hear the numbers on Russian economy that Minister of Foreign Affairs Braže mentioned in the morning? Because there's a question for you to comment on that. Please, Benjamin. That's the first one, and then to Matis. Then I'm gonna ask the second question, which is there. The biggest Russian vulnerability is oil price, right? So in this case, is there any smart thinking on how to drive down the oil price? So Benjamin, Minister Braže's numbers for you. Do you agree? Don't you agree? Which you liked, which not? And to Matis's oil prices.
No, I fundamentally agree. We see a Russian economy that is basically at the verge of stagnation, and whether it's growing a little bit or contracting a little bit in the bigger scheme of things is not particularly important. To link that to the second question, I think the low oil price is quite an important driver of what we've been seeing in terms of lower export earnings and also in terms of lower budget revenues. Now, let's be honest, the lower oil price has really nothing to do with sanctions. The discount on Russian oil, so the difference between Russian export prices and the global price, which the price cap was supposed to increase, has been around like $10, $12 per barrel for several years now, so nothing really much is moving there. This is maybe a side effect of Donald Trump's wonderful Liberation Day, but it has nothing to do with sanctions. That also means, though, that there is much room to go further with sanctions if we say we're able, with stricter enforcement and additional measures against the shadow fleet, to widen the discount on Russian oil from $10 to $20 a barrel. That would mean Russia would have to sell its oil at $40 a barrel or so, and that would be a quite perilous level. In addition to that, Russia's now operating in a bit of a different environment because other oil producers have shifted from a strategy of driving the price up to rather living with the current prices and going up with production to generate additional revenues. I think, to come back to the original question, I think we fundamentally agree on the state of the Russian economy and the vulnerabilities that are more and more emerging to the surface. This has to do with what Matis said, tight monetary policy that has driven up the cost of borrowing for enterprises. A lot of them are increasingly under financial strain. There are issues with the labor market and so forth. So this is not a situation you want to find yourself in. It's also not one where collapse is imminent. So I think it's imperative to keep pushing. And while we may not know exactly what's going to happen if Russian oil exports to China and India are cut in half, let's try and then just enjoy the show.
And when it comes to oil prices and what we can do to drive them down, well, usually when we look at what drives oil prices, you would look at supply and demand factors. So supply, that would be just how much oil output there is. That is a lot of times controlled by the OPEC countries, which of course limit their output so that the prices are higher. But then what we can impact more is demand. So demand is mostly tied to economic activity, and we see that in times of lower economic activity, oil prices go down. Well, I'm not saying that we should have a recession. We have had poor economic performance in Europe for some years now, but I think what can also drive down demand is actually the green transition, so a quicker green transition and using other sources of energy than fossil fuels. And I think that could be, if we're doing it anyway at some point, because we need to drive down emissions, then also that cuts down the need for oil and gas, which would drive down prices in the global market as well. So I think, yeah, if there is something that we can do, that's moving to renewables or other energy sources.
Thank you. Or moving to Zoom and stop using gasoline that much in private consumption. Yep. Well, okay. Well, the person who asked the question asked for smart thinking, so not sure if that is the smartest one, but I am getting a looming suspicion that some of you here are actually writing questions on Slido instead of actually asking them live. Well, that's, yes, some people are nodding. Okay, so I'm gonna still read one more question which we have here, and I'm gonna ask one more of mine as well. So we have 7.5 minutes for me to ask the questions. So the question from the audience is a reminder of Ernest Hemingway on the question of bankruptcy: gradually, then quickly. What triggers the change of pace in Russian economic health? So we have been discussing it partially, but basically, so what can really hurt them besides the secondary sanctions? What would they care actually in their own domestic policies? Because we have been trying to sanction different goods. So is there something that Russians cannot live without? So that's probably the central idea. And my question is somewhat the elephant in the room, China and Russia's. It's very often mentioned that Russia is moving itself towards dependence as a vassal state of China. My argument has always been that, yeah, well, we had the cooperation with Russia, the European Union meaning in the West, for a couple of decades. It didn't turn into a vassal state, and I'm not sure if Russians are going to allow themselves to turn into a vassal state for China. But then in this case, if we also see the numbers already from a couple of years back, that they have 60% of mobile phones are only and solely Chinese, 60% of cars were driven, cars that they were buying were already Chinese, the same as with household appliances, then there's a question, how much of this Chinesification of Russia in reality is happening, and how long can it still continue happening? Will Russia be really using only and solely Chinese products at the end of the day? You can pick and choose the questions. You both look so gloomy after both of those. Just whichever you. Matis, yes, please.
Well, I'll start just with China. Well, as I said before, we've seen that Russia has switched essentially where they're getting most of their money from. So we've seen a marked increase in Russian exports to China, which is mostly just mineral fuels, so oil and gas. So in that sense, they are depending much more on China in this regard, but also on the import side, as you said. Appliances such as phones, but also the vehicles now, cars are coming more and more from China as well. So in some regard, yeah, it's happening a lot lately, that they are relying more and more on China, but yeah, how much of that is vassalization or not? It would probably go against Russian pride to become something like that. But we've seen that quite a lot of times the trade that happens between Russia and China is also on more beneficial terms for China, because Russia just has nowhere else really to go. So if that would be a characteristic of a vassal, maybe also from that aspect that is happening. But overall, Russia is still trying to find ways to get goods made elsewhere as well, like a lot. They really want. They're paying a surplus on Western-made goods and getting them from other countries. So I don't think they're going to become a vassal of China, because China also doesn't want to give them everything and doesn't have everything they need. So it's just impossible, essentially, that they would only trade with China.
Well, first on the China question, I think it's pretty clear that this is not like an economic partnership, but rather some kind of temporary marriage of convenience. And that doesn't mean it will have to last, right? So we're not seeing Chinese investments in the Russian economy, right? We're just seeing China selling Russia consumer goods that it needs and transshipping war-critical goods at extremely elevated prices and taking advantage of Russian desperation, so to speak, in that regard. And as far as energy exports are concerned, Russia may want to get more involved with China, but China doesn't necessarily want to get more involved with Russia. They have their own internal considerations in terms of reliance on single suppliers, and I think you see this every time Russia wants to talk about Power of Siberia 2, so another gas pipeline to China. The Chinese are not particularly interested in that. They're happy to do some political statements, but there's no real movement in the project, which means there's some limitations to this relationship, and it's just what Russia needs right in this moment. That doesn't mean it's going to last. As for the question about when the collapse of the Russian economy is going to happen, unfortunately, I don't know. I think what we should take away from this is that there are lots of things that hurt Russia here and there and on the margins. There are some things that we can do to really change the trajectory, and that's largely about energy sanctions. Of course, we could also think about properly disconnecting the Russian financial system from the rest of the world, which we haven't done at all. We have sanctioned a lot of Russian banks and disconnected them from SWIFT. We would have to actually go after all third country financial institutions that still interact with Russian banks via secondary sanctions. That may have quite of a chilling effect. In the early weeks of the sanctions regime, there was a period of time when it looked like the Russian financial system may get into real trouble. There were some early signs of bank runs. It ultimately didn't happen, also because in 2022, because of high energy prices, it was basically raining foreign currency, and that allowed the Russian central bank to go after usually competing objectives and achieve all of them, meaning inflation control, bringing the ruble back to an acceptable level, and addressing the needs of the financial institutions. Right now, the situation will be very different. But long story short, if we want to change the trajectory of the Russian economy, then we have to go after Russian energy, and we have to go after the volume of their exports and not just the price. When that will then lead to the collapse of the Russian economy and the end of the Putin regime and so forth, I have no idea. But that is the path that we need to take.
Thank you. Yes, Matthijs, you have 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's a really short remark on China and why that also. But China wouldn't save Russia from inevitable downfall. China is reliant on the West. They are a production hub of the world. So, and who buys most stuff from China is we do. So they can't risk harming the relationship with us either. So they don't want to become too engaged with Russia as well.
Thank you, Matthijs. Now I have 5 seconds. Colleagues, thank you so much for being with us, for asking the questions, and especially a round of applause to both of you. You have been wonderful and extremely informative, and this has been honest pleasure of mine to be discussing this with you.
Great pleasure.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Another very insightful discussion. I think we all became much smarter. I think I referenced it at one point that we try to pass off as experts in every field at the FIU, but I think hearing about the impacts on the economy of Russia from real economists is really insightful. Thank you for that. We have come to the end of the conference and the last session, where you will hear from me, but not only from me. We have invited for the last part of the session a conversation one-on-one titled Guarding the Gate, Latvians' Experience, where I will be joined on stage by Mr. Uldis Cārps, who is the chairman of Finance Latvia Association. Please, round of applause.
Second. So, Paulis, after today, we have a quite difficult task to summarize everything that has happened in those exciting sessions throughout the day and do it in 20 minutes. So that's the good news. It will be no more than 20 minutes, just 20 minutes. For me, as a basically financial risk practitioner, not so much AML expert, it was quite exciting to learn that I think we are living in two worlds. We're living in one world where we have effectively imperfect political decisions on sanctions that have a lot of loopholes, way-arounds, and that are not 100% effective, not maybe even 80% effective, or maybe even a lower number. Then we have quite effective structures for enforcement of those sanctions, but where also improvements are possible. So what are the most important takeaways for you after today's conference?
Thank you, Uldis. I think there are so many takeaways, and sanctions, for that reason, is an extremely interesting topic to work in, because we see that it involves geopolitics and the biggest possible decisions made by potentially the most powerful people in the world, which translate back to regular implementation in day-to-day lives of businesses, practitioners who work in FIUs, customs officers, bank compliance officers, and now, increasingly more often, regular businesses. My main takeaways are, I think we are on the right track. I very often myself find critical notions about the work of policymakers in drafting the sanctions. I think we could have done much more. We could have done it much faster. At the same time, we live in a political reality where there are 27 member states in the European Union, and we do have to find a consensus between 27 member states with competing interests, some being quite friendly to the Kremlin, as we know. Those are the countries that continue buying Russian oil via the pipeline. So considering all of that, I think having 19 sanctions packages is a tremendous success, and especially with the 18th and the 19th sanctions packages really significantly finally targeting Russian energy exports, which, as perfectly stated by our three economists, is the most important part of where we hit Russia's economy, to change Putin's and Kremlin's calculus on waging their war of aggression against Ukraine. On top of that, excellent news from the United Kingdom and the United States finally going after the two big oil giants. And I completely agree with Benjamin. We'll have to see whether it is really enforced and followed through, or Russia will just find ways to evade that. And if they do, what will be the consequences? But it is clear that Russia's oil dependency that was prevalent in the European Union has really diminished. It has really gone down. But at the same time, we see huge increases with oil exports to India and China. So in terms of the money they earn, yes, there is a decrease, but how big it is and how impactful it is, that remains a question, and how long Russia can withstand that pressure. Taking all of that, looking at the big policy picture, we see that everyday questions of businesses are completely different of how we implement all the other types of sanctions that we have alongside energy restrictions. And the scope and plethora of different types of sanctions and the difficulty of legal framework, I think, was demonstrated today very well by real business practitioners. I mean, the terms that were aired by financial sector representatives on instant banking payments, and then we heard our private sector representatives who talk about business compliance. These are real questions, real scenarios where sanctions implementation can be difficult, and it is not always easy to understand what is meant. It is not always clear in every country in the European Union who to turn to ask for guidance. And finally, if there are violations, how good we are at actually going after those who violate sanctions and support Russia in that way. So there are so many elements of sanctions effectiveness to discuss that I think there are many takeaways that we can take back home. Policy is getting stronger, implementation is clearly getting stronger, and European Union is becoming more harmonized, although the speed is not at its best. Enforcement is far from perfect, but there are very good results. Businesses are becoming increasingly good at sanctions compliance with the help of financial institutions as well. And the policy developments show clear signs of making sanctions stronger. So there are very many good news, but from Latvian perspective, we would, of course, want other countries also to invest in sanctions compliance, because taking a political decision is one thing, implementation on the real world is another.
Okay, to continue on your last thesis, I want to ask you one thing about a matter that you know most about, which is about running the FIU. And in particular, we talked about the transformation of the Latvian FIU and its portfolio of responsibilities, where you now have a coordinating role for sanctions in a country, basically a single contact point, a single center for ensuring that the sanctions are applied in a uniform manner. So what are your main takeaways from this journey? Do you think it was a good idea? Does this new system work better than the previous system? And what can maybe others learn from that?
I think it has been an excellent transformation, and really our government putting our money where our mouth is, that we care about sanctions and we care about their effectiveness. And it wasn't just that somebody decided that the FIU, you go and be the competent authority. We were granted additional powers, we were granted additional responsibilities, and most importantly, we were given additional staff positions to fill with people whose main job is to wake up in the morning with the idea, how do we make sanctions more effective? How do we make them better? And I was entrusted by Tom's also to build up that function, which I think 1.5 years later, looking back, I think it was an excellent idea. Once again, we have ensured legal certainty in the country about how to implement these sanctions. Of course, there are some imperfections here and there. There is one authority that produces guidance. We get all the data on sanctions effectiveness in Latvia. We can give feedback to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs on what works, what doesn't work, and we have actually had results out of it. Based on the information we have provided, 58 shadow fleet vessels have been sanctioned. Based on the information we have provided, not just we, but other countries as well, but the loopholes between sanctions against Russia and Belarus have been closed. So there have been real impacts on policy side and on the implementation side. I think we had heard good words from the industries today, businesses and financial institutions. So I think it is working, and our great cooperation with Customs, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the Central Bank. So the main thesis here is that if you want to be effective and sanctions to work, you have to invest. I think who said it today? You have to suffer to get tougher. This is exactly that. You'll have to pay a little bit for that, but I think the ultimate result is to make Ukraine stronger in this war and to take the upper hand. That certainly is a good and a very small price to pay.
Continuing on the same, one more Latvia-related question, because I think it's important since we are here in Riga. As for those ones who have looked in the map, you probably have noticed that we are exactly 265 kilometers from the Russian border, or 275 if you travel by road. In that context, if you were to explain to your grandmother that the work you're doing in the FIU actually makes sense. What would you tell her in relation to the sanctions enforcement?
In relation to the sanctions enforcement, well, I think there's one misconception about sanctions is that there was a little bit gloomy feeling in the previous panel that we don't know when sanctions will drive the Russian economy down and when will it suffer. And the very important point here is that sanctions alone are never expected to completely, on their own, change the behavior of that state. We have seen tremendous sanctions against Iran and North Korea to change their behavior, and it hasn't changed. And it's completely, there are smaller economies than Russia, there are smaller countries than Russia, and that behavior ultimately didn't change. So probably just by sanctions themselves, we don't expect that behavior to change. It goes with other instruments that we have in our hands as the European Union or as the global West more generally. Combined with Ukrainian new types of sanctions of hitting with drones Russian refineries, I think they can have a very good effect. But to explain to my grandmother, I don't know. I think very easily being on the good side of history. We're doing, I think, a very good job in terms of the right thing. We're doing the right thing. I would say it like that. I wouldn't bother people who do not want to understand about the very particular details of our work or the answers that we provide to businesses or the guidance. But I think the general idea is that we contribute to sanctions being more effective. And if we can make them at least a little bit more effective, then it's a good day of work that we have done.
Excellent. I think your grandmother will definitely understand that. And this also provides a good bridge to a question about what difference does this conference make? And again, as a non-AML person, I have heard a lot of good ideas about how sanctions could be made more effective to stop the to increase the damage on the Russian military industrial complex, to impair the financial system's ability to function on cross-border basis, and so forth. Now. These ideas range from doing more things, as Minister of Foreign Affairs Baiba Braže said, in terms of sanctioning Belarus, where the sanctions network is not yet completely comprehensive. If I'm not mistaken, even US card networks still operate there to some extent. Doing more effective sanctions against the financial system, as certain loopholes exist even there. I looked recently the Chainalysis report on the crypto activity, and the chart that shows top countries with a wider European region by total value received in crypto assets in a one-year period, starting July 2024 to June 2025. So relatively new data actually puts Russia in number one position, ahead of United Kingdom, Germany, and Ukraine, with a total volume of received cryptocurrency assets a little bit below 400 billion. So it means that there are a lot of things still happening in the financial industry and Russian economy, which tries to go on as before, and more can be done. Can we use those ideas that today appeared in a conference, maybe summarize them in one short memo, and send them to our members of European Parliament, for instance, or European Commission, as suggestions on the outcome of this very productive work of practitioners who sit at the very end of the sanctions imposition value chain, if I may say so, to provide inputs to the front end. What would be your reaction to that?
We were just discussing in one of the breaks with colleagues that we're actually compiling the most important messages that we heard today, and we will send them to the European Commission and hopefully see them translate into real policy. And there has been a trend of the European Commission and the European Union now taking the extraterritorial sanctions against third countries who are involved against operators in third countries who are involved in sanctions circumvention. So I think certainly in the conditions that we live in right now, European Union should be doing it more often. targeting these third country financial institutions or crypto asset service providers, and that has already been done to some extent, but as we see, the results are maybe not as great as we would have expected. In regards to crypto crimes report, I haven't read it. I had read the previous years, I had looking at them. I wonder if it might also be connected not just with sanctions evasion, but potentially with ransomware operations organized from Russia, or fraud schemes organized from Russia, where money is defrauded or paid as ransom and going to Russia. It's just a speculation, but I wonder if that's also part of that. So, of course, crypto is something that we have been looking at in the FIU for a long time. At the beginning of the war, I believe everybody was on the same page that crypto wasn't a big problem for Russia's sanctions circumvention, but increasingly, I think lately, we see that it is becoming a much, much bigger problem, and targeting crypto exchanges that help Russia circumvent sanctions should be certainly a priority. And looking at financial system more generally, I completely agree also with what Benjamin said in the previous panel discussion. We haven't been as good as we could be. There are still many Russian financial institutions that are not on a transaction ban list, and the money can keep flowing. Not very easily, but with finding the right tools, there are no significant impediments to that.
So as in those websites, sometimes you say top 5 things you could do to tighten sanctions on Russia. I think that would be great to have such a list, and with Belarus, with vessels, with financial system, with maybe Indian ports, all those things that we've heard today. I also would like to open this discussion up to the audience, because we have a unique chance of having the second person in command at the Latvian FIU here on the stage, and a person who's been very practically dealing with those issues. So I hope, and I'm completely convinced that Paulus would be very keen to answer those questions. So please feel free to scan the Slido icon on your screens and ask questions. Continuing on the historic dimension, I think Baiba Braže started with an anecdote about the program about sanctions evasion that is now being taught academically, although this is a very practical topic. I also remember when the war in Ukraine, when the Russian invasion started, that it was told that the most popular book on the next to bed of Russian central bankers was a book about the outcome of the Nuremberg process and the responsibility of central banks for supporting inhuman regimes, and where responsibility really starts and how it is operationalized. So what do you think, Paulus, is the if we look introspectively at the moral responsibility of our companies, what can we do as society when you talk to this bank, I don't know, which I think it begins on the letter R, which still operates in Russia, or you talk to those confectionery producers, or you talk to any of those other companies who export to Russia, and even those who have the possibility of not exporting to Russia and still surviving. We also have in Latvia a couple of companies who cannot survive if they don't export to Russia. But if you talk to those people who actually have an economic choice to exit, but don't do that. So what can we as a society do? Not in legal terms, but in civil terms. As you know, in Latvia, maybe in 1 hour, we will have a big demonstration of society who will protest not for matters of economy or for matters of money, but who will protest for the matters of principle. And that relates to the Parliament's decision about the exit from the Istanbul Convention. How do we, which is also a moral question primarily, so how do we deal with this issue that we have many companies among us who still do business there? Is that okay?
Legally, yes. Morally, extremely questionable, at least. What our Ministry of Economy is doing, it's publishing a list of all companies that continue their exports to Russia. And there has been, what we export most, our exports to Russia haven't really decreased since the beginning of the war, which doesn't make Latvia look very good. At the same time, our imports have decreased by more than 90%, so we do not pay into the Russian budget. But we do export thanks to them, mostly textiles and alcohol. Even though, as we heard today, alcohol, if it's 300 euros per item or more, is prohibited, but it's, there's nothing easier to circumvent these threshold related.
Maybe exporting alcohol weakens the Russian economy.
I think so too. So that's the point where I was going. I think it was Baiba Braže also who said last year that let them get drunk and they'll be less productive. So I don't know. I think naming and shaming is one thing, and which the Ministry of Economy is doing by publishing the list of those companies. Other than that, I think the most thing that could be done legally would be to close the border completely. But we know that in terms of imports and exports and sanctions that relate to that, if they want to, the goods will find the way into Russia. They will pay a big premium, they will pay surplus, as we see with dual-use goods. They're overpaying 6 times, sometimes for Western-made goods. But if they want to get the French champagne, they will probably find a way. The companies that are willingly engaging in that, I think that's their moral stance, that's their obligation, and I think the society in Latvia, in very broad terms, has already said what they think about it, and it's their choice whether to cooperate these companies or not.
We have only 1 minute left. We have 2 extremely difficult questions that have come in. Shall I ask them to you?
Let's go.
Okay, so the question number 1, so how do you get away in the EU from the blocker of unanimity in relation to the sanctions decisions?
You changed the treaty, I guess, but I understand it's not on the table. So unfortunately, I guess there could be regional types of sanctions, and we exclude the countries that constantly want to veto something. But unfortunately, without changing the treaty, which also requires unanimity, I think, it would be difficult to completely get away with that. So now tariffs has been, tariffs, imposition of tariffs and trade restrictions. In that regard, it requires qualified majority voting, so that can be of help sometimes.
The other question, maybe I suggest, since we are running out of time, relates to something that we have actually already discussed. It was what happens if you are not only an FIU, but also National Competent Authority for Sanctions, and how do you see the combination? Do you have any additional thoughts about, about those 2 models, having one, unified model and having, those functions being separately? Maybe any quick reflections?
I think it has worked perfectly. We were a little bit concerned at the beginning before we took on the new function, but there have been no impediments whatsoever. Actually, it has improved efficiency, in our opinion, and that's why we organize events like these, not just to speak about sanctions and make sanctions more effective, but to encourage other member states also to take a similar approach and make sanctions more effective through efficiency in the system by having one competent authority that wakes up every morning and goes to bed with the thought of how can we make sanctions more effective.
Well, with that, I would like to thank Paulus for this fantastic discussion, and thanks everybody who were actively engaged and asked questions. And again, thank you very much for this super interesting and informative conference.
Thank you very much, Uldis, and thank you everyone for attending. See you again next year.
What is this?